Welcome to the FoodMine project, a course for making an e-commerce website for selling delicious foods online. In this course, you will learn the necessary tools and skills to make a fully fledged website using Angular and Node.js from scratch. Hi, my name is Nasir. I started programming about 16 years ago in high school, and I love to code. By the end of this course, you will be able to design a beautiful and responsive frontend and a scalable backend. You can also deploy your website on popular cloud servers and have online payment functionality using payment gateways. You just need to open up your favorite code editor with me and start programming from the beginning to the end. I'll teach you creating components using Angular CLI, defining APIs using ExpressRouter, having different pages using Angular Router, MongoDB Atlas for storing and querying the data, reactive forms and HTTP client for send the data back and forth to the APIs, managing application states using RxJS, handling authentication and authorization using JSON Web Token, and also you will learn how to deploy your website on cloud servers like Heroku and using the PayPal gateway to have payment functionality on your website. Okay, here you can see the things that we need to install. We need to install Git, VS Code, Node.js, and Postman. Okay. For installing Git, you need to go to the git-scm.com. Then based on your operating system, it will offer a download for you. When you click on it, if you are on Windows, you're gonna get a setup file and you can install it. But here in macOS, you get a shell command like this. Brew is a package manager. So if you don't have it installed, you can click on this link and go over the installation process. Then you can easily write brew install git and install it on your macOS. Okay, this was for the Git. The second and the most important thing is VS Code. By coming to the code.visualstudio.com address, it offers a download based on your operating system. You can click on the download. Okay, this was for the VS Code. Let's go on the Node.js. You need to go to the nodejs.org website, and here you will see two different versions of Node.js. The right one, that is the current one, and the left one, that is the LTS version or long-term support. This one is more stable and this one has the latest features. I prefer the stability, so I choose the left one. Here, if you click on this link, it will download the Node.js based on your operating system. Okay, and the last thing that you need to install is the Postman. It's an application like this that we use for testing our APIs. For downloading the Postman, you should come over to this section that has download the desktop app. 3 buttons for 3 different operating systems: Windows, macOS, and Penguin, that is the logo of Linux. So here once again, you need to click and it will give you a file that you can install just like other things that you install on your operating system. Now that you know what to install, it's time for configuration. The only thing that we want to configure is the VS Code. Here you just need to open up your VS Code. Then you need to go to the extensions part that has this icon. Then you need to search for Angular Essentials. And you need to click on Angular Essentials version 13. The benefit of using this extension is that it is an extension pack. So you can have all the necessary things for developing Angular with installing only one package. So click on the install. You need to wait a couple of seconds for it to be installed, and after that you have what you need to start your development. As you can see here, as a part of this extension pack, we have material icon theme. It is the package that will change the look of your icons and makes it beautiful. If you like it, you can press Ctrl+Shift+P or Command+Shift+P in macOS and write File Icon Theme, then select Material Icon Theme. So you can have a beautiful icon set like this. In this tutorial, we want to create our Angular app. First of all, open up the VS Code, then go to the terminal menu and click on New Terminal. As you can see, the default profile of VS Code's terminal is set on CMD. We want to set the default profile to Git Bash because our commands will be similar to macOS and Linux-based operating systems. Click on this arrow icon and click on Select Default Profile and select Git Bash. Click on plus icon. As you can see, our profile is set to Bash. Kill the previous terminal that was set on CMD. Now we want to create the projects folder. Go to the desktop directory, create FoodMine folder, then go inside it. Now we want to install Angular CLI as a global package on our system. So write npm install -g, that means global package, Angular/CLI, and press enter. Now we want to verify that ng-CLI is installed on our computer successfully. We need to write ng-version. By seeing this red Angular CLI on our terminal, we can make sure that it is installed successfully. Now open up the project folder inside the VS Code by writing code dots. You will see a new instance of VS Code on your screen. Ignore or close the previous instance and start working with the new instance. Once again, go to the terminal menu and click on New Terminal, and create your Angular app with the name of frontend inside the FoodMine folder by writing ng-new frontend. But there is an argument for skipping all the tests. We don't want to use any test inside this project, so it's better to use these arguments by writing skip-tests. Then press enter. We want to have Angular routing, so we press Y to say yes, then press enter to use CSS as default style sheet for our project. Go to the frontend folder by writing cd frontend. Now for serving our Angular application inside the browser, we need to write ng serve -o. And -o means open it up inside the browser after building. Then press enter. Now if this page automatically opened up inside your browser, it means that you are ready for the next video that is about adding header to our project. In this optional but important video, I want to tell you how to push your changes to the GitHub. But first of all, we need to remove Git from the frontends folder, because when you generate a new Angular project, there is a Git folder inside it. But we want to remove it because the frontend folder is part of the FoodMine folder. In future, we're going to have a backend folder here, so the changes shouldn't be tracked only inside the frontend. It should be tracked in whole FoodMine project. For removing Git folder from the frontend folder, click on Terminal menu and New Terminal. Go inside the frontend folder, then write rm-rf.git to remove the Git folder and everything inside it. Press enter, then close the terminal. Come to the source control tab and click on Initialize Repository. As you can see, it tracked all the changes, but this time from the root folder, not from the frontend folder. That's what we want. Let's write the commit message, create Angular app. Then click on commit button to commit your changes. It says that GitHub extension wants to sign in with GitHub. Click allow. As you can see, it will open up a new page inside your browser to get the authorization from you. Click on continue, then click on open Visual Studio Code. Set the name of your repository. I want to set it to FoodMine course here. Then you can select whether you want to push your project to a public or private repository. I want to push this project on a public repository, so I choose the second one. This will automatically create a new repository inside your GitHub, and you don't even need to do it from the GitHub website. Now we can click on Open on GitHub to see our repository inside the GitHub's website. As you can see, we have our commit message and we have our project here. From this moment, I will push all the code changes in each video to the GitHub as a separate commit, so you can see exactly what happened on each video. In this video, we want to add header to our project. At the end of this video, you are going to have a header like this with FoodMine text, that is the logo of the application, login item, user menu, and cart page with a badge on the right side of it. So let's add the header. Before getting into the tutorial, I want to create a README file to know what we want to do on each lesson. First of all, open up the Explorer and click on this empty space. Then click on New File and write readme.md with all capital letters. Inside it, we want to add lessons header and all the lessons that we did in previous sessions. On this video that is about adding header, first of all, we want to generate the header component. Then it's about adding HTML and corresponding CSS to the header component. Now that we know what to do, let's close the README file and open up Terminal for adding header to our project. We want to add it as an Angular component. For doing this, click on plus icon, go to the frontend folder and write ngGC for generating a new component inside the components folder, partials folder with the name of header. Then press enter. Now let's verify that it's generated successfully. Close the terminal, open up the Explorer inside the frontend folder, src folder, app, components, and partials folder. You can see it is inside the header folder, and we can see all of our components stuff from CSS file, HTML file, and TS file. But before adding anything to the header component, I want to clear everything inside the browser. By going to the app component HTML file, click on here, Ctrl A, and backspace to delete everything here. App component is our root component, so we need to put global stuff inside it. And as you know, header is a global component. So let's add app component here by writing app-header like this. And if you say what is app-header, you can go to the header component.ts file to see that the selector of this component is app-header. And if you change it to anything, you need to change this part too. But we don't want to touch it. We can continue in this way. Let's see the result inside the browser. As you can see, it says header works. So we successfully added the header at the top of our root component. It's time to add our beautiful header inside our header component. Let's go. Close the app component and header component TS file. Click on header component HTML file, then close the Explorer. Clear everything here, then add an HTML header, add a div with the class of container, add an A tag here with the router link of slash and class of logo, and set it text to FoodMine. This is the logo of our application, just the text with a link to home screen. And this router link allows you to go different routes on the client side. Let's see it on the browser. As you can see, we have this FoodMine text here. Currently, it will do nothing, but it will do in the next videos. After a tag, add a nav tag. Inside it, add a UL tag and an LI tag inside it. First item is login link. Let's add it by writing a router link / login with the text of login. Second list item is the user menu. We want to have a menu for the user. Let's add li with the class of menu-container. Inside it, we need an a tag with the router link that goes to the dashboard with the name of user that we don't have it yet, so we can use a sample name like John. We need a div here for the menu items with the class of menu. Let's add the menu items as an a tag inside here. The first one, go to the profile of the user, the text of profile. Second one shows the orders of user, the text of orders. And the last one is the logout link with the text of logouts. In future videos, we will implement the functionalities of everything inside this page. This LI is finished. Let's go to the next LI that is for the cart page. Let's add its A tag with the router link of cart-page with the text of cart and the badge of number of items inside the cart page as a span. We don't have the quantity of the cart yet, so we use a number, for example, 3. We are done with the HTML file. Let's see the result inside the browser. As you can see, we have this output. It's not so beautiful, right? Let's go to the header component CSS file and make it beautiful. Open up the VS Code. Inside the header component.css. If you don't know where it is, inside the Explorer on the header components folder, here you can see header component CSS file. Let us start with the header tag. Its position should be relative, its background should be white, padding should be 0, and border bottom should be 1 pixel, solid, and this color, E72929. Now let's go for all the A tags inside the header. Set its color to AF1313. For the hover effect of all the A tags, set the background to E72929. Set its color to white and its cursor to pointer. Let's see the result inside the browser. It changed a little bit. Let's add more CSS. For the class of container, let's set its margin to 0 for top and bottom and auto for left and right. Set its display to flex and justify content to space between. Now if we look at the browser, we can see that these two parts are completely separated. Interesting, right? Let's add more CSS. Let's add the style for logo A tag. Let's make it bold and set its padding to 1 rem. Now it's time for the UL tag. Set its display to flex. So we want it to be a flex box. Let's remove those bullets from the left side of the UL by writing list style type none and set its margin to 0. Next we have all the A tags inside the UL tag, padding 1 rem. Display inline block. Let's take a look to the browser. Now we have this. On the next step, we want to make this 3 as a badge for the cart. Let's do it. Our badge is a span inside an A tag. Let's add its styles. Let's set its background to hashtag FF4D4D and set its color to white. Its padding should be 0.1 rem from the top and bottom and 0.45 rem from left and right. Set its border radius to 100 rem, so it should be completely round shape, and set its font size to 0.9 rem. Now we want to give a style to the menu container. We want to set its position to relative. Let's jump to the menu itself, set its position to absolute, its z-index to 1, background to white smoke, and its display to none. Because we don't want to show menu always. We just want to show it when we move our mouse on the menu container and when we are inside the menu. So let's add the hover effect to open up the menu. So when we hover our mouse over the container while we are inside the menu, the display should be blocked. So the menu will be shown. And for the last style inside the header, we want to set the menu A tags to have width of 100% and min width of 8 rem. Let's see the result inside the browser. As you can see, we have this menu and we have this beautiful badge on the right side of the cart. But as you can see, it is not how it should be because we didn't add a couple of things inside the global styles.css. Let's add it right now. Let's close these two opened items, open up the Explorer, go down, and select styles.css. First of all, we want to import our default font that is Quicksand here. That is our default font from the fonts.googleapis.com. Now we want to add box sizing to the wildcard. It means all the tags inside our HTML file will get this style. Our box sizing should be border box. If you don't know what is box sizing, you can hover over it and click on this MDN reference. Since we are using rem, we can control its sizing by the root font size, that is HTML tags font size. I want to make it explicit to 16 pixels. And I want to set the default font for HTML and button to Quicksand and sans serif. And if you ask why I put the button here, sometimes button use a different font as the default font, so I made it explicit here. For the body, I want to set the margin to 0. And for the A tag, everywhere, I want to remove that text underline from it by setting the text decoration to none. Now let's see the result and reset the zoom level. As you can see, we have a beautiful header for our app. In this video, we want to add the list of foods to the project and make it like this. Let's start by creating the food model that holds the structure of the food. Let's go to the Explorer, inside the front-end folder, src, right-click on the app folder and click on new folder. Create a shared folder. We call it shared because we want it to be shared between components and services. Press enter. Inside it, we want to create a models folder. So right-click, new folder, models. Press enter. Inside the models folder, create a new file with the name of food.ts. Close the Explorer. Let's create the model by writing export class food. So we have the food model as a class here. Let's add its members. Let's start with ID that is required. We define a required member by putting an exclamation mark after its name, colon, the type of ID that is a string. We repeat this process for other members of this class. Name, required, string, price, required, number, tags, optional. We define optional members by putting question mark instead of exclamation mark. And it's a string array. Favorite, required, boolean. Stars, required, number, image URL, required, string, origins, required, string array, and the last one, cook time, required, and string. We just created our food model. Let's close it and go for the next step, that is creating the data.ts to hold sample foods. Since we are not currently connected to any backend service, we need to have a sample data to show what we want to show. We use data.ts for this reason. Let's go to the Explorer, right-click on src folder, create a new file, and name it data.ts. Close the Explorer. First of all, let's import the food model here by writing import food from /app shared models food. Then we need to export a constant with the name of sample foods with the type of food array that is equal to this array that I paste here. You can create your own sample data, or you can use this code that is available inside the comment link in the description below. So our data.ts is ready. Now let's add our food images to the assets folder. From the Explorer, go to the assets folder, then copy your food images to its directory. But remember, your image names and your data.ts image URLs should be the same. Now that our data is completely ready, let's go and create the food service that provides the data for home components for showing the foods. Close the Explorer, then from the terminal menu, click on New Terminal. Go to the front-end folder, then generate a new service by writing nggs, the folder of services that is services, and the name of service that is food. Then press enter. Now let's go inside the generated service, Explorer, Services, and Food.service. Close the Explorer and terminal. Then after the constructor, add a method with the name of getAll to get all the foods from the data.ts. In future, this service should be connected to the backend and get the data from backend. But for now, just returns a food array. We don't have food imported here. To import the food, you can manually import it here like how we did inside the data.ts, or we can click on the food, then press Ctrl and dot and select import food, press enter. Now we have food imported inside our food service. Let's create a block of the method, then return sample foods. When you write sample foods, the VS Code says, do you want to get it from src/data? It is the data TS that we made in this video. We say yes by pressing enter. Okay, the getAll method is ready. Let's go and generate the home component. Click on view and terminal and write nggc for generating the component inside components folder, pages folder, because home component is a full page. It is not part of any page, so it is not partial, it is page, so we put it inside pages folder. And home, that is the name of the component. Press enter. It says everything is okay, so let's check out our home component. Close the terminal. From the Explorer, go to the components folder, pages folder. Here we go. We have it here. Go to the home component and close the Explorer. Here inside the home component, we have a foods field with the type of food array with the default value of empty array. Let's press Ctrl dot to import it. This field holds the data that we get from the food service. Let's fill it using the food service. But first of all, we need to inject food service inside this home component. We need to go inside the constructor. Here we need to write private food service with the type of food service. By doing this, Angular will look at the type that you used inside the constructor and give this variable a new instance of food service. And we don't need to instantiate it. Okay, let's set this.foods equal to food service dot getAll. Very well. Now our foods are filled with the data from the food service that uses sample foods data. We're done with the home component.ts file, and it's time to add required elements to the HTML file. From the Explorer, select home.component.html file and clear everything. Here we want to add a UL to show a list of foods. Then we need to look through the list items using *ng4. Then we need to create a variable, let food of foods. So here we're going to have food that represents each element of the foods. First of all, we want to add an A tag that goes to the food page. We need to pass the ID of the food here inside double curly braces and close the A tag. We want to show all the details of the food inside this A tag. So if you click on any part of food thumbnail, it will redirect you to the food page. First item that we want to show is image tag. Its src should be equal to food.image URL with the alternative text of food.name. Then close it. You can ask why we use our src inside square brackets. Because by using square brackets for the name of attribute, we can pass dynamic data to it. If we remove this square bracket, it will be just a literal string. And to make it dynamic, we need to put it inside double curly braces. You can use both the style, but I prefer to use square brackets for the attributes that are completely dynamic and not use square brackets for the situation that data is not dynamic or it is semi-dynamic. Part of your data is not dynamic and the other part is dynamic. You can do it in any way you like, but this is my preferred way. After thumbnail image, here we need to add a content class to show the details of the food. Let's add a div with the class of name to show the name of the food. Now let's see the result. But before getting into the browser, we need to add home component to the app component to show it inside the browser. Now from the Explorer, go to the app component. Then after the app header, write app-home. Then close the Explorer and close the app component. Let's go to the browser. As you can see, we can see the images of the food with their names. Now let's add more details to the food. After the name div, let's add a span for the favorite icon. Its class is favorite. By default, favorite is red. We should dynamically mention that when it is not red. So we need to put double curly braces. Inside it, we need to check food.favorite. Question mark. If it's favorite, do nothing because by default it is red. And if it's not, just put a not class here to make it not favorite. Close the span tag, then copy the heart icon from the commit link in the description below. Now let's add the next property, that is stars of the food, as a div with a class of stars. For showing the stars of the food, we are using a package with the name of ng star rating. First of all, we need to add it to the project. Okay, go to the view menu, then click on terminal. Make sure that you are inside the frontend folder. Then write npm install ng-star rating to install ng star rating. But it will not be installed in the newer versions. Unfortunately, I didn't find any solid newer version of star rating. But we can install this package using -- force argument. Press enter. Okay, if you don't see a lot of red lines here, it could be a good sign. Close the terminal. Now we need to add ng star rating module to our app module. Let's go to the Explorer, click on app module. Inside the imports, after app rating module, add rating module. You need to see ng-star rating as the import on the right side. If you see that, press enter, and it means that it's installed successfully on your project. Save this file and close it. Now you need to be able to use ng-star rating inside your HTML file. That is your template file. So let's write star-rating. Let's set its value to the food.stars. It's coming from the food. Second value is total stars that we want to be 5. Checked color red, so when they are selected, they will be red, and unchecked black. Let's set its size to 22 pixels. And for this version of the course, we want it to be read-only, so we set the read-only to true. Then we close the tag, so we have star rating inside our project. Let's see it in action. Let's open up the browser. It looks like this. Let's go for the next part, that is origins of the food and cook time. Let's add a div with a class of product-item-footer. Inside it, let's start with the origins. So let's create a div with a class of origins. Inside it, we want to have a span for each origin. So let's add a span and look through the origins using ng for let origin of food.origins. Close the tag, press enter. Inside it, we just want to show the origin. So all the origins will be shown here one by one as a span. The origins are done. Let's go for the cook time. Let's add another div with a class of cook time. Let's add a span and use this clock emoji inside it and the cook time of the food as a text. Food.cooktime. Don't forget to put double curly braces. And for the last item, we have the price. Let's add another div with a class of price. Inside it, use a span and show the value of the price using double curly braces. But we want to show the price as a currency, so we use currency pipe. And pipe will be used for formatting. It is part of Angular. Okay, our home components HTML is ready. Let's see the result inside the browser. Okay, here we go. We have this result, but it is not thumbnail shape. Let's go to the CSS and make a lot of beautiful thumbnails. Close the HTML file and from the Explorer, click on home component.css file. We want to start from the UL. Its display should be flex, its justify content should be center, and its align item should be center too. Its flex wrap should be wrap, so the thumbnails will not stick together on a single line. They will be more responsive. This style type should be none. And padding should be 0. We finished the UL part. Let's go for the A tags inside the LIs. Let's set their height to 22.5 rem and their width to 20 rem. Their border should be 1 pixel, solid, and white smoke. Let's give it a little bit border radius. Border radius 1 rem. Margin, half a rem, and its display should be flex. Its flex direction should be from top to bottom, so it should be column. Its overflow should be hidden. There shouldn't be any scroll bars. And its color should be hashtag E72929. Now let's work on its hover effect. So write LIA hover. its opacity should be 0.9 and its cursor should be pointer. Let's see the result inside the browser. As you can see, we have something much more beautiful than before. Let's fix the image's aspect ratio and the details of the food. Let's give a style to LIAIMG. The images of the food, their object fit should be cover and their height be 14.5 rem. Let's go for the content class that has a margin top of 0.3 rem, padding of 0.5 rem from top and bottom, and 1 rem from left and right. Its position should be relative, and its height should be 7 rem. Let's work on the favorite icon class. Its position should be absolute, its top should be 0.5 rem, and its right should be 1 rem. Since we are using a character for the icon, we can change its size by changing the font size. So let's set the font size to 1.2 rem to make it a little bit bigger. Now we need to see the heart icon on the top right of the content. Okay, as you can see, it is on top right, much more beautiful than before. But all of them are red. So let's implement the not favorite class. .favorite.not. And let's set its color to gray. Now if you look at it, some of them are gray and some of them are not. Very well. The name is okay. And the next step, we want to work on stars. So let's select the stars class and set its margin bottom to 0.2 rem. Now let's select the product item footer class. Let's set its display to flex, its justify content to space between, and align items to flex start. Next class is origins class, and its flex should be 9. Let's give a style to origins span that represents our origins items. Let's set its border radius to 2 rem, background color to white smoke, display to inline block, font size to 0.8 rem, color to gray, margin right 0.3 rem, padding 0 from top and bottom and 0.5 rem from left and right, margin top 0.2 rem. Now let's go for the cook time. Its font size should be 0.9 rem. Its flex should be 3. So 3 of 12 will be set to the cook time and 9 of 12 will be set to the origins. And its text align should be right. And the last item, that is price, should have a position of absolute, bottom of 0, left 0.9 rem, background of white, not transparent, padding of 0.3 rem, from the top 100%, from the right 0 from bottom and 0 from left. Color of hashtag 414141. Margin top 0.7 rem and font size 1.1 rem. Let's see the result. As you can see, we have this beautiful result for the thumbnails of the foods. In this video, we want to add a search box to the project and make it like this. So you could be able to search for your foods inside the website. For example, you can write pizza, then press enter or click on this search button to find all the pizza on the website. You can have your search even after refreshing the page, because after doing the search, your search term will be pushed to the address bar. First of all, let's start by adding the search method to the food service. From the Explorer, SRC folder, App folder, Services, and Food Service. After getAll, let's add a method with the name of getAllFoods by search term. Set a search term with the type of string as the parameter of this method. And inside it, we just want to return this .getAll method that has a filter based on foods, that food, that name, that to lowercase, that includes search term, that to lowercase. I think everything is straightforward, but you may ask why we are using to lowercase here. It is because we want to make both name inside the food and the search term lowercase, or it's better to say we want to make them both in the same case, to make the search case insensitive. Because when you search for something like pizza, it shouldn't be different from this pizza. It needs to find the food. Let's remove these And we're done with the first step. For the next step, we want to add a search route to the app routing module. Let's go from the Explorer, click on app-routing module. Here inside the routes constant, we can add our routes. Let's start with the search route. Press enter, make a new object, set the path to search / search term. Inside this path, this search is a literal text and anything after the colon is a route parameter. So inside the route, we can get the value of search term to do the search. Very nice. But we need to mention where is the destination component for this path. We want to set the component to home component. If it didn't automatically import it, you need to import it manually from here like this, or you need to press Ctrl dot on it. Okay, we have our search route. But there is a question, where the result of the routes will be shown. It will be shown inside something that we didn't add yet. The router outlet. We need to go inside the root module, that is app component HTML file, and instead of putting this app home directly here, we need to add router outlet and remove this app home component from here. But if we look at app routing module, we don't see any route to show the home component by default. So we need to add it. We need to add another route with the path of empty string, and empty string means the home page of your Angular application, and set the component to home component. Then put the comma at the end of it. So we did three things. We added the search route here, the default route here, and the place for showing the routes, that is router outlet. Let's see if we could be able to see the previous results inside the browser. As you can see, you have exactly the same result inside the browser, even after changing home component to router outlet. So it works. Let's continue to the next step. Let's close app component and app routing module. Now we need to show the search result inside the home component. So let's go to the home component. From the components, pages, home component TS file. Here we need to listen to the route. For listening to the route, we need an instance of activated route. So let's inject it after the food service, comma, activated route with the type of activated route. Okay. Now we need to listen to the route params by writing activated route.params.subscribe. And subscribe means anytime when the params changed, call the function inside the subscribe. Let's pass the function inside the subscribe. So call it. We have a function with the params and with this body. We need to say if params has a search term inside it. In newer version, we have an error here. It says that property search term comes from an index signature. So it must be accessed with square brackets search term. So you can have access to it by using square brackets instead of dots that I don't like. So I remove it. There is another solution that you can disable this error inside the tsconfig.json. Let's open up the Explorer. Inside the front-end folder, you have tsconfig.json. You need to find no property access from index signature. As you can see, it is true by default. You need to set it to false. Now, if we come back to the home component, we don't see that error. Okay, let's continue. If the route params has a search term, set this.foods equal to a filtered result using this.food service dot get all foods by search term, then pass the params.search term to give us the filtered result based on the search term. But there is a default case. If there is no search term, there should be an else, and we need to put this default foods inside the else. So if you go to the home component, if there is any params.search term, it will filter the result. Otherwise, it will show all the foods. At this point, we need to be able to see the search result inside the browser. Let's check it out. By default, we have all the foods. But if we click on the address bar and write /search/ for example, pizza, I can see the result of the search. But we only can show the result. We don't have any button to do the search for us. Now is the time for going to the next step. Close these two, and we need to generate the search component. From the terminal menu, click on New Terminal. Here we need to go to the front-end folder. And by writing ngGC, we need to generate the search components inside components folder, partials folder, because it is a search box and it is always part of a page. It is not a separate page. Then the name of the component, that is search. Press enter. Here we go. Let's check out our component. Inside the components, partials, and search, we can see our newly generated component. Now is the time for adding the search component to the home component. So let's go to the home component HTML file, and at the top of this component, let's add app-search. Let's see the browser. As you can see, we have the search component at the top of our home component. Let's go to the next step. That is adding the required TS data. From the Explorer, open up the search component.ts file. Let's add a search term field with the default value of empty string. Then we need to inject two dependencies here. The first one is activated route. And the second one, private router with the type of router. And if you ask why I used private here and I didn't use private here, because when you use private or public or any access modifiers before the name of parameter inside your constructor, it will be accessible throughout your class. But if you don't put it, it will be accessible only inside the constructor. Now let's write activated route.params.subscribe params. This is exactly what we did inside the home component. What we needed here, because we want to read the data from the route and show it inside the search box. So we need to say if params.searchTerm is available, set this.searchTerm equal to params.searchTerm. Okay, we are done here. Now that we can read data from the route, we need to be able to send data to the route. For example, if you search for something and then you press enter, you need to see it inside the route. You need to find your foods. Okay, after ng on init, let's add the search method with the input parameter of term with the type of string that gets our search term. Its return type is void. Then we need to check if the term is available. This.router.navigate by URL to the search route plus the term. So it needs to do the search based on the term that we pass to the search method. We are done with the TS part of search component. Let's go and add required elements to the HTML file. From the Explorer, open up search component HTML file, make a div. Inside it, put an input with the template reference of S. These template references are very beautiful. You can have direct access to them everywhere inside your HTML file. So when you use it for a tag, it will hold all the data about that specific tag. The input type should be text. Its placeholder should be search food mine. And there's a special event called keyup.enter. We normally search with enter key. So anytime that we press the enter key and release it, this event should call search with the value of s.value. And if you say, what is this s.value? This s coming from this reference. On the next line, we need to add a button with the click event that does the same as search s.value. Close the button and its text should be search. So here we go. This is pretty nice, but we forgot something. We're just doing the search, but we are not showing the search value inside the input. So let's add the value attribute equal to search term. Let's press enter here and here to make them easier to read. Now let's see it in action. Inside the browser, as you can see, on the route, we have meat here, and inside the text box, we have meat. What if I write pizza here and press enter? Very nice. It works really well. Now we have pizza here and here. Now that we have our complete search functionality, it's the time for the next step. That is adding required CSS styles to the search component CSS file. From the Explorer, select search component CSS file, then start with the first style that is for div. Its its display should be flex, justify content should be center, margin top should be 3 rem, and its margin bottom should be 1.5 rem. Next style should be set for the input. Its border radius should be 10 rem from the top left, 0 from the top right, 0 for the bottom right, and 10 rem for the bottom left. So we have this input that has border radius on the left side and is flat on the right side. Its border should be none. Its height should be 3 rem. Its width should be 20 rem. Background color should be hashtag F1, F1, F1. Its padding should be 1.2 rem. Font size should be 1 rem. Font weight should be 500. And outline should be none. We are done with the input. Let's go for the button. Div button. Its color should be gray. Height should be 3 rem. Width should be 5 rem. And font size should be 1 rem. Border radius should be 0 for the top left, 10 rem for the top right, 10 rem for the bottom right, and 0 for the bottom left. Its border should be none too, and its background color should be hashtag E72929. Its color should be white. Its opacity should be 0.8, and outline should be none. And for this button's hover effect, we need to set its opacity to 1 and its cursor to pointer. Let's see it in action. As you can see, we have this beautiful search box, but its font size is a little bit small. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's go to the input selector, and inside the font size, let's set it to 1.1 rem. Now it's easier to see. Very good. In this video, we want to add the tags bar to the project and make it like this. Okay, let's start by creating the tag model. Let's open up the Explorer inside the shared folder. Right click on the models, click on new file. Write tag.ts, then close the Explorer. Let's write export class tag to generate the tag model. Its first property is name with the type of a string, and its second property is count required with the type of number. So we made the tag model. Let's go to the next step, that is adding sample tags to data.ts. Once again, we don't have a backend and we need to use sample data. Open up the Explorer and go to the data.ts. End of the file, create another constant with the name of sample tags. With the type of tag array, the tag is not imported. Press Ctrl dot and enter to import it. Then make it equal to this array that you can copy from the commit link in the description below. We are done here and we added the sample tags. Now it's time for adding 2 methods to the food service. The first one for getting all the tags, and the second one, get all the foods by a tag. So let's start by adding get all tags method. Go to the food service. After the last method, add another method with the name of get all tags with the type of tag array. It should return sample tags. As you can see, we cannot have access to the sample tags because we forgot to export it inside the data.ts. Let's get back to the data.ts and add an export to the beginning of this constant to make it available from the outside. Close the data.ts. Now here press Ctrl dot and press enter. As you can see, now we have the sample tags that is coming from the src/data. Now it's time for adding get all foods by tag method that will find all the foods that have a specific tag. So it needs to get tag as an input and it should return a food array as the result. It is very similar to search function, but instead of the name, we search on the tags of the food. So let's write return this dot get all dot filter food.tags includes tag. And here we are checking that this tag is included inside food tags property. But we need to add one more condition here, that the tag is equal to all. So after the return, we can write if the tag is equal to all, question mark. If the tag is equal to all, just return this dot get all without any condition. Colon means otherwise, return the filtered tag. As you can see, we have an error here. You just need to press a backspace to put this condition on the same line as the return. Okay, we have our two methods here. Let's go to the next step. That is adding the tags route to the app routing module. From the Explorer, open up the app routing module. Then after the search, add another route with the path of tag literal / tag parameter. So inside the address bar, we will see a tag and the tag parameter, for example, fast food. This tag will be the tag literal, and this tag that has colon here will be the parameter that we can get and use for showing the foods based on the tag. Then set its component to home component. Just like the search, we want to show the filtered food based on the tags inside the home component. Okay, we're done here. Let's close the app routing module. We need to go to the next step, that is show the tag result in home component. Let's go to the Explorer and open up the home component.ts file. As you can see, we are listening to the params and we look at for the search term and we do the search here. We need to do exactly the same thing for the tags. Let's add an else if here and check if the params.tag is available. Then set this.foods equal to this.foodservice get all foods by tag. Then pass the params.tag. So anytime that we have a tag parameter inside the route, it will filter the foods based on that tag. Okay, let's see it in action. On the address bar, put /tag /fast food. As you can see, we have all the foods that have the tag of fast food. Now for the next step, we want to add the tags bar here. Inside the code, close the home component. We want to generate the tags component. So open up the terminal. First of all, go to the front end folder, then generate the tags component by writing ngGC inside components folder, partials folder, and tags. That is the name of the component. Then press enter. Okay, our component is generated. Let's add it to the home component to show it inside the browser. Close the terminal. From the Explorer, select home component HTML file. Then after the app search, press enter, then add app-tags. Let's see it inside the browser. We have the tags works here. It means we can go to the next step. That is adding required code to the tags component TS file. Let's open it up here. From the partials folder, tags folder, select the tags component TS file. First of all, we want to add a tags property here, just like how we did for the search, and its type is tag array. If the tag is not imported, press Ctrl- and press enter to import it here. Now we need to fill this tags property. Let's inject the food service here by writing food service with the type of food service. Inside the constructor, write this.tags is equal to food service dot get all tags. So we are feeding all the tags from the food service to our property inside the tags component. It's time for going to the next step, that is adding required HTML code. From the Explorer, open up tags component HTML file, clear everything here. Let's add a div here, then check ngIf the tags has value, then show all the tags as anchor tag. So we need to look through the tags using ng4 equal to let tag of tags. That its router link will go to the /tag/tag.name. Then close the anchor tag. then show the tag.name and the tag count inside parentheses. So put double curly braces inside the parentheses. Parentheses will be shown as a literal that has the value of tag.count. Now, if we look at the browser, we could be able to see all the tags with number of foods that they have. For example, for the lunch, hamburger, fry, soup, and everything. Now it's time for the last step, that is adding a style to the tags component. Close the tags component HTML file, then open up tags component.css file. We have a div that its display should be flex, and its flex wrap should be wrap. And for the A tags inside the div, their background color should be hashtag F0, F0, F0. Their padding should be 0.3 rem from the top and bottom and 1 rem from the left and right. Their margin should be 0.2 rem from top and bottom and 0.15 rem from left and right. For their radius should be 10 rem, completely round shape, and their font weight should be a little bit bold, 600, and their color should be blue. Let's see them in action. They are okay, but they are not on the middle. Let's set the justify content to center to put them on the middle. Inside the div, set justify content to center. Okay, we have our functional tags inside our website. In this lesson, we want to add the food page to the project. So when you click on a food, you could be able to see its details in a separate page with an add to cart button. Watch this video to the end if you like to know how. Okay, let's start by adding get food by ID method to the food service. From the Explorer, go to the food service. Then add another method with the name of getFood by ID. Food ID has an input parameter with the type of string, and it returns a food. And let's return this.getAll and find the food where the food.id is equal to food ID, our input parameter. But this find could return an undefined too. So let's use nullish coalescing operator or double question mark and return new food when this part is undefined. Okay, our method is ready here. Let's close the service and go to the next step, that is generating the food page component. From the terminal, select new terminal, then go to the front end folder, then write ngGC for generating the component inside components/pages, because food page obviously is a separate page, and food-page. Then press enter. Now that our food page is generated, it's time for adding it to the route as a separate page. So let's close the terminal, then open up the Explorer, then go to the app routing module. Here, let's add another route with the path of food/ID that goes to the food page component, our new component that we generated seconds ago. Now, if we go to the browser and click on a food, we could be able to see food page works. It means we are ready for the next step, that is adding required data to the food page component TS file. Let's open up the Explorer, go to the components, pages, and food page. We have our newly generated component and click on the TS file. Let's add a food property here, just like how we did for the other components. Set its type to food. Now we need to inject activated route here, that is of type activated route, to read the food ID from the route params. Then we need to inject food service with the type of food service to get the food based on that food ID. Here we go. Let's write activated route and params that subscribe for listening to the params, and params input that gives us the new params inside the route, and check if the params ID, then set this.food equal to food service get food by ID, and pass the params.id as the food ID to this method. Here we go. Currently we are done with the food page component, and it's time for the next step, that is adding required tags to the food page components HTML file. Okay, from the Explorer, open up the food page components HTML file, then clear everything here. Let's start adding a div with the class of container. And inside it, let's add the image with the src of food.image URL and the alternative text food.name for showing the image of the food. Let's see it inside the browser. As you can see, we could see the image of the food inside the food page. Let's continue. We need to add a div with the class of details. Inside it, we need to have a div with the class of header that has two spans. First span with the class of name with the text of food.name. Second span with the class of favorite with a dynamic class that checks if food.favorite is true, then add no class, otherwise add a not class, just like how we did for the home page. Then the hard character that you can find using comment link in the description below. Let's add the rating of the food. So add another div with the class of rating. Inside it, let's use a star rating component with the value of food.stars. Total stars should be 5. Checked color should be red. Unchecked color should be black. And the size should be 25 pixels. And read only should be true. Then close the star rating. Let's see them in action. As you can see, you have the header of the details here and the star rating here. Let's continue by adding the origins and the tags to the food page component. So let's start by adding another div with the class of origins, that is the container of the origins, and span that generates the items of origin. So it should have an ng4 with let origin of food.origins to loop through the origins and show them as a text inside the span. It's time for adding the tags. Div class tags and a tags inside it with an ng4 that loops through the tags of the food. And the router link will go to the tag route with the parameter of tag. So when you click on each tag, it will show the foods based on that specific tag. And its text should be tag. Let's see them in action. Okay, we have the origins here and we have the tags link here. So if we click on them, we will be redirected to the tags route that show the foods based on that specific tag. Let's get back and continue by adding the cook time and the price of the food. Let's add another div with the class of cook time. Inside it, let's use a span with the text of time to cook, about, strong text, food.cooktime, minutes. So it will be rendered like time to cook about 5 to 10 minutes. That's what we want. Now let's add the price here. Div class price. Span food.price that is formatted as currency. And a button with the text of add to cart. That will do nothing in this lesson, but it will in the next lesson. Okay. Let's see the result. Now we are showing all the data that we want to show. On the next step, we want to add the CSS to them to make them beautiful. From the Explorer, select Food Page Component CSS file and start by the container class. Its display should be flex. Its justify content should be center, align items, center, flex wrap, and margin 3 rem. And for everything that are first level child of the container, that means the image and the div with the class of details, their min width should be 25 rem and their max width should be 40 rem. Let's see this in action. As you can see, we have the image on the left side and we have our details on the right side. Let's continue. Our image should have a border radius 3 rem, flex grow of 1, and flex shrink of 0, object fit cover height 35 rem, and margin of 1 rem. Let's see it in the browser. As you can see, we have our image, round shape, and we have a little bit of margin here. Very nice. Let's go to the details. The details class should have a width of 100%. Display should be flex. Flex direction should be column from top to bottom. Its flex grow should be 1 and its flex shrink should be 0. Its border radius should be 3 rem. Padding 2 rem. Its text color should be black. and its margin left should be 1 rem. Next we have header class. Its display should be flex and its justify content should be space between. If we see the browser, you could see that we have the name here and the favorite icon here, and there's a space between them as much as possible. Now let's add the styles, the name of the food, and this favorite icon. For the name class, its font size should be 2 rem and its font weight should be bold. And for the favorite class, we have the text color of hashtag E72929 and font size that is 2.5 rem. And when the food is not favorite, the color should be gray. Let's see the result. As you can see, we have this beautiful header for the details. Now let's add the styles to the origins. Origins, its display should be flex, its flex wrap should be wrap, and its margin should be 1 rem from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. This is for the container of origins, and for each span inside the origins, we want a padding of 0.5 rem, font size 1.2 rem, its margin 0.5 rem from the top, 0.5 rem from the right, 0.5 rem from the bottom, and 0 from the left. Border radius should be 2 rem. Background color should be Alice blue. Let's see the origins. Okay, very well. We have our beautiful origins. Let's go for the tags. For the tags, don't need to write any styles. We just need to go to the tags component CSS file inside the partials, tags component CSS, and copy everything and paste it here. Then rename the divs to tags class and remove this justify content center because it shouldn't be center aligned here. Let's see it inside the browser. We have these beautiful tags. Now it's time for cook time, price, and add to cart button. Let's add the cook time class. Its margin top should be 1 rem. And for the span inside it, its padding should be 0.6 rem from the top, 2 rem from the right, 0.6 rem from the bottom, and 0 from the left. Its border radius should be 10 rem, and its font size should be 1.3 rem. For the price class, we want a font size of 1.8 rem, margin of 2 rem from the top, 2 rem from the right, 2 rem from the bottom, and 0 from the left. Its text color should be green. For the price, I want to show a price text before the real value. So I want to use pseudo element selector by writing price before. Its content should be price, colon, and a space, and its color should be dark gray. For the add to cart button, its color should be white, its background should be hashtag E72929. Its border should be none. Font size 1.2 rem. Padding of 1 rem. Border radius 10 rem. And outline that is none. And for its hover effect, the opacity should be 0.9 and cursor should be pointer. Let's see it inside the browser. Here we go. We have this beautiful food page. This is the first part of adding the cart page to the project. In this part, we want to implement all the necessary methods that the cart page needs to work. And after this lesson, whenever you go to a food page and click on Add to Cart, or when you click on the cart menu on the header, you could be able to see cart page as a separate page. Let's start by creating the cart item model because we need it inside the cart model. From the Explorer, right-click on the models and click on New File. Then write cart item.ts. Press Enter, then write Export class cart item to create your cart item model. First property is food required and it is of type food. Second property is quantity of type number and its default value is 1. And the last property is price, type number, and its default value should be equal to this.food.price. Now we need to define a constructor here that gets the food as the input. Then it should set this food parameter to this food property here. So let's set this.food equal to food. So this.food means this food that is part of the class, and the food is the input parameter of the constructor. But as you can see, with defining the food, we are doing a lot of repetitive codes. There is a solution that we already did, if you remember, for injecting the services into the components. Put an access modifier here. For example, private. If you want to use the food inside the class, we don't want to do it. We want it to be accessible from the outside. So let's make it public. So the food will be defined as a property of this class, and it will be accessible from the outside, and it is required too. So we can remove this part and this part because it will be automatically done. It is a very nice way to make your models and your classes clean. Okay, we created our cart item model. Let's go for the next model, that is the cart, where we want to use it. Let's close it. Then once again, right click on the shared models folder and click on new file, but this time set it to cart.ts. Create your model using export class cart. Its first field is items with the type of cart item array with the default value of empty array. So when you use new keyword to create a new instance of the cart, the items will be an empty array instead of undefined. That will be set if you define it using just an empty object, just like how we do inside the JavaScript. The second field is total price. Its type is number and its default value is 0. And the last field is total count with the type of number, and it is 0 by default. So our cart model is ready. Let's go for the next step, that is generating the cart service. So from the terminal, new terminal, go to the front end folder and write nggs for generating your services inside services folder with the name of cart. Press enter. So it says the cart service is created. Close the terminal. From the Explorer, go to the services, and you could be able to see the cart service.ts. Very nice. Open it up. So we are inside the cart service. Here we need to define a field that holds the cart. So private cart with the type of cart. Set the default value to new cart. And for the second property, I want to define something new that you already worked with it, but maybe you don't know the concept. And it is cart subject that is of type behavior subject. And its default value should be new behavior subject with the type of this.cart. You may ask, what is behavior subject, man? For knowing what is behavior subject, I made a video about observables, subjects, and behavior subjects. So if you want to have a better knowledge about them, just pause the video, go watch that video, then come back and continue. After the constructor, the first method that I want to add is add to cart method. Its input parameter is food with the type of food, and its output is void. Just adds the food to the cart. But first of all, we need to check the cart. When we adding a new food to the cart, you normally want to see this food with the quantity of 2, not 2 different rows for showing each food. Doesn't make sense. So first of all, we need to find the cart item. So let's say let cart item equal to this.cart.items. Find the item where item.food.id is equal to food.id. The food is not imported here. Press Ctrl dot and press import. So the error goes away. We have the food imported in this file. Here we go. Okay. So we search through the items of the cart and we try to find the food inside it when their IDs are equal to ID of the food that we want to add to the cart. If it doesn't fit in a single line, you can press enter and move it to the next line. We should check if cart item, if the food is already added to the cart, then we need to return. It shouldn't continue the process. Otherwise, we need to write this.cart.items.push new cart item with this food. So we made add to cart functionality. It's time for remove from cart functionality when you want to remove a food from the cart. So let's write remove from cart. Its input parameter is food ID with a type of string, and its output is void. For doing the remove from cart, we need to do a trick. So let's write this.cart.items. We need to set the items to this.cart.items, but filter with the items where item.food.id are not equal to this food ID. Let's move the filter to the next line. In fact, we are removing this food ID from the list of items. Okay? So simple, right? Let's go to the next method. That is change quantity. It needs a food ID with the type of string and a quantity with the type of number. Once again, we need to find the cart item. Let cart item equal to this.cart.items.find item where item.food.id is equal to food ID. Here we go. We should say if cart item is not available, then return. It shouldn't do anything. Normally it will not happen, but for bypassing the compile errors of the TypeScript, we need to do this check. Let's set the cart item.quantity equal to the quantity that we pass to this method, and let's calculate the cart item price that will be equal to quantity multiplied by cart item dot food dot price. We made the change quantity function. We need another method with the name of clear cart that will do nothing special. We just set the cart equal to new cart. And for the next method, we have get cart observable that returns an observable of type cart. And for having an observable from the cart, we just need to return this.cart subject and convert it to observable using as observable method. We send it as observable because if we send the subject to the outside, we could be able to change the value of the subject from the outside of the cart service. We don't want it to happen because any changes to the cart should happen inside the cart service. Okay, we added all the method that was necessary for the cart service. But the problem is we are defining a new cart on the memory. And anytime we refresh the page inside the browser, the cart will be removed and will be empty. The solution for keeping your data persistent inside the browser is using the local storage. So I want to create two methods, one for setting cart to the local storage and the other one for getting cart from the local storage. So let's add the first method, that is private. We don't want them to be accessible from the outside. Set cart to local storage. This is the name of the method. Return type is void. First of all, we need to convert the cart that is an object to a string JSON. So let's write const cart JSON equal to JSON, all capital, stringify this.cart. So now we have a string representation of the cart that is of type JSON. Secondly, you can say local storage dot set item and set the key of the local storage, for example, cart, and you can pass the cart JSON. Now we just set our cart to the local storage, but there is a problem. We didn't set the value of total price and total count to the cart. So I want to say this.cart.total price equal to this.cart.items.reduce. First parameter of the reduce is the accumulator. It has the previous sum, and the current item. Then we need to say the previous sum should be plus by current item dot price. Then we need to set the default value for this sum. I know it's a little bit complicated. Let me explain it for you. The reduce function will start to call this method based on number of items that you have inside your item. For example, if you have 2 items, this function will be called 2 times. To start from the first one, that the previous sum is 0. So we set the initial value to 0. So the previous sum for the first run is 0. And we have the current item of type cart item. So we make 0 plus the price of the first item. For example, if it is 20, the result of this function will be 20. And the 20 will be the previous sum for the next item inside the cart. So assume we are on the next run. Previous sum is 20. And the current item has a price of 40. Previous sum plus 40 will be 60. Okay? So 60 will return from the reduce and will be the total price. We need to do the same thing with the total count equal to this.cart.items.reduce pref sum and current item. This time pref sum should be plus current item dot quantity because we want total count, not total price. So we have the total count and total price. Don't get confused about it. Just tell your mind this is sum of price and this is sum of quantities. Okay? That's pretty nice. And there is another missing part here. When we set something to the local storage, it means we are changing the cart. So anybody who's listening to the cart observable should be notified. To notify all the listeners of the cart observable, we need to use this.cart subject.next. And the next value of the cart is this.cart. The cart, we changed it. Okay? So our set cart to local storage method is completely ready. Now it's time for the next method, that is private get cart from local storage. That returns a cart. This job is so simpler. We just need to say get the cart JSON from the local storage with the key of cart. Remember, the key that you set item to the local storage should be exactly the same with the key that you get the item from the local storage. Then we need to return and check if the cart JSON is available. Then use json.parse cart JSON to convert it to the cart object. Otherwise, just return a new cart or an empty cart. As you can see, we defined these two methods as private methods. So they just need to be used inside this class. So let's use them where they need to be used. From the top, instead of new cart, we need to use this.getCart from local storage. Because inside this method, if there is no item inside the local storage, it will return a new cart. So normally, we have the new cart too, okay? After this point, anywhere inside this class that we change the cart, we need to set the cart to the local storage. Let's start from the add to cart. So let's write set cart to local storage. For the next method, we need to copy this and use it inside the remove from cart method, okay? When we change the quantity, we need to set it to the local storage. And when we clear the cart, we need to set it to local storage. Okay, our cart service is ready. It's time for the next step, that is giving functionality to the add to cart button inside the food page. So let's go to the food page component. From the components, pages, food page. Inside the food page component.ts, add a method with the name of add to cart. But for adding food to the cart, we need to inject the cart service that we defined seconds ago. Let's inject it here. Press comma, press enter, write cart service with the type of cart service. Very nice. It should be defined as private because we want it to be accessible throughout the class, not just inside the constructor, because we want to use it inside this method. Let's write this.cartService.addToCart this.food. So by calling this add to cart method, the current food that we are seeing will be added to the cart. But this is not enough. We want to redirect the user to the cart page whenever he clicks on the add to cart button. For doing this, we need to inject the router, okay? Inside the constructor parameters, put a comma, then write private router with the type of router. Now, let's use the router to move the user to the cart page. This.router.navigate by URL, then move user to the cart dash page. We didn't define this route yet, but in the next step, after generating the cart page component, we're going to do it. Okay, our method is ready, but we need to use it inside the template file. Click on foodpagecomponent.ts and select foodpagecomponents.html. Scroll down, and for the button, add a click event with parentheses and set it to add to cart. So anytime you click on the add to cart button, it will be moved out to the cart page. But we didn't implement it yet, so let's go and generate the cart page component. From the view, click on terminal and write ngGC to generate the component inside components folder, pages folder with the name of cart-page. Then press enter. So our component is generated. It's time for the next step, that is adding the route of cart page to the app routing module. Open up the Explorer, and inside the app routing module, create another entry and set its path to cart-page. Exactly the same thing that we set inside the food page. This one. Then set its component to cart page component. Now if we go inside the browser and if we click on this add to cart button, we could be able to see cart page works. And if we come back and click on this cart item inside the header, we could be able to see the cart page works. In this lesson, if you go to the cart page, you could be able to see the items and the checkout part on the right side. Here we can continue working on the cart page component. The first thing that we can do in this step of this lesson is adding the required code to the cart page component's TS file. From the Explorer, open up the cart page and cart page component TS file. And just like our other components, we want to create a cart that is required with the type of cart to hold the cart data that we want to use to show inside the HTML file. Here, first of all, we need to inject the cart service to the component. So, private cart service with the type of cart service. Inside the constructor, we want to use the cart service to get the cart observable and update this cart each time that we have a new value. So let's write this.cart service dot get cart observable dot subscribe. Each time there is a new cart, give it to this function and then set this.cart equal to this new cart. Okay, we have two methods here. Let's add them. The first method is remove from cart method. It has a cart item. We should get the cart item because we have a list of cart items and we cannot decide which one we want to remove unless we get it inside the method. Inside it, we need to call this.cart service dot remove from cart method that we created on the previous step of this lesson, then pass cart item dot food dot id to this method. Okay, and the next method that we need to add here is change quantity that gets the cart item, and the second parameter is quantity in string with the type of string. Inside the method, first of all, we need to convert the quantity in string into quantity in number. So let's write quantity equal to parse int quantity in string. Now we can pass it to this.cartService.change quantity method that we defined in the previous step, and pass the food ID from cart item.food.id, and quantity that is of type number. Here we go. Our components TS file is ready. Let's go for the next step. That is adding required HTML data to the cart page components HTML file. From the Explorer, select cart page component HTML file, clear everything. The first element that we want to add here is the app title component that we didn't create it yet. It's a very simple component for showing the title because I want to define new component for the parts that we use a lot. From the view menu, click on terminal, then write ng-gc for generating the component inside components folder, partials folder, and title, that is the name of the component. Then press enter. Okay, our title component is created. Let's add it to the cart page component. Close the terminal, and here write app-title at the top of your cart page HTML file. Let's check the results. As you can see, we have title works here. So let's go ahead and make the title how it needs to be. First of all, we need to go to the title components TS file from the Explorer, select title component.ts file, then close the sidebar. Inside the title component, we have some simple inputs. The first one is input title, the main thing for the title component. So we need to get in a string and use it as the title. The second one that we define as input is margin. It is optional and is set to 1 rem from the top, 0 from the right, 1 rem from the bottom, and 0.2 rem from the left by default. The last input that we have here is font size and is 1.7 rem by default. Now we need to use these fields inside the title component HTML file. So click here, the title component.ts, and select title component.html. Clear everything here, then add an h1 with the ng style equal to an object with the margin of margin and font size of font size. Close the h1, then set the title as a text inside it. ng-style is an Angular directive that could accept the CSS style as JavaScript object dynamically. The title component HTML file is ready. We just need to set the color for the h1 inside the CSS file. So click on this title component HTML file, then select title component CSS file, then select h1 and set its color equal to #616161. Now that everything for the title component is ready, let's close everything about the title component. Then here, let's pass the title as cart page and margin to 1.5 rem, 0, 0, 2.5 rem. You know that this is from the top, right, bottom, and left. Let's see the result. As you can see, we have this beautiful header for the cart page. From this moment, in any page that we want a title, we can use this title component. The benefit of using components instead of normal HTML tags is that anytime that you want to change the title inside your pages, you could easily do it in one place without changing a lot of code. Let's go ahead and add more tags to the cart page. We need to add a div with a class of container that holds all the data for showing the cart page. Inside it, we have a UL that holds all the cart items. And for each cart item, we have an li. So we need to loop through the items using ng4 let cart item of cart.items. On the right side of the cart item, we want to show the image. So let's add a div for it. And inside it, let's add an image with the source of cart item food.image URL with the alternative text of cart item food.name. Let's see the browser. As you can see, we have the only item that we added to the cart page. If we go to the main page and select another food and add it to the cart page, we could be able to see 2 items. Let's go ahead and add more details. Next item here is the name of the food. So let's add a div inside it. Let's add an A tag with the router link that goes to the food page. And we need to pass the food ID here, cart item.food.id. Inside it, we want to show the food name, cart item.food.name. Let's see the browser. As it's shown here, we can see the name of the food. And if we click on it, it will redirect us to the food page. Let's get back to the cart page and continue adding more details. The next div will be used for selecting the quantity of the food. So we can do it by a select box, set its reference name using hashtag quantity select. Set its value equal to cart item.quantity, and any time that the quantity changes, it should call change quantity method. For the first parameter, pass the cart item, and for the second parameter, pass quantity select here, dot value. Close the parentheses and close the select. And for the options of this select, you can show 5 items from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You can show more, you can show less, you can show it in any way you like. It is just a field that you need to fill it. Our quantity select is ready. Let's see it inside the browser. Okay, as you can see, we have a quantity select here from 1 to 5. Let's go ahead and add the price here. Here, another div, and inside it, we just want to show text with the value of cart item.price with the currency pipe to format it as currency. And the last item inside this li is another div that has a button for removing items from the cart. Let's set its class to remove button, and its click event should go to the remove from cart method with the parameter of cart item. Let's close the button and set its text to remove. Let's see the browser. As you can see, we have the price and the remove button here. And if we click on the remove button, we could see that it will be removed from the cart page. Now let's work on the checkout part that will be shown on the right side of the screen. After the UL, let's add a div with the class of checkout. It has 2 parts. The top part has a div with another 2 div inside it. The first one has a class of foods-count with the value of cart.total count. The second div has a class of total price with the value of, you can guess it, cart.total price with the currency pipe once again. Here we go. And the last item inside the HTML file is an A tag with the router link to the checkout page with the text of proceed to checkout. Very nice. Our cart page component HTML file is ready. Let's see it inside the browser. Here we go. We have total count here. If we change the count of this, it will change the number of items inside the cart and total price. And we have proceed to checkout anchor link here. Very well. It's time for CSS. Put everything on their right places. Click on cart page component HTML file, then select cart page components CSS. Let's start from the container class. Its display should be flex. Its flex wrap should be a wrap. Its align items should be flex start. Its margin should be 1.5 rem, and its margin top should be 0.5 rem. The next item is UL tag with the display of flex again, with the flex direction From top to bottom, it should be column with the flex of 3 for the flex grow and 0 for the flex shrink. It should be 3 times bigger than the checkout part. Its justify content should be spaced evenly, border 1 pixel solid, and its color should be hashtag FFBBBB. Its border radius should be 1 rem. Its list style should be none. Margin 0.5 rem, and its padding should be 0. For LIs inside the UL, their display should be flex again, and their justify content should be spaced around. Their align items should be center, flex wrap, and border bottom should be 1 pixel solid, and hashtag E4, E4, E4. Let's see the result inside the browser. As you can see, we have the cart items on the left side and the checkout part on the right side, and we have the items on a single line. Let's continue. For the last item, let's select ULLI last child and set its border to none. So the last LI inside the UL will not get any border. It is because the last LI will use the UL border, so it doesn't need to have a border. So we can remove it here. Now it's time for the image inside the LI. Its width should be 5 rem. Its height should be 5 rem too. Its border radius should be 100 rem, completely round shape. And object width should be cover for keeping its aspect ratio. Let's see the result inside the browser. As you can see, we have this beautiful round shaped food here. Next, for all the divs inside the LI, they should have a padding of 1 rem. And for all the divs inside the LI and not the first child, that is image, they should have a specific width. So we can set their flex basis to 18%. For the select box inside the LI, its width should be 3 rem, its outline should be none, border should be none, border bottom should be 1 pixel solid and light gray. The font size should be 1.1 rem and font weight should be very thin, 100. That is the thinnest possible font weight. Let's work on the remove button, li.remove-button. Its border radius should be 1 rem. Its border should be none. Padding should be 0.5 rem. Color should be hashtag E72929. Opacity 0.7. And outline should be none. And when we hover over it, li.remove button, hover, its opacity should be 1, and its cursor should be pointer. Let's see it inside the browser. As you can see, everything on the left side is ready. Now we need to work on this part and make it bigger and more beautiful. Let's start by the checkout class. Its display should be flex. Its flex direction should be column. Its justify content, space between. Align items, center. Its flex should be 1 for the grow and 3 for the shrink. Its height should be 20 rem. Border 1 pixel, solid. And hashtag FFBBBB. Border radius 1 rem. Padding 0.5 rem and margin 0.5 rem, half a rem. Let's see it inside the browser. As you can see, the box of the checkout class is ready. Let's work on the items inside it. Let's start with the divs. Checkout, angle bracket, div means the first level div children of the checkout. Their font size should be 1.4 rem. The margin should be 1 rem. Flex should be 3. Display should be flex. Their flex direction should be column. Justify content, center. And align items, flex-start. Let's go ahead and work on the foods count. Foods count class should have a margin bottom of 1.5 RAM. Nothing special, just a little bit of margin. Let's see the browser. As you can see, we have the total count and total price on the middle, but these are a little bit meaningless if we don't put total count and total price at their beginning. We can do this like how we did for the price here. For the foods count, colon before, we can set its content to count, colon space, and its color to gray. And for the total price, colon before, the content would be price, colon space, and its color could be gray too. Here we go. Now this part makes much more sense. Now it's time to work on the A tag here that is responsible for moving us to the checkout page. We need to select A tag inside the checkout class and set its padding to 1 RAM, its color to white, its background to hashtag E72929, its display to block, its width to 99%, its border radius to 1 RAM, text align, center, opacity 0.7, justify self, center. And for the hover effect, check out A hover. We want to set its opacity to 1 and cursor to pointer. Let's see the result. As you can see, everything about the cart page is ready. Now, if we go to the home page and add another food to the cart, we could be able to see it here. If we change its quantity, its price, total count, and the total price will change at the same time. So we made our cart page component. Now, as a bonus step, we want to make this cart badge dynamic and exactly the same as total count of the cart. Let's close all the open tabs here. And from the Explorer, from the partials folder, header folder, select header component.ts file. Here we want to define a field with the name of cart quantity with the default value of 0. As its name says, it will hold the cart quantity here. For setting the cart quantity, we need the cart service. So let's add it here, cart service, with the type of cart service. Inside the constructor, write cart service dot get cart observable and subscribe to it. And anytime there's a new cart, we'll give it here and set it to the this.cart quantity that is equal to new cart.total count. Now that we have our data, we can go inside the HTML file and show it to the user. Click on header components.cs and select header components HTML file. And inside the router link of the cart, inside this span, instead of 3, show cart quantity. But this span should not be shown when the cart quantity is 0. So inside it, we need to put an ngF and check the value of cart quantity. So when it is 0, this span will not be shown at all. Let's see the result inside the browser. As you can see, we have 7 here instead of 3 that it was before. And if we go inside it and change the quantity of the foods, it will change here too. And if we remove all the items here, there will be no badge beside the cart menu. In this lesson, we want to work on the not found functionality. So if you search for something that is not available on the website, for example, a random text like QQQ, you shouldn't see an empty screen. You should see this message. Okay, let us start by creating the not found component. From the view menu, select terminal, then write nggc to generate the component inside components folder, partials folder, with the name of not-found. Okay, our component is generated. First of all, for seeing a result, I want to add it to the cart page. Close the terminal. From the Explorer, inside Components, Pages, Cart page, select cart page component HTML file. Then after the app title, put app-not found. Let's see it inside the browser. As you can see, after the title, we have not found works. Now we can go to its TypeScript file to add all the inputs that it needs. From the Explorer, from the partials folder, not found, select not found component TS file. We need 4 inputs here. The first one is visible, and it is false by default. This input could be ignored because by default we have ngIf inside the HTML file to set the visibility dynamically, but I like the visible input more because it makes more sense. Okay, the second input is not found message. The message of not found component and its default is nothing found. The third input is reset link text, that its default value is reset. And the last one is where the link should go. So reset link route, that is equal to / that represents the home page inside the route. Okay, our TS file is ready. Let's go into the HTML file. From here, click on not found component HTML file, then clear everything. We need to add a div and add an ngIf here with the value of visible. Inside it, we want to show not found message as a text, and we need an A tag with a router link that goes to the reset link route with the text of reset link text. Okay, our HTML file is finished. Let's see what we have inside the browser. As you can see, the not found component is invisible because the visible input is false by default. So it's time to fill the not found components inputs inside the cart page. Go to the cart page components HTML file. Then after the app not found, press enter and let us start with the visible input. It should be visible when the cart is null or undefined, or the length of the cart is not bigger than 0. For the not found message, we could say cart page is empty. And for the reset link text, we could say go to home page. And we don't need to put the reset link route here because we want it go to the home page, and it goes to the home page by default. Let's see the results inside the browser. Now if you remove all items from the cart, we could see that we have cart page is empty and go to home page here. And if we click on go to home page, we will be redirected to the home page. Now it's time to work on its CSS and make it beautiful. From the Explorer, select not found component CSS file, then start with the div tag, that is the parent. Set its display to flex and its align items to center, justify content center, and flex direction to column. Its font size should be 1.5 rem, and its font weight should be 100, and height should be 15 rem. For the A tag inside it, the font size could be 1.1 rem, and background color could be hashtag E72929. Its text color should be white, and its border radius should be 10 rem. Padding 0.7 rem from top and bottom, and 1 rem from left and right. Its margin could be 1 rem, and its opacity would be 0.8. And for its hover effect, opacity would be 1. The cursor could be pointer. Let's see it inside the browser. As you can see, we have a beautiful not found message with a link that goes wherever we want when the page is empty. But I think you noticed the problem, why we are seeing this part. We need to go to the cart page and put an opposite condition for showing this part. So when the items are available, this part should be shown. Otherwise, they shouldn't be shown. So let's go to the cart page component HTML file. Then after the div, put an ngIf equal to when the cart is available and when the cart.items.length is bigger than 0. Now we can see the result. Very nice. So if we click here and come back to the cart page, we could see that we have this message. If we add something to the cart, the message will go away. Other than cart page, we need to add the not found component in two other places. The first one is inside the home page. If we search for something that is not present inside the website, for example, ZZZ, we need to see the not found component here. So let's go to the home components HTML file. We can close all of these opened items, and from the Explorer, home folder, home component HTML file, after the app tags, before the UL, we could add app-not-found with the visible value of when the foods property is undefined or foods.length is not greater than 0. And for the reset link text, it should be reset search. The rest could have the default values. Close the component and let's see the browser. As you can see, we have this nothing found, and if we click here, we will be redirected to the home page. The last page that we need to add the not found component in it is the food page. Normally we don't need it because you normally click on a link, then go to the food page. But assume you bookmark the food and it is removed from the website. For example, we have a food with the ID of 22 that is not currently available on the website. You shouldn't see this page. You should see not found. So let's add it here. Let's open up the food page components HTML file, close the home component HTML, then from the Explorer, open the food page folder, then click on food page components HTML file. At the top of this file, before the container, add app not found. For its visible input, we could say when the food is not available, because inside the food page, we don't have a list, we have only one food. So this is enough. For its not found message, we could say food not found. And for its reset link text, we can write back to home page. Close the components tag, save the file. We need to put the opposite of this condition on this container class. We need to say ng if the food is available, show the food. Let's see the browser. As you can see, we still could be able this page. It is because the food will not be undefined in any way because we create a new instance of the food when it is undefined. So we can put the condition on its ID. So we can say if the food.id is undefined, show the not found message, and food.id is valid, or it is not 0 or undefined, show the food. Let's see the browser. As you can see, now that the ID is not valid, we could be able to see food not found. And if we click here and select another food, we could be able to see the food. So it works flawlessly. This is the first part of connecting our Angular project to the backend. So after this video, we're going to have a backend folder that has everything about the backend project. In this part, we will only add the APIs to the backend project, and in the next part, we're going to use them inside the frontend on the food service. Okay, the first thing that we want to do here is creating the backend folder so we can put all of our backend stuff inside it. Go to the Explorer. If you have a very long open folders, you can click here to collapse everything. And in this empty area, you can click on new folder, then write backend, and here we go. Since we are using Node.js as the backend of our website, we need to add the npm package to it. For doing this, we need to initialize the npm inside the backend folder. So go to the terminal menu and select new terminal. First of all, we need to go to the backend folder. Then we need to write npm init -y to initialize the node package manager inside this folder with all default values. After doing this, if you go to the backend folder, you will see a package.json inside it. By having the package.json here, we can install npm packages inside this project. The first package that we want to install is TypeScript because we want to create our Node application using TypeScript. So from the view, select terminal, then write npm install TypeScript, then press enter. Wait for it to be installed. After it's finished, if you look at the package.json, you will see a new entry with the name of dependencies. And if you look at here, you will see the TypeScript, the package that we installed seconds ago. And we have two extra items here, package-log.json, that will log the versions of installed packages. And we have node modules that all the packages will be installed inside this folder. Now that we have our TypeScript, it is time to configure it. For doing this, we need to create a tsconfig file inside the backend folder. So right click on the backend folder and click on new file, then write tsconfig.json. And as its name says, it is a config for TypeScript. Close the Explorer. Inside the tsconfig.json, copy these configs that you can find from the comment link in the description below. They are one-time config and it's not necessary for you to know them. But if you are curious enough to know them, you can hover over their names and click on the link provided. But we have two things here that you need to know about: the output directory and the include option. The output directory is where the built JavaScript files will be put inside it. So here is the built folder inside the backend folder. And by writing this, we're telling that all the TypeScript files inside the src folder should be selected to be transpiled into JavaScript. So we need an src folder here. Let's add it to the backend folder. Open up the Explorer and right click on the backend and select new folder and write src. Our tsconfig is fine. Now let's go to the next step, that is creating the gitignore file. You may ask why we need a gitignore. It is because we have some files and folders that we don't want to be pushed to the Git, so they need to be ignored. If you open up the source control, you will see most of the data that we can see here are coming from the node modules. And the data inside the node modules shouldn't be pushed to the Git. So go to the Explorer, right click on the backend and select new file. Then write .gitignore. Then press enter. Inside the gitignore, write node underline modules. And remember, it should be with exactly the same spell as this node modules here. Save it and you will see inside the source control, we have only 5 files. So all the data inside the node modules are ignored. Perfect. Close the gitignore, close the source control, and let's go for the next step, that is copying the data.ts into backend/src. Open up the Explorer, then from the frontend folder, src, copy the data.ts and paste it inside the src folder of the backend. Since we don't have the food and tag model on the backend side, we're going to have errors. I don't want to copy the food and tag model to the backend because they need to be defined a little bit different inside the backend. So for now, just delete the imports and change the food array to any array and the tag array to any array too. Okay, now we have sample tags and sample foods on the backend side. Let's go to the next step. That is installing the Express and course to the backend. From the view menu, select terminal and write npm install express space course. Press enter. Okay, let's close the terminal and check the package.json inside the backend. Here we go. We have course and express installed inside the dependencies. It's time for the next step, that is creating our server.ts file. Let's go to the src folder on the backend, right click on it and select new file. Then write server.ts and press enter. Here, first of all, we need to import the express because we need it to create our web application. Write import express from express. But we have an error here. The error says that I cannot find the declaration file for module express. It is because we didn't install the types/express. So we need to use the type definition of pure JavaScript packages to be able to use them inside the TypeScript file. For installing them, you can click on the express and press Ctrl- and select install @type/express, and in the background the type of express will be installed inside current project. So as you can see, the error is gone. Now if you look at package.json inside the dev dependencies that will be used only for development, we have types/express. In future, we will going to have a lot of types inside this project. So let's close the package.json and close the Explorer and come back to the server.ts. Next thing that I want to import here is course. So import course from course. As you can see, we have the same error here. Press Ctrl-, select install types/course. Now that we have our express, let's create the web application. You just need to create a constant from the application that is equal to calling express. So now this app is an express application and we are going to define all of our APIs using this application. But there we have a problem. On the development time, we are serving our Angular project on localhost 4200, but we need to serve our backend on a different address, for example, 5000. By default, it is unacceptable to have a request from an address to a different address. That's the reason that we need CORS here. We need CORS only for development time. So write app.use CORS with an object that its credential is equal to true and its origin is equal to an array, and inside it we have http://localhost:4200. By writing this, we are telling, hey, Express, use CORS, so 4200 could have a request on this server, and the credentials should be sent to. Now that the CORS is added to our Express application, we can define our first API. We need to define an API with getHTTP method. So write app.get. Its address should be /API/foods, and it needs a handler to handle this request. Normally, it has two input parameters, request and response, and the body of the function. As the response of this API, I want to write response.send hello world. But this is not enough. We need to listen to a port. Let's define a constant for the port. Const port is equal to 5000. And we need to say app.listen to this port, and we can pass a function to it. So this function will be called when the listening process is finished. So we can send a log message, console.log, website served on http://localhost:+ So it will be website served on localhost 5000. At this time, if it was a JS application, we could write node server.js inside the terminal and run our application. But since it is a TypeScript application, first we need to convert it into JavaScript. For doing this, we need a package called tsnode. So open up the terminal from view, terminal. Here, make sure that you are inside the backend folder. Then write npm install ts-node-save-dev to install the tsnode as a dev dependency inside the package.json. There is another package with the name of Nodemon that could increase the speed of development. So let's install it too. npm install nodemon-save-dev. Here we go. Now if we go to the Explorer and package.json, we could be able to see Nodemon and tsnode here. Now we need to add a start script inside the package.json and use Nodemon inside it. Nodemon will automatically use tsnode if we give it a ts file. So let's scroll up inside the scripts, press enter, write start, and for its value, write cd src for going to the src folder, and put double and here to run another command after this command, and that command is nodemon server.ts. Now we can go to the terminal, view, terminal, and write npm start and press enter to run our server. As you can see, we have our console log here. If we hold Control down and click on it, it will move us to the browser. As you can see, we have an error here. It says cannot get a slash. It is normal because we didn't define any API for the root that is a slash. We just defined an API for /API/foods. If you press enter, you could see the hello world here. At the next step, instead of this hello world, we want to load all the sample foods. It's so simple. Let's just get back to the code inside the server.ts, remove this hello world, and write sample underline foods. It will be automatically imported from the data.ts. Now if we look at to the browser and refresh the page, we could be able to see the foods in JSON format. But normally you will see it like this. That is not very beautiful, but if you install JSON formatter extension on your Chrome, you will be able to click on this parse button to see the data in a beautiful and formatted way. But this is not the only API that we need to implement. We need to go to the food service on the front-end side and implement all the methods that are available here. We implemented the getAll one, but we need to implement the other ones. Let us start by getAllFoods by search term. Go to the server.ts file and add another API by writing app.get/API/foods/search/search term. So this is the address of the API, and this is the route parameter. We can get it inside this function. Request, response, and the body of the function, you can say const search term is equal to request.params.search term. So we just get the search term from the request parameter, just like how we did on the client side. And now we can go to the food service and copy everything after return inside search method. Then write const foods are equal to this. But here we don't have this.getAll. Instead of this, we need to write sample foods. Now we have our filtered food on the server. We just need to send it to the client by writing response.send foods. Now we can copy this address and go to the browser and paste it after 5000. We could write a search term, for example, meat here, and press enter. It will find the meatball for us. So it works. Let's go add the next API. Inside the food service, we have get all tags. We just need to go to the server.ts, and after this, we need to add another one with the address of /API/foods/tags, and with the handler that sends response.send sample tags to the user. Copy this address and put it here. Press enter. We have all the tags. Isn't it perfect? Yeah. Okay. For now, all the values are static, but in future lessons, we're going to be connected to the MongoDB and get all the data from a real database. But for now, let's add the next API. Inside the food service, it is getting all the foods by their tags. Inside the server.ts, add another API, app.get, with the address of /API/foods/tag/tag name. That is the route parameter. Then add the handler, request, response, and the body. Get the tag name from the route parameter, request.params.tagname. And go inside the service and copy this.getAll.filter to the end. Then go to the server.ts and write const foods equal to this. Instead of this.getAll, write sample foods just like before. And instead of the tag, our constant name is tag name, so use tag name. Now return the foods using response.send to the client. Pretty nice. Let's test it. Copy this part and get back to the browser, paste it here, and replace the tag name with something that is available in this list, for example, lunch, and press enter. As you can see, we are only seeing the foods that have lunch inside their tags. So it works pretty nice. Let's go for the last API that will be used for getting the food based on its ID, that we will use it for the food page. Scroll down and write app.get double quotes /API/food/food ID, and the handler request response and the body of the handler. Let's get the food ID from the parameters const food ID equal to request.params.foodID, and let's go to the food service, and inside the getFoodById method, select from this.getAll to the double question mark, copy it, and here create another const with the name of food and put it here. Once again, change this.getAll to sample foods, and here we go. Let's send it to the client, response.send food. Copy this part inside the browser, paste it here. Change :food ID with an ID, you can say 3. Okay, we have the hamburger here. So it works. Okay, we have all the food APIs that we want to serve to the client. In this video, we are going to complete the second part of connecting to the backend lesson. So after finishing this video, all the foods inside the home page and inside the food page are going to come from the server and not from the data.ts inside the frontend. And after this lesson, we are going to gradually increase the responsibility of the backend. Okay, we are at this step of connecting to the backend. Here, for having a single place for managing all the URLs, we need to add a urls.ts to the frontend. So let's go to the Explorer, Frontend, src, and App. Right-click on the shared folder and create a new folder with the name of constants for holding all the constant values. And URLs are constant too. Right-click on the constants and select new file, then name it urls.ts. Here, first of all, we need to define the base address because it is shared between all the APIs. So write const base underline URL, all capital letters, equal to the address of Node.js application, that is http://localhost:5000. Here we go. Currently, the address of the server is localhost 5000, but when we publish our code on a real server, it will be changed to the address of a real domain. Now that we have the base URL, we need to define API URLs here. The first one is foods URL that gives us all the foods. So write export const foods underline URL equal to base URL plus /API/foods. Let's add next API URL that is similar to this one, so we can copy it and paste it here. Instead of foods URL, we can write foods tags URL, and we can say base URL plus /API/foods/tags. But as you can see, this part is completely similar to the foods URL. So instead of writing this, we can write foods URL, and we just need to put the tags. So we are adding the /tags to the foods URL. That is manageable, much easier. Let's copy this one and add the next one. Instead of tags, we want to say get the foods by underline search URL. So foods by search URL will be foods URL plus search, and put an slash at the end of it because on the service that we use this URL, we want to pass the route parameter. So if you put in a slash here, it will be easier for you to pass the search term here as route parameter. It is very similar to the next API, that is foods by tag URL. And instead of search, write tag. And the last one, that is food by ID, that has nothing except a slash. So it is /API/foods/. So we can pass the ID and it's going to find that food based on the ID. Okay, our urls.ts is ready. Let's go for the next part, that is adding HTTP client module to the project. We need HTTP client module for having connection to the backend. For adding HTTP client module, we need to go to the app module.ts. If you look at here, we have all the components as declaration here, and we have other Angular projects as module here, because each Angular project is a module. If you look at here, this whole app module is an ng module. So it could be imported inside another Angular project. And HTTP client is a module too. So let's go here and import HTTP client module from, it is available inside Angular domain /common/HTTP. Now we can add it to the imports part, put a comma after the last one and paste it here. Now we are able to use HTTP client to have connection to the backend. Close the app module, and now we can go to the food service to connect all of these methods to the backend. But first of all, we need to inject the HTTP client. So inside the constructor, write private HTTP that is of type HTTP client. Let us start by getAll method. The first thing that we need to know about the HTTP is that it will not send the raw data as our type. It will send an observable and we need to subscribe to it. And after the connection to the backend is finished, it will give us our data or it will send an error. So we need to get an observable with the type of food array instead of just food array. Now remove these sample foods and replace it with this.http. Remember the method that we used on the backend side? It was get. So here, where we need to get our data from? Foods underline URL. If you look at here, you could see it. But before passing the URL, we needed to pass the type of return type from this URL, that is food array. Here we go. The first method is ready, but we can't see its results yet because the other methods here are related to the getAll, and getAll doesn't work in the way that it used to work. So now let's fix the other ones. Let's go for getAll foods by search term. Let's remove everything from here and write this.http.get with the type of food array with the URL of foods by search URL plus the search term. Now we're passing the search term as a route parameter to this API URL. And that was the reason that we put it on a slash and the end of it. So we don't need to put it here by our hand. We just need to put a plus and pass the search term. Here we go. the search is finished too. Let's go for the tags. Here, write this.http.get. It needs to get a tag array, and its URL should be foods underline tags URL. And its return type should be changed to observable of tag array. Okay, next method is get all foods by tag. Here, when the tag is equal to all, it needs to return all the foods. So we don't touch this part, but for returning a filtered foods based on the tag, we can write this.http.get with the return type of food array with the API URL foods by tag URL plus the tag that we have here. And don't forget, put an observable here as the return type of this method. And the last one, that is get food by ID, we need to remove everything and we need to write this.http.get with the type of food. It's just a single food, it is not a food array, and food underlined by ID plus food ID, and once again return type of observable food. Okay, all the methods inside the food service are ready. Let's go and fix the usage of them inside the components. Let's start by the home component. Go to the Explorer and from the components pages, select home and TS file. Here, as you can see, the foods is equal to food array. We don't want to touch it, but inside the constructor, we want to define a variable with the name of foods observable that is of type observable of food array. We want to use it to get the observables of these values. Then we need to subscribe to it and set the foods. If we don't use this variable, we need to subscribe to each of these items separately. That makes the code a little bit messy. So instead of this.foods here, let's write foods observable, copy it, replace it with this one and this one. So instead of the foods, we are setting the result of these services inside an observable. Very good. Now that we are getting all the values of these services, after the else method, we can subscribe to it. Let's write foods observable dot subscribe, set its name to server foods, and inside the body of the method, set this.foods equal to server foods. So let's review it. Here we defined a variable with the type of observable of food array. All of these three methods are returning an observable of type food array. So we can define a local variable and set their values inside it. After that, we only need to subscribe only once for all of them. Okay, the home component is finished. Let's go for the next component, that is food page component. Food page component.ts file. But inside the food page component, because we have only one method to call, we don't need to define an extra variable. We just need to remove this.food equal to, because we cannot directly set it to the food, we need to subscribe to it. And when the server food is ready, set this.food equal to server food. Food page is finished. It was super easy. Let's go for the next one, that is tags component, because we are getting all the tags inside the tags component. Go to the Explorer and inside the partials, select tags and tags component.ts. Here, just like the food page, remove this.tags equal to, and instead subscribe to it and write server tags and write this.tags are equal to server tags. Now, if you go to the browser, you can see in the home page, we have a nothing found. This will happen if you didn't start the server or you accidentally stopped it. So let's go and start the server again. From the view menu, select terminal, make sure you are in the backend folder and write npm start. After seeing this message, you can come back and refresh the page. As you can see, the data are coming from the server because when the server was done, it didn't work. Now let's test the tags. Okay, they work perfectly. Let's test the search. For example, FRI. Okay, it found the fried potatoes. But what about going to the food page? It works, but as I know, there should be a problem. If you press F12 on your keyboard, you will see an error message, cannot read properties of undefined, reading ID. To fix this error, we need to come back to the code and go to the food page component HTML file. And here, instead of checking the food ID, we need to put it back to check only the food for showing the not found and for showing the food details. Because when we have connection to the backend, at the time that the food is not ready, the food is undefined. Okay? Now if we come back to the browser, we will see no errors. Okay, we made our Angular project to be connected to the backend. In this video, we want to implement the front end of the login page. So we will see a page like this, and when you click on the login button, you will see the validation errors. Then we go to the backend and we implement the login API. Okay, let's start by generating the login page component. First of all, go to the terminal menu and select new terminal. Go to the front end folder. Then write ngGC for generating the component inside components folder, pages folder with the name of login-page. Then press enter. Okay, our login page component is created. Let's check it out inside the Explorer. Frontend, src, app components, pages, and we have our login page components folder. Now, before going inside it, we want to add it to the routes, so we can have a separate page for it. Click on app-routing module, copy the last item here, put a comma, press enter, and paste. Instead of cart page, we want to say login, and instead of cart page component, we want to say login page component. By doing this, we can have access to it inside the browser. If we click on login that we previously set it to login page, if we zoom in a little bit, we could see this login page works. So now we can go inside the login page and add everything that we want to this page. Now let's get back to the code and close the app routing module. Now we want to add the required code to the login page TypeScript file. So go to the Explorer and open up the login page component.ts file. Here, as you know, for sending the data to the server, normally we need a form. For managing the form inside the Angular, we use Angular Forms or Angular Reactive Forms. We use it because of its simplicity and flexibility. So first of all, we need to add a field here with the name of login form that is required with the type of form group. This form group should be imported from Angular Forms. So press enter. As you can see, we have form group from Angular Forms here, and that's what we want. The second field that I want to add here is submitted. That is equal to false by default. We use this as an indicator that the user pressed the submit button or not, because we don't want to show the validation errors by default until the user pressed the submit button. Now we can create a new login form by creating a new instance of this form group, but it needs much more boilerplate code. I prefer to use form builder that is also part of Angular Forms. So first of all, we need to inject it here. So go to the constructor and write private form builder with the type of form builder. Here we can go inside the engine init and build our login form. So write this.login form equal to this.formbuilder.group, because we want to form group and we need to pass an object to it. Here we need to define all the inputs and their validators. For defining a new input, for example, email, that is our first input, we need to write the name of it here. Then we need to pass an array as the value that its first item is the initial value or the default value that I want to be an empty string, and its second parameter is the validators that you want to add for this email. For adding validators, you just need to write validators. That also comes from Angular Forms, press enter, .required. The required validator says this field and the form is invalid when there is no value for the email. So if you keep the email empty and check the validation of the login form, it says that the email is required and it's not valid. But since the email has a special format, I also want to add the email validator for it. For having multiple validators, you need to put them inside another array. Then you can add as many validators as you want. So write validators.email as the second validator for the email. But remember, here inside the TypeScript, we don't call this email form input. We call it email form control. So anytime that we said email input or email control, we are pointing to the same thing. Okay, for the second control, I want to write password because we want to send email and the password to the server to authenticate the user. Its default value is also an empty string, and it just needs to have one validator that is required. Now we can use this login form inside our HTML file to have access to these controls. But it's a little bit hard because if you want to have access to this email control, for example, you need to write login form .controls.email. It's not a small thing to write, right? So instead of doing this, we can make this part as a property inside here. So write get for creating a getter, and write fc, that means form controls, and create the function, then return this.loginform.controls. Now instead of writing it like that, we can write it like fc.email. That is much simpler. So remove this. And the last thing that I want to add here right now is the submit method. It will not be functional in this lesson, but we use it for showing the values of the form controls. At the beginning of it, when the user presses the submit button, we want to set the is submitted to true. And we want to check if the login form is invalid, then it shouldn't go down, shouldn't call this part, so it should return out of the submit button. But if the login form is okay, I want to show an alert with backtick, and inside it, I want to show email that is equal to this.fc, that is our getter, that email.value. Oh, sorry, here I used contains. It should be controls. So it works without error. And for the password, I want to show the same thing, but this time fc.password.value. Here we go. So if everything is okay and there is no validation error, it should show us an alert with email and the password with the values of our controls. But there's a problem. We cannot use this login form inside the HTML file unless we import the reactive forms module inside our app routing module. So go to the Explorer and app module, then inside the imports part, put a comma and write reactive forms module. And it's coming from Angular/forms. Close the app module. We're done here. We can go to the login page component HTML file, clear everything here. First of all, let's add a div with the class of container and another div with the class of details. At the top, we want to use app-title. That is the component that we made in the previous lessons. Set its title to login and close it. Next, I want to add a form, and I need to set its form group to login form that we created inside the component. And for its ng submit, we want to call the submit method. Here we go. So we just connected our login form to this form, and anytime we click on submit button, it will call the submit method that we defined inside our component. For the first input, I want to define a div with a class of input container with the label of email and the div inside it with an input with the type of email, placeholder of email, and form control name that is equal to its control inside the login page component TS file. So if you used another name here, use it as the form control name. I used email there, so I use email here. Then close the input. Now for the password, let's copy this and paste it at the bottom. Instead of email, write password. Its type should be password too, and its placeholder should be password with capital P. And also its form control name is password. Here we go. Now let's add the button part here. So add a div with the class of button. Inside it, add a button with the type of submit with the text of login. Let's put this form control name here so we can see everything. Now if we go to the browser, we could see that we have everything that we defined here. Now, if we click on the login, we cannot see that alert. What if we write a valid email, for example, jane@gmail.com with some password? If we click on login, we could be able to see the email and the password as an alert. What does it mean? It means if the values are not valid, we are not able to see the alert, and it works perfectly. But when the form is not valid, we should see the validation errors. That's what we want to do right now. Here inside the input container, after the input div, add another div with a class of error list, then add an ngF with the value of fc.email.errors and is submitted. Then close the div. This means we only see the error list when the email has errors and the login button or submit button is clicked. Now we can show each error separately here. For the first error, write ngF fc.email.errors.required. We can see that it has a required error or not. As the text, we could say should not be empty. This error shows up when the email is empty. We need another error when the email is not in correct format. So just copy this line and paste it at the bottom. Change this required to email, and instead of should not be empty, write email is not correct. Now for the password, we can copy this error list and paste it after input div of the password. And here instead of the email, write password. Copy it, paste it here, and remove the email one because passport just has the required validator. So remember, we should have fc.password here and here. Now, if we go to the browser and click on login, we see this error message. And if we enter something here, so the email is not empty, but it is not in correct format. Now, if we write a correct email, you can see that there is no validation error. Same for the password. Now, if we click on login, we could see the email and the password as an alert. In this part, I don't want to give styles to these inputs individually because I want to make each of them a separate component in the next lesson. We do this because we need them in so many pages inside this project. But let's add some general styles to the login page. Let's get back to the code. Then from here, select login page component CSS. And for its container, add a display of flex. Its justify content should be center. Align items center. Height 100%. And its margin top should be 3 rem. For the details class, its width should be 28 rem. And for the form, its display should be flex. Its flex direction should be column. And its justify content should be center. Now if we look at the browser, as you can see, we have them a little bit near to the center, but it will be much more beautiful if we make them as separate components. Okay. For this lesson, our job is done with the front end. Let's get back to the code and close everything related to the login page. Now we want to add the login API. Okay, let's first of all go to the backend folder, src folder, and select the server.ts. Here after the last API, let's add another API. Write app.post, and the post is the HTTP method. By having the post method, we can send the body to the server. And inside that body, we will send the username and password for authenticating the user. Its address should be /API/users/login. And for its request and response, we need to have this function. Here I want to define a constant, const body, that is equal to request.body. And this is the body that we send to the server as JSON. But Express doesn't support JSON by default. You need to enable it. So you just need to go up after the line that you defined your Express app. You need to write app.useExpress.json. Now you can get requests with JSON body inside your APIs. So scroll down inside here. Now we need to find the user based on the email and password inside the body, but we don't have any database. So for now, let's add some sample users to the data.ts. So from the Explorer, open data.ts on the same folder, and at the end of the file, add these two users with the name of sample users that you can write by yourself or you can find inside the commit link in the description below. Now we can use these sample users and we give it the type of any because we didn't define any models inside the server. Close the data.ts and inside the login API press enter and write const user is equal to. We need to find the user from the sample underline users that will be add from the data.ts dot find the user when the user dot email is equal to body.email and user dot password is equal to body dot password. But currently there's a cool way in JavaScript that we can destructure the items inside the body and put it inside separate variables. So we can write const and put an object here. We can write email and password is equal to request.body. By doing this, the email inside the body will be put inside this variable and the password inside the body will be put inside this variable. So here, instead of writing body.email, we can write email, and instead of body.password, we can write password. Then we can remove this line. This is what we call destructuring assignment. So we destructure the body and we put it inside separate variables. We can do the same thing with arrays, but I will tell you about it when we get there. Now at the next line, we need to check if the user is available and not null or undefined. Then we need to send a successful response to the client that contains the user and the token value. User, that is this user. A token is an encrypted text that will be sent to the client and need to be saved there. So the client should send it with each request. Then the server could decrypt it and understand which user are doing that request. In other words, for authentication and authorization. So let's create a function for generating the token response. At the bottom of the API, write const generate token response and get the user with the type of any as the input parameter. Here for generating the token, we want to use JWT or JSON Web Token library that is very popular on handling the tokens. But we need to install it. So let's install it here. From the terminal menu, select new terminal, then go to the backend folder this time and write npm install JSON Web Token. Look at the spells and press enter. Okay, it is installed. Close the terminal, go to the top, then import it here. Write import JWT from JSON Web Token. As you can see, we have the same error just like before. For fixing this error, press Ctrl dot and select install @types / JSON Web Token. And this error will go away after a couple of seconds. So let's go down inside the generate token response function and write const token is equal to jwt.sign. The process of generating token is called signing. The first parameter is the payload or what we wanna encode. For now, we just want to encode the email of the user that comes from the user.email and is admin property comes from user.isAdmin. For the second parameter, we need to pass a secret or private key. Normally, this private key should be kept securely inside the env file, but for now, I just want to write some random text. You can write anything you want, but it is very important because everybody that has the secret could decode your token. And the last parameter of the sign function is options. The only options that we want to set is expire time. That will be set using expires in. We set it to 30 days. So this token that will be generated using this function will be expired in 30 days. Now that we have the token, we can set user.token equal to token. Then we need to return the user. Oh, we need to use arrow function here. Here we go. Now we can use this function inside response.send with the value of the user that we found based on the email and the password from the client. This was the happy part. Let's add the unhappy part when the user is not found. So let's put an else here and let's send a response with a status of 400, that is a bad request, and send with the text of username or password is not valid. So this error should be shown when the user is not valid. Okay, our API is generated. Let's test it inside the Postman. Inside the Postman, close this notification, then click on this plus for creating a new collection. Set its name to FoodMine. Now we can put all the requests related to the FoodMine project inside this collection. Right-click on this collection and select Add Request. Set its name to login. Its type should be post and its request URL should be localhost 5000/API/users/login. Okay, we just set the request URL. Now it's time for sending email and password to the server. So come over to the body and select raw and click on this drop down that is set on text and set it to JSON. Now here we need to create a JSON that contained email and password. So create a JSON object. Let's zoom in a little bit. Drag this to the left to close it and write email with the value of jane@gmail.com and password with the value of 12345. This is the password that we set inside the data.ts on the server. Now click on send. And as you can see, we have the user details plus the token that we generated on the server. Okay guys, on the first part of the login page, we made this page and the login API. But in this part, these two will be connected to each other. So after clicking on the login button, you will be logged in and see a message like this. The login link will be removed and you only see the name of the user with its user menu, and we also implement the logout functionality. So if you click on logout, the user will be logged out and the login link will be appeared at the top of our website. Okay, in this step, we want to connect the login page component to the login API by generating the user service. So let's go and generate the user service. First of all, from the terminal menu, select new terminal, then go to the front-end folder, then write nggs for generating the service inside services folder with the name of user. Then press enter. Here we go. It says that user service is created. Let's check it out inside the Explorer. Inside the app, services, check out the user service. You can see that it is created successfully. Now for holding the user data, we need to generate a model. So let's go to the shared folder, right click on the models and select new file, then write user.ts. Here write export class user. For creating the user class, its first member is ID, required with the type of string. Email, required with the type of string. Name, required string. Address, required string. Most of them are string. Token, required string. And just the last one, that's isAdmin, is required, but its type is Boolean. So we created our user model. Now we can close user.ts. And here we can define the user subject and the user observable to expose the user data to the outside of the user service. Let's start with the user subject. Write private user subject that is equal to new behavior subject with the type of user with the initial value of new user. The behavior subject has read and write mode inside it. But we don't want anything outside of the user service be able to write anything inside the user subject. So we just need to expose the user observable. That is in fact user subject that is converted into an observable. So write public user observable with the type of observable of user. Now here inside the constructor, we can say this.userObservable is equal to this.userSubject.asObservable. So in fact, the user observable is the read-only version of the user subject. And that's what we want to expose to the outside of the user service. Now let's create the login method that has an input with the name of user login with the type of iUserLogin that we didn't create it yet. The I at the beginning indicates that this is an interface. It is not a class. And the main difference between an interface and a class is that you cannot create a new instance from an interface. Let's open up the Explorer and inside the shared folder, right click and select new folder, then write interfaces. So we put all of our interfaces inside this folder. Right click on it and select new file, then write iUserLogin.ts. Then close the Explorer. Here you just need to write export interface iUserLogin. So let's add the members. We have only two members. The first one is email with the type of string, and the second one is password with the type of string. As you can see, we don't need to put any exclamation mark or question mark or set the default values for it because by default, all the fields inside the interface are required. We want it to be required so we can easily use our interface. Okay, let's close the iUserLogin and import it here by pressing Ctrl dot and selecting the import option. Let's set the output of the login to observable with the type of user and create the body of the login. Here I want to have an HTTP request to the server to the user login URL. So we need to inject the HTTP client inside here. So go to the constructor and write private HTTP with the type of HTTP client coming from Angular command HTTP. Press enter. So we have the HTTP client here. Now inside the login method, we can write this.http.post. Then we need to set the return type that is user. We want to get a user from the server. Now we need to define the API URL here. I want to define it inside the URLs, just like the food URLs. It's a very good habit to do that because you can handle all of your URLs on a single place. So from the Explorer, shared constant, select urls.ts. Then at the end of the file, write export const user underline login underline URL equal to base URL plus /API/users/login. This is the API URL that we defined inside our server. If you define something else, you need to use that address. Close the urls.ts, it is ready. Now we can use user underline login underline URL, put a comma, and for the post method, we always need to pass a body to the server. For the body, we want to pass the user login that has the email and the password. We need to return this because this HTTP method will return an observable with the type of user, exactly the return type that we defined for our login method. Here I want to show a beautiful alert when the login was successful or when there is an error for the login. You can say, okay, you can use subscribe to get the value of the server. No, we cannot, because if you use subscribe, the return type will be subscription, not observable, okay? For the cases that you want only tap the result without changing its value, without breaking the flow of the observable, you can pipe your observable with the tap function that is part of RxJS. Use it inside the pipe. Then you can pass an object that its next member will handle the happy result that we have the user, and its error member will handle the unhappy result and give us an error response. And we can handle the error there. And as you can see, the result of the pipe is still an observable, so it will not break the flow of the observable. Here on the next handler, I want to show a happy message. We call it toast messages, something that come up here and goes out after a couple of seconds. For doing this, I want to use ngx toast r. That is the implementation of toast r package for Angular. For using the ngx toast r, we need to do three things. We need to import it into our app module. We need to import browser animations module because for its animation we need it. And we need to add its CSS inside the Angular JSON file. Let's install it first. From the view menu, go to the terminal, clear everything, and make sure that you are inside the frontend folder. Then write npm install ngx-toast r, not toaster, toast r. Then press enter. Here we go, no errors, so far so good. Close the terminal, then from the Explorer, go to the app module. At the imports part, write import, write toast r module, press enter if it is coming from ngx toast r. So it will be add here, and the second import should be browser animations module. This one is a little bit tough. Visual Studio cannot understand it. So you need to write the whole thing. From Angular platform browser / animations. So browser animations module are coming from Angular / platform browser / animations. Let's import the browser animations module after the browser module. Don't forget to put the comma here at the end of it. Then add the toast r module at the end of the imports. Now close the app module. Now we just need to add the ngx toast r CSS file to the Angular JSON. So from the Explorer, in the roots of the project, in the frontend folder directly, select angular.json, then scroll down to find the styles. Here you can see styles/styles.css. This is our global styles inside the project. Then put a comma here, and inside the double quotes, write node underline modules. You shouldn't do typo here. ngx-toast r/toastr.css. This is the address of the package inside the node modules, and this is the CSS file inside this package. Here we go. We did all the steps for adding the ngx toast r. Let's go to the user service, and inside the next, that is the happy part, let's first update the user subject. We are getting a new user from the server, so the user should be updated. Write this.userSubject.next and pass the user as the next value of the user subject. Now let's inject the toast r service here. Put a comma, write private toast r service with the type of toast r service coming from ngx toast r. Press enter, and here write this.toastr service.success. For the message, write welcome to FoodMine and put the name of the user here. And for the title, I want to say login successful. One thing that I forget to mention is how you can configure the ngx toast r default behavior. Let's go to the Explorer, and inside the app module, you cannot use toast r module like this. You need to write toast r module .for root. By doing this, it will be used for current project because it is the root project. There is no other project. This is the only project, and by doing this, it will be used for this project. And inside this method, you can pass your global options for the behavior of toast r. I want to set its timeout to 3 seconds. So the message stays 3 seconds on the screen and will go away. Its position, I want to be bottom right. So let's give it toast-bottom-right. This class is defined inside the CSS that we add inside the Angular JSON. And for the last option, newest on top, I want to say false. So the new messages will stay here and the older messages go up. This is my personal preference. If you don't like it, you can leave all options to default and just use toaster module for root method. Close the app module, then get back to the user service. The successful message is done. Let's go for the unhappy part and write this.toastr service.error. So we're getting a red error message. We normally send the error from the server, so it is inside the error response.error failed. And for the title, write login failed. Now let's use this login method inside the login component. So go to the Explorer and from the components, pages, open up the login page and login page component.ts file. Here after the alert inside the submit method, we need to add the user service login method. But before that, let's inject the user service here. Put a comma here, private user service inside the constructor with the type of user service. Let's move it to the next line, okay? Let's use it inside the submit. Write this.userservice.login, then create an object. For the email, we want to pass this value. And for the password, let's use this value. Here we go. And remove the alert. We don't need it. Now it is okay. But normally after finishing the login process, we want to return the user to where it was before. For doing this, we need to add a field inside this class with the name of return URL. That is an empty string by default. But we need to get it using activated route. And we need to return the user using the router. So we need to inject both of them inside this component. Put a comma here and write private activated route with the type of activated route. And for the next injection, write private router with the type of router. If it's not imported, press Ctrl dot and import it. Scroll down inside ng on init, semicolon on the next line, write this dot return URL is equal to this dot activated route dot snapshot. Snapshot means the latest value of the activated route. Normally inside the login page, we just want the latest value so we can use it. By using the snapshot, we don't need to subscribe to it. We can just get the latest value by using the snapshot. And for the value, we want query params, not params, because query params are everything after the question mark. So for example, it will be question mark return URL equal to checkout page like this. And we read this return URL from the query params. So let's write return URL here and remove this part. So we are getting the return URL each time that we come into the login page component. Now inside the submit method, after a happy login, we need to subscribe, give it a handler. We didn't get the user here because we don't need it here. And this is the happy part. So here we want to say this.router.navigate by URL, move the user to this.return URL. Okay, the submit method that is responsible for login is ready. But we need to restart the front-end Angular server, because we changed the angular.json, and when you change the angular.json, you need to restart your server. So from the view, select terminal and select the bash that is running your front end and kill it. Then go inside the front end once again and write npm start and press enter. Here we go, it is compiled successfully. Let's go to the browser and refresh the page here. And here write jane@gmail.com, the email that we set inside the data.ts on the server, and its password was 12345. Then click on login. As you can see, we have this beautiful toast message. You can save the password on your Chrome if you like. So on the next time you have it on the login page. But as you can see, by default, we will be redirected to the home page because we didn't set the return URL inside the address bar. Now if we put a question mark and write return URL equal to /cart-page and press enter, and the /cart page is the address of our cart page. Now after a successful login, we need to be redirected to the cart page. We do it just for testing the return URL functionality. So click on login. As you can see, we are inside the cart page. But it is not done yet, because inside the user service, we are not saving user anywhere. It is just inside the RAM. It should be saved inside the local storage because you don't want to log in again when you press F5 and refresh the page. So let's add two methods to the end of the user service. It is exactly similar to the cart page. The first one is private, set user to local storage. It gets the user as input. Here for setting the user inside the local storage, we need to use local storage that is part of JavaScript and .set item. It needs a key, so with this key we can set the item into the local storage and we can get the item from the local storage. So I want to define this key at the top before the class as a constant. So write const user key equal to user, just a string. By doing this, we can use this user key instead of the user string literal. And anytime that we want to change it, we can come over here and change its value. So go down inside the set item, use user key. Then we need to convert this user using JSON.stringify, and we need to pass the user into it. JSON.stringify is part of JavaScript default library. So this method is finished. Let's go and add the other method that will be used for getting the item from the local storage. So write private get user from local storage. It returns a user, exactly the opposite of this one. First of all, we need to get the user JSON from the local storage. So we need to write const user JSON equal to local storage dot get item user underline key. Exactly the same key as the set item. So when you set an item with a key, you need to get it with the same key. So we have the JSON representation of our objects. Now we need to parse this JSON and convert it into the user object. But first of all, we need to check if the user JSON is not null or empty. Then we need to return JSON.parse user JSON, that is this string we get from the local storage, and return it as user. And if there is no user inside the local storage, we just need to return a new user. So anytime that we get user from local storage, if there is a value inside the local storage, it will be parsed and converted into a user object. Otherwise, we are just going to have a new empty user. Now we can use this get method at the top instead of this new user. So write this dot get user from local storage, because we are going to get the latest value inside the local storage by default. But if there is none inside the local storage, we will get just a new user object as the default behavior. So it works in any situation. And for set user to the local storage, we need to put it after a successful login. So inside the next, write this dot set user to local storage and pass the user inside it. Now if we go to the browser and if we do login, we need to see Jane instead of the John here. And if you remember, we added a fake name here to change it with the actual one when it's the time. And now it's the time. So let's go to the code. And from the Explorer, go inside the partials and header and open up the header component TS file. Here, first of all, we need to inject the user service. So write user service with the type of user service. And inside the constructor, we need to subscribe to the user service just like how we subscribe to the cart. So write user service dot user observable dot subscribe new user. And inside here, we need to set the user field. So we need to define it user with the type of user. And it is required. So scroll down and inside the subscribe of user observable, write this dot user equal to new user. Very good. Now, anytime that we set the user inside the user service, it's going to be set inside the user in the header component. Now we need to go inside the header component HTML file. And here, instead of the John, we need to put double curly braces and write user.name. Now, if we go to the browser, you could see that we have the name of the actual user. It's pretty good. Now the last thing that we want to do in this lesson is implementing the logout functionality. And we need to remove the login from here if the user is already logged in. So let's implement the simpler one, that is removing this login when the user is already logged in. Inside the code, here for showing this li, we need to put an ngf. The user.token is not available. Don't forget to put the exclamation mark. So if the user.token is not available, it means the user is not logged in. So we need to show the login link. Otherwise, we shouldn't show it. Now, if we go to the browser, we are not seeing the login link here. Now let's go and implement the logout functionality. Inside the user service, we need to add another method with the name of logout. So here, after the login, press enter and write logout. We just need to set this.userSubject.next. The next value of user subject should be an empty user, so a new user. Then we need to write local storage dot remove item user key. So this user that we set should be removed inside the logout. Then we need to refresh the page by writing window.location.reload. We do the last step because if you are in a credential page and you do the logout, you need to be redirected to the login page. I will tell you how it works, but for now, just put it here. Now we need to go to the header component and use this logout method. Here after the ng on init, write logout and use this dot user service. We don't have access to it because we didn't define it using the access modifier. So put a private at the beginning of it and the error will go away. And inside the user service, call logout. Now we need to use it inside the template file of header component. Here find the logout link, then for its click event, call the logout method. Now if we go to the browser, and if we click on the logout, we will see the login. But we still have a problem here that we have the user menu here, even the user is logged out. So we need to put an ngF here to remove it when the user is not logged in. Go to the code, and here for this li, the class of menu container that belongs to the user, put an ngF when the user.token is valid. Therefore, make this more meaningful, we can go to the header component TS file and write get is auth. That means is authenticated. We can return this.user.token. So when this.user.token is valid, it means the user is authenticated. And we can go back to the HTML file, and instead of the user.token, we can say is auth and is auth. So here, if the user is not authenticated, the login link will be shown. And here, if the user is authenticated, the user menu will be shown. Now, if we go to the browser, we could see that we don't have the user menu here. Now, if we go to the login and click on login, we don't see the login and we see the user menu, and the logout works perfectly too. In this lesson, we want to create components for everything that you see here and make it like this. Okay, first of all, we want to start by creating a component for input container here inside the login page. The input container dev and its label will be put inside this component. So from the terminal menu, select new terminal, then go to the front-end folder and write nggc for generating the component inside components folder, partials folder with the name of input-container. Then press enter. Okay, it is generated successfully. Close the terminal and go to the Explorer and go inside the partials folder. Here we go. We have the input container here. Open it up and open the input container component TS file. Here we want to add two inputs. The first input, that is the label with the type of string and required, and the second input with the name of bg color that is equal to white by default. This is the label text and this is the background color for styling the input container. Super simple, we are done with here. Let's jump into the input container HTML file. Clear everything here. Let's add a div with a class of container and an ng style for setting the background color by bg color input. Then close the div. Put a label here and set its value to label input, and put another div here with the class of content, and inside it put an Angular special tag that is ng-content. This is a placeholder, so you can pass HTML tags directly to this component. I will tell you how in the next steps. One thing before using it inside the login page component, go to the input container component's TS file and remove app dash from the beginning of its selector. So when we are using it, instead of app dash input container, we use input container. It makes it easy to read. Now go to the Explorer and open up the login page component HTML file, then write input dash container and set the label to email and close the tag. We don't want to touch BG color for now because we want it to be white. Now anything that we put between the input containers tags will be placed on this ng content. So let's put the input and validation errors inside it. Let's add the input tag here and the error list. Then remove the input container. I will apply the same thing for the passport after finishing all the components here. Now if we go to the browser, we need to see exactly the same thing. As you can see, we have the email here, so it works. Now I want to give a style to the input container component and make it beautiful. So let's go to the code and from the Explorer, open up the input container component CSS file. For its container class, I want to set a position of relative. Its margin bottom should be 0.5 rem. Border radius 0.7 rem, padding top 0.3 rem, and it should have a border with 1 pixel thickness, solid, and with the color of E0, E0, E0. The next thing is the label that we want to give a style to it. Set its display to inline block, its margin left to 0.5 rem, its font size should be 0.9 rem, and its color hashtag 5F5F5F. And the font size should be 1 rem. And the last class that we want to add style to it is the content. Its padding should be 0 from top and bottom and 0.5 rem from left and right. Its height should be 2.7 rem. Its display should be flex, and align items should be centered vertically. Here we go. Now if we look at the browser, we could see that we have a beautiful round shape border for the input container and a good amount of space between the text input and the label. As the second step of this lesson, I want to make a component for the input validations. So let's get back to the code and close everything about the input container. Now from the view menu, open up the terminal, clear everything and write nggc, generate the component inside components folder, partials folder with the name of input-validation. Press enter. Okay, it is generated. Close the terminal, open up the Explorer and find the input validation folder and select input validation TS file. At the top of the component, we want to create a constant for validators and their messages with the type of any that is equal to an object. Here I want to define for which validator which error text should be shown. For the required, I want it to be should not be empty. And for the email, it should be email is not valid. Just like how we did inside the login page. But instead of writing them separately, I want to give the form control to the input validation and it will do the rest. So get back to the input validation component and scroll down inside the input validation components class at the first input. That is the control. It should be required with the type of abstract control. It is coming from Angular Forms. An abstract control is the type of control that we used here inside the validation. So we can pass them as input to the input validation component. For the next input, I want to have a Boolean with the name of show errors when, with the type of Boolean that is true by default. In fact, you can use ngF, but if you use so many of them inside one form, it is hard to read. But in fact, they do exactly the same thing. They just check If, for example, the is submitted is true, it shows the error list. And the last field that is not an input is error messages. That is of type string array, and its default value is an empty array. We need to fill these error messages based on the error keys inside the control. Now we need to define a method with the name of check validation that returns a void to fill these error messages. Let me tell you how. Create a constant with the name of errors that is equal to this.control.errors. In fact, we are putting the errors of the control, for example, email, inside this constant. Now we need to check if the errors are empty or null. Then we need to set the error messages equal to an empty array, and we need to return out of this method. Otherwise, we need to get the error keys using object.keys function by passing the errors to it. So this will be an array with the required or email like this. So we can easily map these keys using this content into these messages. So at the end, we need to have an array of errors like this, not required or email. We need to have something that the user understands. So let's write this.error messages is equal to error keys dot map key, and write validators messages the value of key. If the key is required, this will return should not be empty, and if it is email, this will return email is not valid, and that's what we want. So at the end, we are going to have a list of error messages to show to the user. Now that we have this check validation method, we need to call it in all change situations for the control and the whole component. Let's start by component change. Here on the implements part, after the on init, put a comma and write on changes. As you can see, we have an error on the class. It says that we didn't implement on changes interface. So press Ctrl dot and select implement interface on changes. As you can see, we have a new method with the name of ng-on-changes. Remove the throw line because we don't want to throw any error messages. We just want to do this.check validation. Then we need to go inside the ng-on-init, and for control value change and status change, we need to call the check validation. So write with me this.control.status change. That means when its validation status changed, subscribe to it and call this.check validation. And for this.control.value change, the subscribe. And the value change means when we enter something inside the input. Once again, we need to call this.check validation. Here we go. We are calling the check validation in all change situations. Everything about the input validation component is ready, except the selector. Remove app dash from the beginning of the selector of this component. Now click on here and go to the input validation component file. Clear everything. Go to the login page component and copy this error list from here and paste it here. Instead of fc.email.errors, we are using error messages. And instead of is submitted, we are using a general form. It is show errors when. Now instead of showing each validation error one by one, we can create a loop here. So remove these and add a div with ng4 to create a loop. Write let error message of error messages. And inside it, just show the error message. Now, based on how many error messages we have, for example, email is not correct, we're going to see that error message here. Now, before adding a style to it, let's go to the login page and use it. Here, instead of this error list, we can add an input validation with the control of fc.email and show errors when with the value of is submitted. Close the input validation. So remove the error list from here, and let's go to the browser and see if we could have the same behavior. Press login. As you can see, we have the validation message here with the new format. Now let's go to its CSS file and make it beautiful. From the Explorer, inside the input validation, select input validation CSS file. It has only one selector with the name of error-list. Its color should be red. Its text align should be center, and its font size should be 0.95 rem, a little bit smaller. Let's check it out the browser and click on login. As you can see, its color changed and its size is a little bit smaller. Now I want to combine the input container input and input validation into one component with the name of text input. By doing this, instead of using input container, input, and input validation, we just need to use only text input that has everything together. So from the view, select terminal and clear everything and write nggc for generating the component inside components folder, partials with the name of text-input. Then press enter. Close the terminal and close everything related to the input validation. Open up the Explorer and find text input and select text input component TS file. Here, since we want to use the input container and input validation and input all together, we need to add all of their inputs here too. For the first input, let's add the control with the type of abstract control. Second input should be show errors when, that is Boolean, and it is true by default. We use this control both for the input and the input validation. The third input is label that will be used for input container, and the last input is type that is specific for the input. Its type could be either text or password or email, and it should be text by default. This is one of the coolest features of TypeScript, that you can define strings as your type. So if you enter anything other than items that you defined here, it will throw an error. It will help you to keep your code free of syntax errors. Now let's open up the text input container component file and clear everything here. Now copy all the input container from here and put it inside the text input. Here, instead of the label, let's use label like this and pass the label input inside it. Set its type to type input and set the placeholder to this label. Here, instead of form control name, we need to use form control. But if we pass the control to it, it will not accept it because it needs a form control. So we just need to cast the abstract control into a control inside a getter property. So go to the text input and after the type, press enter and write get form control and return this.control as form control. It should be part of Angular forms. Okay? Now we can go to the text input and instead of control input, we can use form control property. For the control of input validation, we can directly use control input, and for its show errors when, we can use show errors when input. So here we have our input container, our input and input validation together on a single component. Now let's go to the text input component and rename the selector to text input and use it inside the login page. Here we can write text input. We need to set its control to fc.email. Show errors when is submitted. The type should be email. And the label should be email with capital E. Then we can close the components tag. Let's remove this input container from the top and let's go to the browser and click on login. We have exactly the same behavior for the text input component and the default HTML. Now we can go and give a style to the text input container. From the Explorer, open up the text input component CSS file Let's start with the input. Set its width to 100% and its height to 100% too. Its border should be none, no border, but we want a border bottom with the thickness of 0, solid, and gray color. We need it because we want to add a transition here and show an animation for the bottom of the input. So we set the transition. We want a transition animation for the border bottom, so copy it and paste it as the first parameter of it. The duration of the animation should be 0.15 seconds or 150 milliseconds, and its curve should be ease out. It's just personal preference. You can set it in anything you want. Set its background color to white, and its font size should be 1.1 rem, a little bit bigger than normal. And lastly, set its outline to none. Okay, let's check out the result. Here we go, there is no border, but the placeholder is not very beautiful. Let's change its style a little bit. So write input -- placeholder. By this selector, you can change the placeholder of the input. Set its color to #df, and its font size should be 0.95 rem. Okay, let's check out the result. As you can see, it is more beautiful. Now we want to show the animation when we focus over the input. So let's do it inside the code. Scroll down and select input : focus and set its border width to 2.9 pixels. You can say, I don't see any animations here. That's right, there is no animation, but we set the animation by using the transition. So anywhere, if we change the border bottom of the input, for example, here we are changing it inside the focus, it will show it as an animation. Let's check it out. Now, if you click inside the input, we will see a beautiful animation at the bottom of it. Now I want to work on the showing the input validation, okay? Select input - validation. By doing this, we are directly selecting our custom-made component. Yes, that's possible. You can select your custom-made component inside the CSS with its tag. And we are doing it right now. For the input validation, we want its display to be flex. Its justify content should be center horizontally, and align items center vertically. Its position should be absolute. From the top, it should be 0. From the right, 1 rem. And the height should be 100%. And the width should be 12 rem for the input validation. Let's check it out. Click on login to see the validation messages. As you can see, it is exactly on the middle beautifully. Now let's do the same thing for the password. Get back to the code and close everything about text input. Then inside the login page component HTML file, duplicate the text input component and paste it at the bottom of it. For the control, use fc.password. Show errors when is submitted to. Its type should be password and its label should be password with capital P. Now we can remove everything about the password old format. As you can see, we have 2 text inputs, one for the email and the other one for the password. Let's check it out inside the browser. Here we go. It is much more beautiful than before. Now we can use this text input component in all the pages that we want to send something to the server. And anytime that we want to change it everywhere, we just need to change the text input component. That's a great feature. Now after email and password inputs, we want to work on this button. We want to make a component with the name of default button for it. So let's go to the code. So from the view menu, select terminal and write ngGC for generating the component inside components folder, partials folder with the name of default button. Press enter. Here we go. The default button component is generated. Let's check it out inside the Explorer. Inside the partials menu, as you can see, we have the default button here. Now open up the TS file inside it. Here we have a couple of inputs to add. The first one is the type. So input, the name of type, that should be submit or button. That is submit by default. Second input is the text. that is of type string, and it's submit by default. The next inputs will be used for styling. Let's start with bg color with the default value of hashtag E72929. Next input is color, that is white by default. Next one is font size rem, that get the font size in rem unit, that is 1.3 by default. And the last one is width rem, that is 12 by default. We have something here that we didn't have before, and it is output, because this is a button and we need to give it an on-click event. And for passing the events, we need to use output. Its name should be on-click and its default value is new event emitter. But it shouldn't come from the stream. It should come from the Angular core. Make sure that you selected the Angular core. Press enter and put the parentheses at the end of it. If you go to the imports part, we can see that the event emitter is part of Angular core. By using this, we can pass our click event to this default button component. Very nice. We are done with the TypeScript file. So click here and select the HTML file. Clear everything here. Then add a div with the class of container. Inside it, obviously, we need to have a button. We have a couple of things to set for ng style. First one is the color, should be color input. Its background dash color should be bg color. Font dash size dot rem should be font size rem. And width dot rem should be width rem. Close the button. JavaScript doesn't support to put dash between the name of the objects. So for doing that, you need to put it inside quotations. And for passing the unit inside the ng style, we need to do it with the dot. For example, if you want to pass pixel, we need to say .px. But here we want it to be rem. Okay, the type of the unit should be the type input. And its click event should be on-click output dot emit. If you look at here, you can see this is an event emitter. So we need to call its emit method to call the event that we've got. And lastly, let's set the text of the button. Once again, we want to go to the component ts file and remove app dash from its selector. Now let's go to the login page component HTML file, and at the bottom, let's use default dash button with the text of login and remove this button div. Since we want it to be a submit button by default, we don't need to pass anything to its on-click here, so it works as a submit button. Let's check it out inside the browser. Here we go. Let's click on it. As you can see, we have the default functionality of the button. Now let's go to the CSS file and make it beautiful. From the Explorer, select default button component CSS file. For its container, we want to have a display of flex. Its justify content should be center. Its width should be 100%. For the button, its height should be 3.5 rem. Border should be none. And outline should be none too. Its font weight should be 100. And its border radius 0.8 rem. Its width should be 100%, margin 1 rem from top and bottom, and auto from left and right. And the opacity should be 0.8. And for the hover effect, button, hover, we want to set the cursor to pointer and opacity to 1. Let's check out the browser. Okay, we have this beautiful button. Let's put the zoom back in to the 100%. This is how our page should look like. And if we click on it, it works as expected. In this video, we want to connect all of our data to the MongoDB. So instead of using sample data from a TypeScript file, we want to be connected to the MongoDB. Okay, here is the roadmap for this lesson. At the first step of this lesson, we want to move all the APIs into their corresponding routers. By doing this, we are going to give our project a professional look. Let's do it together. First of all, from the Explorer, open up the backend. Here inside the SRC, right click and select new folder. Set its name to router, then press enter. If you look at the server.ts file, we have APIs for two models. First for the foods, second for the user. By creating routers, we are going to move all the APIs related to the foods into the food router and the APIs related to the user router. Let's start with the food router. Right-click on the router folder and select New File. Here write food.router.ts. Then go to the server.ts file and cut all the APIs related to the foods and put it inside the food router. As you can see, we have a couple of errors, but we're going to fix it. Don't worry about it. First of all, we don't want to use Express app anymore. We want to use an Express router and use it by our main Express app. So here you need to write, first of all, you need to import router from Express. Then you need to create a constant with the name of router that is equal to router that has been called. Okay, so here we have an Express router. The rest of the flow is completely similar to the app. You just need to copy this router and put it instead of app here, 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 and here. Here for the sample foods, press Ctrl dot and select import from module data. And for the next error, that is for sample tags, press Ctrl dot again and add sample tags from the data.ts. Here we go, there is no error and everything works perfectly. Now that we made this router, we need to use it inside the server.ts. Let's go inside the server.ts and here write app.use. We want to use this router on this address /API/foods. And for the second parameter, we need to pass food router that we didn't add yet here. Let's go at the top and import it. Import food router from router. It's better to call it router, so I want to change the name of the router to routers. Yes, so imports will be fixed. Close the Explorer. Import food router from routers/food router. As you can see, we have an error. It says that this module, that is our food router, doesn't have any default export. It is right. Yeah, we forgot to put export default router at the bottom of our router. At the end of creating your router APIs, you need to export your router so you can use it as the default import inside your server.ts. As you can see, there is no error anymore. But look at here. Isn't it similar for you? It is the beginning of all of our food APIs. It means when you send a request to the server that starts with this API, Express will move the request into the food router. So in fact, anything that we write inside the food router is after /API and /foods that we set inside server.ts. So we need to remove all the /API/foods from the food router. So the first one will be only a slash, that is for getting all the foods. We have the search. Here we need to remove /API/foods from here. Remove it from the tags. Remove from the tag, finding a single tag, and remove it from finding a single food. Now that we created our first router on the backend side, let's check out the browser and see if it works just like before. As you can see, we still have all the foods, all the tags, the search works, and we can see the food page. These are all the APIs that we moved to the food router. Let's go and create the second router that is related to login page. Okay, close the food router and go to the Explorer, right click on the router and select new file. Create user.router.ts and go to the server.ts. Copy this API, go to the server.ts, then copy this login API and the generate token response function. In fact, you need to cut it, then paste it inside the user router. Once again, you need to import router from Express const router equal to calling the router of the Express, and instead of app here, use router, then press Ctrl dot here to import the sampled users. And for the error part that is related to JWT, import JWT from JSON Web Token. So there is no error here. Now cut this /API/users from here. Then go here and put app.use and paste /API/users and set it equal to user router. Then again, we forgot to export default router from the user router. We need to do it. And we need to come over here inside the import user router from routers folder and user router. We can remove these unnecessary imports from here. Here we go. Now our server.ts is much cleaner than before. So we know that we have a couple of APIs inside the food router. We have a couple of APIs inside the user router. Let's test the login to make sure that the user router works as expected. Jane@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5. As you can see, the login process works flawlessly. So we successfully did our first step. In the second step, we want to create the MongoDB Atlas. You may ask why we are not going to use local MongoDB and we are using MongoDB Atlas. The reason is installing MongoDB is different in different operating systems. And MongoDB Atlas is fast enough in the development process. So I think using only MongoDB Atlas could be enough for this whole project. For creating the MongoDB Atlas account, you need to go to mongodb.com/atlas. Here, if you don't have an account, click on try free. Otherwise, if you have an account, click on sign in. After clicking on the try free, you will be moved out to the register page. Here you can register using your Google account, or you can enter your data by your hand. Here you can enter your email, your name, your last name, and your password. Check the I agree checkbox and click on get started for free. When you see this page, it means you've got a new email from the MongoDB to verify your account. So go inside your email account and click on verify. So you will see a page like this that says email successfully verified and click on continue. After a couple of seconds, you will see a page like this that says, welcome to Atlas. What is your goal today? Set it for your goal. What type of application you are building? I want to select some random thing here, but for what is your preferred language, select JavaScript. Click on finish. Here it asks about a deployment option. Select the free one and click on create. On this step, it asks about cloud provider that you can select AWS, Google Cloud, or Azure, and the region that you can select. You don't need to change anything, just click on create cluster. Here it says invite users. I don't want to invite any user for now. Click on skip. At this step, it asks about username and password for accessing to your database. I want to set the username to my name, and I want to click on auto generate secure password. Click on create user. So now this user will be used for database access. But what about the network access? The IP addresses that could use your MongoDB server. So click on network access. Here click on add IP address. Since I don't want to limit the usage of my MongoDB server and it's not credential for me, I click allow access from everywhere. That enters 0000/0. Don't use it if you want to use your Mongo Atlas for your business because it makes your database accessible easier. Click on confirm, then go to the database here and click on connect. Select connect your application. Then here we go. We have the URI to have access to our MongoDB Atlas. Click on this copy button, then come back to the code. Here we want to create the env file because we don't want to send the credential data to our Git repository. I will tell you how right now. Open up the Explorer, then right click on the src folder and click on new file. Set its name to .env and press enter. As the first entry here, I want to write Mongo underline URI. Set its value to the value that we copy from here. But this address is not enough. We need to change two parts inside this address. The first one is the password. Close this, go to the database access, find the user for your current project, click on edit, click on edit password, click on auto generate secure password, click on copy and select update user. Remember, if you have several applications connected to a single database account and you do this password changing, you're going to lose connection for all the other projects. So you need to change their password too. Since I have only one project connected to this one, I can easily change its password. So now that we copied the password, we can come back to the code, and instead of this password part, you can copy the generated password here. It is great. It will be connected to the MongoDB at last, but our database name is not what we want. I want to set it to food mine. Okay, we have our environment set up, but we cannot use this env file directly because it needs a package with the same name .env to work. But while we're installing the .env package, we need to install a couple of other packages. Mongoose package for creating our models and working with the MongoDB. We're not using MongoDB driver directly because it is not rich enough to handle security problems. We need to handle them all by ourselves. So I want to use something like Mongoose that I can create my model with some specific types. Then I can pass my values with that structure and I can save it inside the database. Bcrypt.js for saving the password inside database because we don't want to save password directly inside the database for security reasons, because for any reason somebody have access to our database, we could have access to all the users of our system and it can destroy the system. So by creating encrypted passwords inside the database, we are going to keep our system safe from this security leak. We already installed the JSON Web Token, so we don't need to install it. And Express Async Handler, we use it because if we use the default async inside our APIs, it's not going to have a consistent behavior. Sometimes it fails, sometimes it succeeds. You know what I mean? We need Express Async Handler to make it consistent. So let's remove the JSON Web Token from here because we don't need it. Okay, from the View menu, select Terminal. Make sure you are inside the backend folder. Now let's try to install all of these packages at once by using npm install mongoose.env space bcrypt.js and express-async-handler. Now press enter. So all of them will be installed inside our project. Close the terminal. Now before configuring the database using Mongoose, we want to make sure that we have our Mongoose constant that we defined inside the env file. So we need to go to the server.ts file. Here at the top of the file, press enter. We need to add an import .env from .env. Now we need to call the config function of the .env. From this moment, anything that we put here, we can have access to it using process.env. So if I write mongo_URI, I can have access to exactly the same value that I define inside my .env file. Very nice. Remove this from here. Now I want to create a config file for connecting the Mongoose to the MongoDB Atlas. So from the Explorer, right-click on src and create a new folder with the name of config. Or it's better to say configs. Right-click on it and select new file and write database.config.ts. Here we need to import connect and connect options from Mongoose. We need it for making a connection to the MongoDB server. Here we need to export a function to the outside. So write export const db connect that is equal to a function that calls this connect function with the value of process.env.mongo_URI. As I told you, this will get the value that we defined inside the env file. For fixing this error, it says that it could be undefined. For fixing that error, we can put an exclamation mark here. So we are telling the compiler that this value is always available. It will not be undefined. As the second parameter, we need to pass the connect options. So create an object as connect options. Now come inside the object, press enter. For the newer version of MongoDB that we are using, we need to set use new URL parser equal to true and use unified topology to true. This connect returns a promise, so we can write .then here. The first function that we pass here is for the success part. So we write console.log connect successfully. And the second parameter is the error. So we create a handler for showing the log of the error inside the console.log. So after the connect is finished, in two cases, if it is successful, it will show a connect successfully. Otherwise, it shows an error. Now we need to use this function inside the server.ts. So go inside the server.ts and import dbconnect from configs database config. Press enter, it will be imported here. And on the next line, we need to call this function. Now when we try to run our project, it will try to connect to the database. If we go to the terminal, we need to see this connect successfully log. So from the view, select terminal, go to the one that is connected to the backend. As you can see, we have connect successfully here. So to this moment, we are connected to our Atlas MongoDB using Mongoose. Perfect. Close the terminal. At this moment, we want to create our Mongoose models. So open up the Explorer and right click on SRC, new folder, and create the models folder. Right click on it and create a new file with the name of food.model.ts. Here we want to create the food model, but let's close all of the unnecessary tabs here. Here for creating the Mongoose model inside TypeScript, we need to create an interface of that model for having the auto completion. Secondly, we need to create a schema. And at last, we need to create the model. First of all, let's start with the interface. Write export interface food. Its structure is completely similar to the food interface that we have on the front end side. So we can copy that class and change it a little bit. So from the Explorer, go to the front end, src app, shared models, select food. So copy everything from here, go to the food model and paste it here. Close the Explorer. Here, remove all the marks. Okay, this is exactly the interface that we want to work with the food. Now let's create its schema. So scroll down and here write export const food schema. Here we need to define a new schema. As you can see, there is no schema. We need to go up and import it. Schema from Mongoose. And here we need to pass the type of our interface. Then we need to call its constructor. And as the parameter for its constructor, we need to define all of these fields and their corresponding types inside MongoDB. They are a little bit different. For example, types inside MongoDBs start with uppercase, but inside the TypeScript, it starts with lowercase. Let's do it. The first item is name. We don't start from the ID because ID is a default member of the schema. Not ID, but underline ID. But by using some tricks, we can convert underline IDs to these IDs. So we can use them easily without using underline ID. The name type is a string with uppercase and it is required equal to true. Now copy this multiple times. Set the second one to price. Its type is number and it is required to inside the database. This required means if you don't pass the value for the price, the Mongoose will throw an error. The third one is the tags with the type of string array. Defining a string array inside the Mongoose is like this, not like this. Favorite is of type Boolean, and instead of required, we can set its default to false. So if you don't set the favorite, it will be false by default inside the database. Next one is the stars, and it is of type number. It is required. Next one, image URL of type string, and it is required. Next one, origins of type string array. Put it inside square brackets. It is required. And the last one is cook time, that is of type string, and it's required is true. For the tags, we shouldn't set it's required to true. So all the fields are required except the tags and the favorite that has a default value. Now for having this ID available, we need to use virtuals. And virtuals are kind of values that will not be saved on the database. They will be generated based on the value inside the database. By default, if you set the virtuals to true, Mongoose will set underline ID to ID, and that's what we want. So we need to set the virtuals to true. For setting the virtuals to true, we need to add the options. Mongoose give us the value with two functions. The first one is toJSON that we configure it here. We set its virtuals to true. So now if we send the values using the Mongoose from the API to the client, we'll call toJSON and we are going to have the ID field. The other one is when you get a value from the database and you want to work with it inside your code, that is toObject. So we set its virtuals to true again. And for each model, I want to set when they are created and when they are updated. For doing this, you don't need to put created and updated here. You just need to pass the options of timestamps to true. So each time you create a new food using the food schema or update it, it will set the timestamps automatically. It's a great feature and I really like it. Now that we have our food schema, we need to create a model. This is the third step and the last step. So here write export const food model equal to model that we don't have it yet. Let's add it. It comes from the Mongoose. It's a function that gets the model type, that is food interface, the name of the model inside the database, I call it food, and the schema, that is food schema. Here we go. Now that we have our food model, we can do all the create, read, update, and delete operations to the database. But before going to do that, I want to create a user model too. So close this one and this one, and go to the Explorer, right click on the models and create user.model.ts. Here go to the food model and from the top, copy these two because we need the schema and the model here too. At the next line, let's create export interface user. We have the same process for the user, so go to the client side and find the user model, copy everything from here and paste it inside this interface. On the server, we don't save the token inside the database, but we have a password with the type of string. Let's remove all the exclamation marks. Here we go. I want to put the email and password near to each other. So we have ID, email, password, name, address, and is admin. We have the TypeScript interface. Let's create the Mongoose schema. Let's write export const user schema is equal to new schema with the type of user inside angle brackets and the fields of the database. First one is the name with the type of string with the required value of true. Second one is email with the type of string again. It is required, so required true, and it should be unique too. So set it unique to true also. Here we can duplicate the name and use it for the other items. Password, its type is a string and it's required is true. Address, string and required. But the last one is admin is of type Boolean. So the Mongoose structure is ready. Let's go for its options. Let's set the timestamps to true. So we are going to have created at and updated at fields inside the database. For having the ID, set to JSON and virtuals to true and to object virtuals to true. Put a semicolon and let's create the model. Easiest part, export const user model, call the model function, pass the name of the model inside the database and its a schema that we defined at the top. We forgot to pass the type, that is user here. Don't forget to do that because you will lose the beautiful auto-completion of TypeScript. Now that we created our user model and food model, we need to seed them inside the database. And for doing that, we need to get the values from data.ts and put it inside the database. For doing this, we need to add two APIs inside the food and inside the user with the address of /seed. Let's start with the food router. Open up the food router, then go to the top of it and duplicate this API. Set its address to /seed. And here, since we want to have an async function, we need to add express async handler to this project. So import async handler from express async handler. Very good. Now cut the handler part and write async handler and inside it paste it and put an async at the beginning of it. Because the connection between the database and our code is asynchronous. Instead of using async, we can use then. That makes the code a little bit messy. I prefer to use async function that makes our code much more cleaner. First of all, before seeding the database, we need to make sure that it is not already seeded. I just want to count the number of items, and if it is more than one, it means it is already seeded. So write const foods count equal to await food model dot count documents. Here we can check if the foods count is more than 0. It means there is something inside the food collection inside the database. We need to send the response.send that seed is already done. And we need to return. We don't want to go down. Okay, let's remove this. Otherwise, we need to create all the sample foods inside the database. So write await food model dot create sample foods. Then at the end, we need to send the text to the outside. Seed is done. Now I want to call this address inside the browser and check if the database will get all the values that we have inside our data.ts. So here we go. Here, close all the unnecessary tabs. Close this one and click on Browse Collections. As you can see, we have the foods. As you can see, we have these foods here. That is the name of our model plus an S because it is a list of documents. Now let's go inside our project. Instead of 4200, we want to use 5000. That is the address of the backend /API/foods/seed. Now press enter. As you can see, we have seed is done. Now if we go to the MongoDB Atlas and if we click on the refresh here at the top right, we could see that we have our 6 items inside the database. So the seed is done. Now if we rerun the seed, it says that seed is already done and it works perfectly in both cases. And nothing will be added to the database if there is already something inside the database. And that's what we want. Very good. Let's go ahead and do the same thing for the users. So copy this seed from the food router, open up the Explorer, open the user router, and at the beginning, add the seed. We need to import async handler from express async handler. Oh, I had a typo here. There is no E for the async handler. Let's fix it for the food router too. this one, and this one. Okay, here instead of the food model, we want to use the user model. So write user model and press enter. So it will be imported at the top. Copy the user model and use it from here. Copy the user model and use it for the create part. Instead of sample foods, we want to use sample users. And here, instead of the foods count, let's write users count. Very good. Let's test it inside the browser. Now here, instead of the /API/foods, use /API/users. Then press enter. As you can see, seed is done. Let's go inside the database and refresh it. As you can see, we have the users, and inside the user, we have our 2 users. Once again, if we rerun the seed, we can see that it says seed is already done, and there will be no new items inside the database. So we just seeded the foods and users inside the database. Now we need to go inside the code, and I want to make the code to use database instead of using data.ts. I want to start from the food router and from getting all the foods. Here at the beginning, press enter and write const foods equal to await food model dot find. The await doesn't work here because await only works when we have an async at the beginning of our function. And as I told you, using the async function directly results in inconsistent behavior. So we cut it async handler, and inside it we put our async handler. Here we go, calling the find from the model without any parameters, gets all the values from the database. And that's what we want. And here, instead of returning the sample foods, we want to return the foods that we got from the database. Now let's check out the browser. Go to this tab and here write 4200 because this is the address of client side. As you can see, we have all the foods without a problem. If you refresh the page, it will load the data. Now let's do the same thing for the tags, for the search, and for the food page. So the first one is search. The search are a little bit different because we directly want to do the search inside the database. We don't want to get all the foods and search through it. So it will be a little bit different. We need to use the way that the MongoDB wants us to use. First of all, we need to create a regular expression. The reason is that we want to create a search case insensitive. For doing that, we need to create a search regular expression that is equal to new regular expression, regexp. We need to pass the request.params.search term as the first parameter and the single I as the second parameter to make this search term case insensitive. So instead of making 2 lowercase, both name and search term, we just need to create a regular expression in this way. Now remove all of these things and write const foods are equal to await food model dot find. Inside here, we want to pass a condition, and we need to pass the condition using an object, and we need to say its name should be $regular expression. Okay, this is regular expression operator, and we need to pass search regular expression as the regular expression of the name. So when we call this, it will pass the search term as a regular expression that is case insensitive into the find, and it's going to find the food if we pass the name of the food either in lowercase or uppercase. Once again, put an async here and put this whole thing inside async handler. Okay, now if we go to the browser and search for example, meat, it's going to find the meatball. Very, very good. It works like a charm. Okay, next step is creating the tags. So inside the tags API, press enter. So inside the tags API, put an async here and put it inside async handler. Now at the beginning of it, write const tags equal to await food model. So from the food model, we need to do aggregation. So we call aggregate instead of find. We need to pass a couple of things. The first one is unwind operation that we want to be done on tags field. So when you want to pass a field, you should start it with dollar inside quotations. So we do unwind. What this unwind does, let me tell you. Assume you have two foods that each food has 3 tags. After unwind with the tags, you're going to have 6 foods that each food has a tags property with only 1 item. So this converts the tags that is an array into just a normal field with only 1 value. In this way, we can make a group and find similar ones and count them. Okay? Very good. Let's go for the next step inside the aggregate. That is group. That the group ID is the tags field, and inside the group I have another field other than ID with the name of count that I want to do sum operator with the value of 1. So for each tag we have a sum with the value of 1, so it will add a new item to the count. Here that we have the tags, here that we have a group with the ID of tags, with the count of number of tags, we can project it and make it similar to the structure of the front end. So as the second step here, I want to do project. It doesn't have any ID, so we set the ID to 0. We define a name that is equal to underline ID. If you say why the name is equal to ID, it comes from here because we set the tags name equal to ID. So here, when we are defining our projection, we need to use the same. We need to do the same thing for the count. We want to project a count field with the value of $count. After doing the aggregation, I want to sort it based on the count field. It is equal to -1. -1 means descending and 1 means ascending. So -1 means from the highest count to the lowest count. Here we go. But this is not enough. This will just give us a name of the tag and count of the tag for all the items that we have inside the database. We need another one that we define it here. Const all is equal to, its name should be all, and its count should be await food model dot count documents. So we need to have an all that counts all the documents inside the database. So at this moment, the all count will be 6. Now I want to add the all at the beginning of these tags. So we write tags dot unshift all. Unshift is exactly the opposite of push. If you push something to an array, it will be add to the end of it. But if you unshift something to an array, it will be add to the beginning of it. We want to add the all to the beginning of the tags. Now we just need to send the tags to the client side. I know it was a little bit hard, but I think you got the idea. Now if we go to the browser and refresh the page, we will see we have all the tags here coming from the database, and they are not coming directly from some predefined tags that we defined inside data.ts. Now they are dynamic. Here I want to work on finding the foods based on the tag because it is using data.ts. Let's connect it to the database. Here inside the tag, remove everything other than response.send and write const foods equal to await food model.find when their tags are equal to request.params.tag name. As simple as this. Put the async here and put the whole thing inside async handler. Here we go. Let's check it out inside the browser. As you can see, and it's getting the data from the database. If you want to make sure that the data is coming from the database, you can go to the database, go to the foods, and remove, for example, pizza pepperoni. Okay, we removed it. Now we have only 5 items. We don't have 6 items. If we come back to our website and refresh the page, you can see that the all and fast food is changed, and it is not 4, it is 3. And we have only 3 foods here. Now we can make sure that it's using the database. And the last thing that we want to connect to the database inside the food router is the food page. As you can see, it says food not found because the ID is changed, and this is an auto-generated ID from the database. So we need to connect finding the food by ID to the database. Let's go. Here remove these two lines. Before the response.send, write const food is equal to await food model dot find by ID. You don't need to use find, you can use find by ID, and you can use request.params.food ID. Put an async here and put it inside the async handler. Let's check out the browser and refresh the page here inside the food page. As you can see, we have the food here. So it's coming from the database. Let's test it with some other food. Okay, it works. And we have only 5 foods, not 6 foods. Here, the last thing that we want to connect to the database is the login. So let's log out and click on login. Here, we want to connect it to the database. So we need to go to the user router. Go to the user router, and inside the login, we need to change a couple of things. First of all, we need to put this handler inside an async handler. So async handler and put it here. Don't forget to put the async keyword at the beginning. And now we just need to change this part that gets the user from the sample users with some code that gets the user from the MongoDB. So let's remove this and write await user model dot find one with this email and this password. Everything else could be the same. It was super easy, right? Let's check the result. Let's write jane@gmail.com and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Click on login, and as you can see, the user is logged in. In this video, we want to work on the register page. So when you click on the login, you will see a link here. And if you click on it, you will be redirected to the register page that works perfectly. Okay, here is the roadmap for this lesson. First of all, we want to add the register API to the user router. So open up the Explorer, inside the backend folder, select src, routers, and user router. Here, after the login, we want to add the router.post with the address of /register. We have async handler here. Inside it, we have async request and response and its body. At the first line, we need to get all the fields that we want to get from the client. So we write const name, email, password, and address. It is equal to request.body. Here we are using the structuring notation. At the second line, we need to check if there is already a user with this email inside the database. So let's write const user is equal to await the model dot find one with the email. If the user is not null or empty, it means somebody made an account with this email, so we shouldn't let the user to register using this email. So we need to say response.status, but I don't want to use numbers for status, and I don't want to define it each time as a local constant for these global HTTP statuses. So I'm going to create a separate file for HTTP status constant. So go to the Explorer, right click on the src, create a new folder with the name of constant. Right click on it and create a new file, http status.ts. Here define export const http bad request is equal to 400. Now inside the user router, inside the login, instead of this bad request local constant, we can write http bad request, and it will be imported at the top for the other APIs too. Now we want to use it inside the register API. So here, when the user is already available, set the status to http bad request, and we send user is already exist. please log in. Okay, then we need to return out of this function, which means by using this return, the user is undefined at this point. So we need to do the register part here. The first thing that we need to do is that we shouldn't save the password directly inside the database. We should encrypt it or hash it. Okay, so for doing this, we added a library in the previous lesson with the name of bcrypt. Now we want to use it. So go to the top and import it here. Bcrypt from bcrypt.js. It has an error. It seems that its TypeScript types are not added to the project. Press Ctrl dot or Command dot inside macOS and select install types bcrypt.js. For a couple of seconds, it'll be okay. Here, first of all, we need to create the encrypted password. So write const encrypted password and set it equal to await bcrypt dot hash and pass this password here. As the second parameter, we need to pass a salt, that is salt rounds. If you give it a bigger number, it makes the hash more secure, but as it goes up, it makes it a lot resource hungry. So 10 is a good number, so use 10 as the salt of the hash. Now let's create the user based on inputs from the request body and save it inside the database. Write const new user, set its type to user, make it equal to this, set its ID to an empty string because ID will be generated automatically using the database. We do this for bypassing the error. Set the name, put the name here. For the time that your variable name and your object field name is the same, you don't need to write it like name is name. You can just write name, your variable, directly. When this object is creating, we'll set name colon name by the convention of the JavaScript. Set its email, email.to lowercase. We want to make a lowercase when we are saving it because we want all the emails inside the database be in the same case. Set the password to not this password, but encrypted password. Pass the address here and set is admin to false. So we just created a new object of our user. Let's save it inside the database. Write const dbuser is equal to await user model dot create new user. After creating the user, it will return the user that is created inside the database. So we are going to have database ID inside this db user. So it is not empty like this for the new user. It has the ID. So we can use it for generating the token response and directly making the user log in after the registration. So write response.send, generate token response and pass the db user here. Here we go. We just created the register page. We don't want to test it yet. We want to go and implement the user service on the client side to use it. So for now, close the user router and open up the Explorer. Go to the front end side and inside the services, select user service. Here after the login, let's create the register method. Press enter here and write register. It has an input with the type of iUserRegister. I want to create this type first. So go to the Explorer, inside the shirt, right click on the interfaces and select new file. Then write iUserRegister.ts. Here write export interface iUserRegister. And here we define all the fields that we want to send to the server. And we need to get it from the body on the API. First item is name with type of string, email, string, password, string, confirm, password, string, and the address, that is string too. Okay, we have iUserRegister. Very good. Now we can have a beautiful auto-completion. Close iUserRegister and here inside the register method for user register, use iUserRegister type. So it is imported here and its return type should be an observable of type user, just like the login. Here we need to write return this .http host with the type of user. Now we want to pass the URL here. So first of all, we need to go to the constants and URLs, and we need to export const user underline register underline URL with the base URL plus /API/users/register. Okay, so we can use this user register URL inside here. User register URL. Very good. For the second item, we need to pass user register. That is the input parameter of our method. After here, we need to do exactly the same thing that we did with the login. So we need to show successful message when the register was okay and a fail message when it wasn't okay. So we need to pipe with the tap function, pass an object. Next is the happy part. We have a user. Here we need to set user to local storage as the new user. So new user will be saved on the local storage. We need to notify all the observables. So we pass it to the user subject, call the next function with the new user. Then we need to show a toast message using toast service.success. And I want to say welcome to the food mine and the user.name. And for its title, I want to write register successful. For the unhappy part, that is error, we need to get an error response. And we just need to show a toast message, toast service.error, and error response at error. And for the title, we just need to say register failed. Okay, here we go. The register method is ready, but we cannot test it until we create the register component. Let's generate the register page component. So from the terminal menu, select new terminal, go to the front end folder, then write nggc for generating the component inside components folder, pages folder with the name of register-page. Okay. Our register page component is generated. Close the terminal and let's check it out inside the Explorer. Pages, register page, here we go, we have it here. But before doing anything on it, let's add the register page component to the routes because it should be a separate page. Open up the Explorer. Inside the app routing module, put a comma at the end of the login one and duplicate it. Change its path from login to register and set its component to register page component. Pretty nice. Now let's go to the register route inside the browser and see if we can have the register component page there. Here write /register. As you can see, we have register page works. So our component is working. So let's come back and work on the component. Close the routing module and go to the Explorer and open up the register page component HTML file. Clear everything here. At the beginning, let's add a div with a class of container. And let's add another div with a class of details. At the top, let's use our app-title component with the title of register. Now, if we look at the browser, we can see we have this beautiful register here. For the next thing, we need to use a form. But before using the form, we need to define its structure inside the TypeScript file. So let's go into the register page component TypeScript file. At the top, just like the login form, let's add register form. That is required with the type of form group and is submitted, that is false by default for showing the validation, and the return URL that is empty by default. Here inside the constructor, we need to inject a couple of things. The first thing is private form builder, that is of type form builder for building the form group. The second item is the user service, the user service for using the register method. Third one is activated route with the type of activated route for getting the return URL. The last one, private router with type of router for returning back to the return URL when the register is finished. Now inside the ng on init, we need to create the register form. So write this dot register form is equal to this dot form builder dot group. Create a form group for us with these form controls. The first form control is name, that is empty by default, and it has a validator dot required and validators dot min length of 5. So the name should be at least 5 characters. You can change it to a different number or you can remove it completely if you want. This is your website and you can build it in the way you want. The second form control is email, that is empty by default again, and it has a validators.required and validators.email for its validators. The third one is password, that is empty by default again. For its validators, we have required and validators.min length of 5 character. So the password should be at least 5 character too. Next form control is confirm password. That is empty by default again, and it just has a validator of required. And the last one, that is address, that is empty by default, and it should be required, and it should has at least 10 characters. But here we need an extra validator, and it is checking that the password and the confirm password are the same. So for doing this, we need to pass the options for the group, okay? And inside it, we need to pass the validators. Then we need to set it equal to our custom made validator. We didn't make it yet, but we are going to do that in the next step. So its name is passwords match validator, and it gets the password control name and the confirm password control name as the input, and it will return the validation error if they are not equal. Pretty simple. So let's go inside the Explorer, right click on the shared folder and create a new folder with the name of validators. Right click on it and create a new file with the name of password underline match underline validator.ts. A validator is in fact just a function that gets a form. Let's export const passwords match validator and make it equal to a function with the inputs of password control name with the type of string and confirm password control name with the type of string. Then use arrow. We need to return a function to the validators. We create another function with the name of validator here. So we write const validator equal to, this function gets a form with the type of abstract control. Now that we have our form, we need to make a body for it. So here is where the validation should be done. First of all, based on the name of the password control name and confirm password control name, we need to find their controls inside this form. So write const password control and write form.get. By using form.get, you can find a control inside the form. So we want to find the password control inside this form. Write password control name for this one, duplicate it, and do the same thing for the confirm password. Change its name to confirm password control and use this confirm password name inside the form.get. Now that we have password control and confirm password control, we can easily compare their values. First of all, we need to check if the password control is undefined or the confirm password control is undefined. Just return out of here. Normally it doesn't happen, but we do it for bypassing the compiler error. In the next line, we need to check if password control dot value is not equal to confirm password control dot value. Then you can show the error in one of these controls or in both. I just want to show it inside confirm password control. So I write confirm password control dot set errors. Here I define a new error with the name of not match equal to true. Then inside the input validation component, we need to define a text for this kind of error. Put a semicolon. On the else part of this if, we need to remove the validation error that we created inside the if. We need to delete this not match validator. Here, first of all, I want to get all the errors of the confirm password control. So write const errors equal to confirm password control dot errors. First of all, check if there is no errors, just return, because we don't have anything to remove. Otherwise, delete errors dot not match. By using the delete keyword, we are going to delete a property from an object. This is part of JavaScript. So after removing the not match, we want to set the errors once again. So confirm password control dot set errors to this error. Okay, now if the password and the confirm password are not matched, we're going to create an error, and if they have the same value, we're going to remove not match validation error. Okay, now that we made our validator function, let's return it out of password match validator function. Here, write return validator. As you can see, we are not calling the validator. We are just returning the whole function. It is easily possible inside JavaScript. Now that our password match validator is ready, we can go to the register page and press Ctrl dot here and import the password match validator to this file. Now that we generated our form group, let's go and work on the return URL. Just like the login, we need to write this dot return URL equal to this dot activated route dot snapshot dot query params dot return URL. So anytime that we open up the register page, we are going to get the return URL from the query params inside the URL. Here again, I want to create a getter for the controls of the register form. So scroll down and write get fc, and inside the function return this dot register form dot controls, and we have a submit method that at the beginning set is submitted to true, and we check if this dot register form is invalid, then we need to return. We shouldn't send anything to the server if the register form is invalid. Here we want to get all the values of the forms and put it inside a constant by writing const fv, that stands for form values, that is equal to this dot register form dot value. Now by writing fv dot name, we can have the value of the name inside the register form. It's more straightforward. Now let's create the user object and send it to the service. So write const user with the type of iUser register, that is equal to this object. Its name is equal to fv.name, email equal to fv.email, password equal to fv.password, confirm password equal to fv.confirm password, and address equal to fv.address. So we easily get all the values from the register form and we generate a new user object from it. Now on the next line, let's write this dot user service dot register, call the register method and pass the user to it. Then we need to subscribe to it. We don't care about its value, so just put an underscore there as its input parameter. Here we just want to change the route to the return URL, because when this function is called, it means the register was successful. So we just write this dot router dot navigate by URL with the value of this dot return URL. Okay, the register page component TypeScript file is ready. Let's go and work on its HTML file to have something that we can see. Here for the form, we need to set its form group to register form. And for its ng submit, we need to call submit method inside the component. Here we can use text input. We need to set its control equal to fc.name for its show errors when. We need to pass is submitted condition. And for its label, I want to pass name with capital N. Then we can close it. Now, if you look at the browser, we can see that we have this beautiful input. We need to work on the register page CSS file to put it on the middle, but it has its own structure. Here, let's use this text input for other inputs. Duplicate it at the bottom change its control to fc.email and its name to email. We also need to set the type for it to email. Let's duplicate it again. For the password, fc.password, label is password, capital P, and its type is password. Do it again for the confirm password, confirm password for the label, and confirm password for the control, and its type is still password. And the last text input, that is address, let's remove the type because we set the default type to text, change its label to address, and its control to fc.address. Let's add our default button here with the text of register. Let's check out the result inside the browser. Oh, we have an error here. We don't have it in correct format. Let's go and fix it. I think we have a typo in one of controls. Let's check it out. Oh, here, the confirm password is confirm password, okay? Confirm password. Let's check it out again. Okay, very good. We have all the fields in the same shape, and we have this default button that we made for the login page. Now I want to add a text here that says already a user, and we can put a link, redirect the user to the login page. Let's go and implement it. After the default button, let's add a div with a class of login. Here I want to write already a user and question mark. I want to put in a space here by using ampersand NBSP semicolon. It is HTML special character. NBSP is no break space and will be used for putting in a space. And we need to put a link here with a router link of /login. But I also want to pass the return URL from here to the login page. So set the query params equal to an object that is return URL is equal to return URL. Close the A tag, and for its text, I want to write login here. So when we click on this link, it's going to pass the return URL as the query params for this route. Let's check it out inside the browser. As you can see, we have this text here. And now if we pass a return URL as the query parameter here, /cart-page, and then if we click here, we can see that we already have this return URL here. So we are not going to lose the return URL when we click on the login. Now I want to do the same thing for the login. We need to put a register link here so the user can register through that link. Let's go to the code and let's open up the Explorer and click on login page component HTML file. Then here, after the login button, I want to add a div with a class of register that has a new user question mark ask and the space ampersand and BSP semicolon and a router link is equal to /register, and we need to pass the query params return URL with the value of return URL. Close the tag and inside it write register here. Now if we look into the browser, we can see that we have this link here, but I want to put it on the middle. So from here, open up the login page component CSS file, and at the end of it write .register, set its display to flex, justify content center, and align items to center. We're going to put the whole box on the center. So let's check out the result. As you can see, we have this text and this link here. Now if we click on the register here, we will be redirected to the register with the correct return URL. Now let's work on the CSS of the register page and make it beautiful. But first of all, let's close all the unnecessary tabs. Click on this register page component HTML file and select the CSS. At the beginning, select the container class. Set its display to flex, its justify content to center, align items, center, height to 100%, and margin top to 3 rem. For the details class, I want to set its width to 25 rem. Check out the browser. As you can see, we have a much more beautiful register page. Everything is okay. Now let's just put this on the center. So let's select that login class, set its display to flex, justify content to center, and align items to center. Let's go inside the browser. Here we go. And we have this on the center. Now, if you click on this login here, we will go to the login page. And if you click on the register here, we are inside the register page. Now let's test the register functionality. Let's click on the register. As you can see, we have all the validation errors. Let's type a name, for example, Nasir. As you can see, we are not seeing the min length error. And if we have different passwords, we are not seeing the not match error because we didn't define min length and not match inside the input validation component. So get back, and from the Explorer, from the partials components, select input validation and input validation TS file. Here inside the validator messages, put a comma. For the min length, write field is too short, and for the not match, write password and confirm does not match. Just this, nothing more. Let's come back to the browser. Now if we click on the register button, and if we write something, as you can see, we have this field is too short message here. Isn't it perfect? Okay, let's test it. Let's write a name, for example, Nasir. And nasir@gmail.com 12345 12345. And for the address, let's write Toronto, Ontario. Should be more accurate, but just want to test it. Let's click on the register. As you can see, just created a new account and just logged us in. And after the successful register, just redirected us to the cart page because we set the return URL to the cart page. So it works perfectly. Now, if we log out and go to the login, we can see the register here. I intentionally didn't put the register button here because it makes the header a little bit cluttered. So anytime the customer wants to create a new user, he just clicks on login and then clicks on this register link. If you like, you can put the register here too. In this video, we want to implement the loading. So when you're loading your data, you will see a loading like this. Okay, here is the roadmap for this lesson. Let's start by adding an image to use it as the indicator of the loading. It could be any image, but you need to remember its address. I want to copy mine from the Explorer inside the assets folder with the name of loading.svg. If you want to use the same as me, you can find it on the comment link in the description below. Okay, close it. At the next step, I want to create the loading component for showing this image inside it. So from the terminal, select new terminal. Then go to the frontend folder and write ngGC for generating the component inside components folder, partials folder with the name of loading. Then press enter. Okay, the component is generated successfully. Let's close the terminal and check it out inside the Explorer. src app, components, partials, and loading. There we go. Now before working on the loading component, I want to work on the service because loading service will give us methods and observable for watching the loading state and changing the loading state. Let's implement it. So from the view menu, select terminal, then clear everything. So write ngGS for generating the service inside services folder with the name of loading. Then press enter. As you can see, the loading service is generated. Let's go inside it. Close the terminal. From the Explorer, scroll up, open up the services and loading service. Here at the top, I want to define a private local variable with the name of isLoading subject. That is equal to new behavior subject with the value of Boolean. And its default value is false because the loading is by default false. By using this isLoading subject, all the classes that are using this loading service would be informed about the state of the loading. I want to add two methods here. Very simple. The first method is show loading. Inside it, we just set this dot is loading subject with the next value of true. So anybody who's listening to this subject will be notified that the loading is true. And another method for hide loading, that we do exactly the opposite with the value of false inside the next. Super simple. One for showing the loading and the other one for hiding the loading. We can also make this is loading subject as public, but that's not the good idea because it breaks encapsulation of the class. So it is always a good idea to expose methods for the behaviors that you want to be done inside your class. So by getting an instance of loading service and calling the show loading, it will be shown. By calling the hide loading, it will be hidden. At last, I want to define a getter for is loading that is of type observable. By returning the subject as observable, we can make sure that nobody can change its value from the outside. So it will be just a read-only method. So write get is loading, and inside the function, just return this dot is loading subject dot as observable. Very good. The loading service is ready. Let's go and use it inside the loading component. Close it, then go to the Explorer and open up the loading component.ts file. Here I want to define the local field for using it inside the HTML file. So create a field with the name of is loading. It is required and set it to Boolean. Inside the constructor, inject the loading service. So write loading service with the type of loading service. Then inside the constructor, write loading service dot is loading, that is our observable, and subscribe to it that gets is loading value, and inside the function it sets this dot is loading equal to is loading that's coming from the service. So this local is loading, by using this will be always synced with the loading service. This is all we need to do here. Now let's jump to the loading component HTML file for showing the loading. Clear everything here. Very good. Here, just like other places, we want to create a div with a class of container, but we need to set an ngF here that is equal to is loading. Now add another div with a class of details. Here we just have an image with the src that is equal to /assets/loading.svg and an h1 with the value of loading ... Now we want to use this app loading inside the root component of our project. So from the Explorer, open up the app component and here use app-loading. So now we just added the loading to the root component that is app-component, but it is invisible by default. Let's close this and go inside the constructor and call loading service dot show loading. Now if we go to the browser and refresh the page, we can see we have this loading at the top of the header. Obviously it shouldn't be like this, but first of all let's give it some style and put it on the middle. So inside the code, go to the loading component CSS file, and for the container class, set its position to fixed, its width to 100%, its height to 100%, background color to hashtag FFF, that is white, and for its alpha, use EA. Use Z index of 10,000, a big number, because we want the loading to be on the front of everything. Set top to 0 and left to 02. For the details class, use display of flex, position of relative, and flex direction, column, and justify content of center. Set its height to 80% and its width to 100%. For the image, I want to show beautiful border bottom, so border bottom, 10 pixel, solid, and brown. And for the H1 that holds the loading text, I want its color to be brown and text transform to be lowercase. So the text will be shown in lowercase. Okay, let's check out the result. Oh, it is too huge. Let's limit the width and height of the image. I want to set the width of the image to 200 pixels and its height again to 200 pixels. Now let's check it out. As you can see, the size is okay, but it should be on the middle. Let's fix the details class. Here, for now, we don't need the relative position. We have justify content. We also need align items equal to center. Let's check out the result. As you can see, we have the loading on the middle beautifully. Now let's go inside the code, and inside the loading component TypeScript file, let's remove this show loading from the constructor. Now there shouldn't be any loading, and there isn't. So there's a question, how can we handle showing and hiding the loading? The first way and the not efficient way is to go on each component that has a connection with the server. For example, home component that loads the tags and the foods, page component that shows the food, but this is not efficient. I found a very simple way to do it, and it's using the interceptors. Angular has a great way of intercepting the request. And intercepting means staying between server and client and seeing all the requests that goes to the server. We can stay there, we can start loading when there is a request, and we can stop it when all requests get finished. But first of all, let's generate the interceptor. Now close everything that is related to the loading. We don't want to touch them for now. We want to add an interceptor. So from the view menu, select terminal. Here we need to write ngg interceptor. For generating an interceptor, inside shared folder, interceptors folder with the name of loading. Then press enter. Okay, it is generated. Let's close the terminal and go to the Explorer. Here we need to go to the shared folder and interceptors folder. There we have this loading interceptor. I know it is a little bit complex, but it is super simple. Now we can see what requests we are sending to the server and what is the next thing that needs to happen. First of all, I just want to show an alert to show you how it works. So write alert, I'm interceptor. Okay. Now if we look into the browser and if we refresh the page, nothing will happen because we just made the interceptor. We need to add it to the module in the way that I tell you right now. Come back to the code and from the Explorer, open app.module. Here at the line that we are importing HTTP client module, we need to put a comma and write HTTP underline interceptors. Then we need to scroll down to the providers part and we need to press enter. We need to add an object. We need to set its provide equal to HTTP interceptor that we imported seconds ago, and it has a use class. And for the use class, we need to use the class name that is loading interceptor, and press Ctrl dot or Command dot to import it here and set its multi-property to true. So this is how we add an interceptor. Now if we come back to the user, we can see that we have I am interceptor alert at the top. So let's go back and handle the loading inside it. Close the app module and inside the intercept method, remove the alert. Here outside of the class, I want to define a global variable with the name of pending requests that is equal to 0 by default. We use this variable to handle multiple requests that goes to the server because we don't want to show loading multiple times on a single page. So we show the loading, and when all the pending requests are finished, then we hide the loading. Here inside the class, let's inject the loading service. So write private loading service with the type of loading service. And here inside the intercept method, we want to use the loading service to show the loading. So use this.loadingService.showLoading. After showing the loading, we increase the number of pending requests. So make it equal to pending requests plus 1. Its name should be pending requests. Okay, very good. Here, if we have observable with the type of HTTP event, so we can pipe it with the tap function from RxJS, and we can use its output without changing its values. For the happy part of the request that will be done inside the next method, we get an HTTP event. At the first line of this function, we write if event.type is equal to HTTP event type dot response. That means the request is finished. Then we call this dot handle hide loading. Now let's make this handle hide loading method. Here write handle hide loading. At the first line, we need to do exactly the opposite of this. We need to decrease the pending requests by 1. Then we need to check if pending requests are equal to 0. Then we need to call this dot loading service dot hide loading. Super simple. But what about the unhappy part? We need to add another handler here for error. We don't want to touch the error here, so we put an underscore, and inside it we write this dot handle hide loading. So it will call the same method. It will decrease the pending request, and if it was the last request, it will hide the loading. Now let's go and see it inside the browser. Let's refresh the page. As you can see, we have the loading. We go to the main page. We see the loading longer because we have 2 things that need to come from the server. At the first part of this lesson, we are going to create the checkout page. So when inside the cart page, you click on the proceed to checkout, you are going to see this page that we have the name of the user, shipping address of the food, and order items. Watch this video to the end if you like to know how. Okay, here is the roadmap for this lesson. Here, the first thing that I want to do is creating the order model. We need it because we need to convert our cart model into order model, because order model has some additional properties that is related to the order. So we need to go to the Explorer, and inside the front end src app shared folder, right click on the models and create a new file. Set its name to order.ts, and here write export class order. Its first property is ID required with the type of number. Items is the second one, and its type is cart item array, just like the cart. So we are not going to create the cart item once again for the order. So we just need to set the cart items of the cart to the cart items of the order. That's it. It is not imported here. Press Ctrl dot and add import here. Next field is total price, that is mandatory with the type of number. Name, that is mandatory with the type of string. Address, required with the type of string. Payment ID, that we save the payment ID from the PayPal inside it. It is required with the type of string. We want to show where it is created, so we add a created at that is required with the type of string, and a status that keeps the status of the order. It is paid, it is cancelled, and all the statuses could be current status of the order. Its type is a string, and it is required. Okay, our order is ready for this lesson. Close it, and let's go for the next step, that is generating the checkout page component. And just like before, we'll go to the terminal menu and select new terminal. And here, first of all, we need to go to the front end folder, and we need to write ng-gc for generating the component inside components folder, pages folder with the name of checkout-page. Then press enter. Here we go. Our checkout page component is generated. So let's close the terminal and get into its TypeScript file. So here, inside the components folder, pages folder, open checkout page folder and select checkout page component TypeScript file. Here at the top, we need to define the order field. So write order with the type of order that we defined earlier that is equal to new order. Okay, before finishing this component, I want to add it to the router. So let's go to the Explorer and select App Routing module. Duplicate the last item here, change its path to checkout and its component to checkout page component. It is successfully imported here, very good. So we have the route that we want. Let's check it inside the browser. Go to the cart page and click on this proceed to checkout. As you can see, we have checkout page works. Now let's get back and continue working on the checkout page component. So close app routing module. And here for the second field, I want to add checkout form that is required. Its type is form group and boom. Here inside the constructor, we need to inject several things. First thing is cart service with the type of cart service. The second one is private form builder for building the form group with the type of form builder. The third one is private user service with the type of user service. We want the user service to have the default name and address of the user. And the last item here is toast R service with the type of toast R service. Now here inside the constructor, we need to get the cart from the cart service and set it to the order. So let's write const cart is equal to cart service dot get cart, but the get cart is not available inside the cart service because it is get cart observable. Sometimes you don't want to work with the observables, you just want the latest value of that observable. Now here the easiest thing that we can do is going to the cart service. So from the Explorer services, click on cart service, and here after the get cart observable, let's write get cart with the type of cart. Here return this dot cart subject dot value. As I told you before, the subject always keep the latest value. So by using subject.value, we can get the latest value of our subject. So we don't need to work with observable when we want only the latest value. Let's close the cart service. Now here, there is no error and we have our cart. Now let's set this dot order dot items equal to cart dot items and this dot order dot total price equal to cart dot total price. Okay, we have the cart items and the cart total price. So let's go inside the ng-on init for creating the form. But initial value of the form shouldn't be empty because we have the name and the address of the user. So let's get it from the current user and put it inside the form as the initial value. So let's write let name and address that is equal to this dot user service dot current user. Just like the cart service, we don't have current user, we just have user observable. So we need to add it to the user service. So hold the control down in Windows and the command in macOS and click on user service. In this way, the user service file will be open for you. And here before the login, create a public member that is a getter with the name of current user. Its return type is a user and it returns this dot user subject dot value. So by using the current user, we are going to have the latest value of the user subject that is in fact behavior subject. Okay, close the user service and here we go. No error again. Now we can fill this checkout form using the form builder. So write this dot checkout form equal to this dot form builder dot group. Its first form control is name. Its initial value is name. It's coming from here, from the current user, and it needs validators. So we import it dot required. The second form control is address with the default value of address coming from the user, and its validator is required too. Okay, just like before, let's create a shorthand for this checkout form controls. Okay, get fc that will return this dot checkout form dot controls. Once again, we use it for having easy access to the checkout form controls. And the last method that we need here is create order. At the beginning of it, we check if this dot checkout form is invalid. So when the form is invalid, we shouldn't let it go down. But before that, we need to show a warning message. So this dot toast our service dot warning with the text of please fill the inputs with the title of invalid inputs. After it, we need to return out of the method. So now if we write something here, it means the checkout form is valid. When the checkout form is valid, we need to set its values to the order. So this.order.name will be this.fc.name.value, and this.order.address will be equal to this.fc.address.value. So we are setting the values from the form to the order that we want to send to the server for creation. But in this part of this lesson, we are not going through the order creation process in the backend. So we just use console.log this.order to make sure that the order has the correct value coming from the checkout form. Okay, the TypeScript part of the checkout page component is finished. Let's click here and click on checkout page component HTML file. Clear everything here. And here we want to create the appearance of the checkout page component. First of all, let's add a div with the class of container and another div with the class of content. Here, first of all, we need to use app title for showing the title of the page. Its title is order form and its font size is 1.6 rem. Now it's time for adding the form. So let's use form tag with the form group of checkout form. Let's use our text input component with the control of fc.name and with the label of name. Okay, let's duplicate this text input. And for the second input, we need to use address with the label of address. Here we go. The form is ready. Let's go inside the browser and see the result. Let's go to the cart page. Let's click on the proceed to checkout. And as you can see, we have the current user's name and current user's address inside these two inputs. And since we don't have show errors when condition, if we clear the text, we will see the error even if no submit button is clicked. At this point, we want to show the list of order items here. Since I want to use the order items in several places in the future, I want to create a component for it. So let's go and do that. Open up the terminal, go to the front-end folder and write nggc for generating your component inside components folder, partials folder with the name of order items list. Then press enter. Okay, close the terminal and let's go to the Explorer. Inside the partials folder, open up the order item list. Here we go. We have them here. Click on the TypeScript file. Here we don't have something special. We just need an order that is required with the type of order and it is an input. So we need to pass the order wherever we want to use it. Our job is done. Let's click over here and open up order items list component. Clear everything here and create a simple HTML table here. For the first tr, I want to use a td with the call span of 5. So it takes the whole row with an h3 tag with the text of order items. This tr works as header. The second tr should be a loop for the order items. So use ng4 let item of order.items. The first td should be an a tag with the router link to the food/item.food.id, and inside this a tag I want to show the image of the food with the src of item.food.image URL. Second td is item.food.name. Next td is for the price, So item.food.price. Oh, don't forget to set the currency pipe for the price. Next TD is for quantity. So item.quantity. And the last TD is for item.price with the pipe of currency. This price is for a single food, and this item price is this food price multiplied by the quantity. So if the food price is $10 and the quantity is 2, the item price will be $20. Now let's go to the TypeScript file and change this selector from app-order items list to just order items list. And let's use it inside the checkout page component. So here after the form, let's use order items list. And we need to pass the order here to this component. Now we can see it inside the browser. As you can see, we have the order items here with the title of order items and the order items details that you can see. But at the bottom of this order items list component, I want to show the total price of the order. Let's add it inside it. Inside the order items list component, inside the table, let's add another TR. I want to show it on the right side. So I want to add a TD with call span of 3. So we are going to make 3 empty TDs. And we are going to add another TD for showing a bold total text. So we use a strong tag with the text of total. And we use another TD with a strong tag for showing orders total price with the pipe of currency. Now if we look at to the browser and we scroll down, we can see that we have total of $31. But as you can see, the images are very big. Let's do something on its CSS file and make it beautiful. So click here and select the order items list component CSS file. For the table, I want its width to be 100%. It should have a border of 1 pixel that is solid with the color of hashtag #EEEE. It should have a margin top of 1 rem and border radius that is 5 pixel. Its padding should be 0.5 rem from top and bottom and 1 rem from left and right. Next thing that we need to work on is H3. Its margin top 0.5 rem and its margin left is 0.3 rem. As you know, there is no difference between putting the 0 before the dot or not putting it. But for having a consistent format, I'm going to do that. Its color should be gray. For hover effect of the A tag, its opacity should be 0.9, 90%. TD's height should be 3 rem, and the image inside the TD should have a width of 3 rem, height of 3 rem. Its object fit should be cover, so it should be cropped, and it should be round shape, so we set the border radius to 100 rem. Now let's look at the browser. As you can see, it is much more beautiful. I know it is so huge, but when we are working to the checkout page CSS file, we are going to make it smaller. At this step, I want to add a section for showing the map, so the user can choose the shipping address on the map. But we are not going through the process of adding the map here because it is a complete separated part. We are going to do it on the next parts of this lesson. Let's go and add its section. Let's close the order items list, CSS and HTML and TypeScript. And here after the content div, let's add another div with a class of map. And let's use app title component for its title with the title of choose your address on map and with the font size of 1.6 rem. On the next parts, we are going to add actual map components here. But for now, we are going to keep it empty. The next div that I want to add here is a div with a class of buttons container and another div inside it with the class of buttons and a button inside it with the click event of create order with the text of go to payment. Normally, after clicking on the Go to Payment button, we are going to create the order for the payment. Okay, our HTML file is ready. Let's check out the browser. Here we go. We have everything prepared for the checkout page CSS file. Let's get back to the code and click here and select checkout page components CSS file. For its container, I want a margin top of 1 rem. Its display should be flex. Margin should be 0 from the top, 2 rem from the right, 6 rem from the bottom, and 2 rem from the left. Flex wrap should be wrap, and justify content should be center. So the items will be put on the center horizontally. For the content class, we are going to set a limited width of 35 rem, and we are going to set a margin right of 3 rem. This is specifically for the content class, but for the content class and form, at the same time, the display should be flex, and the flex direction should be column. For the form specifically, the width should be 100%. For the buttons container class, we are going to have a flex basis of 100%, display of flex, and justify content of center. For the buttons class, margin should be 2 rem, and width should be 35 rem. For the button tag, its color should be white. Its background color should be hashtag E72929. Its width should be 100%. Height 3 rem. Opacity 0.8, 80%. Font size should be 1.3 rem. Border none. And border radius 0.5 rem. And I want to give it a box shadow to make it beautiful. 2 pixel, 2 pixel, 2 pixel, 2 pixel, and the color of gray. For the button tag hover effect, let's set its opacity to 1 and cursor to pointer. Now let's check out the result. As you can see, we have this beautiful checkout page. Now for testing this button's functionality, let's right click and select inspect. Let's go to the console, clear everything, and click on go to payment. As you can see, we have an order. Its name is the same name as here, and the address is the same. Now let's test if it's using the text values. So I'm going to write test at the end of the name and test at the end of the address. Let's click on the go to payment. As you can see, now the name has a test at the end of it and the address too. In this lesson, we want to add a map to the project and make it like this. So you have a map, and by clicking on this Find My Location, you will be able to see your location on the map and change it by dragging and by clicking. Okay, we are going to continue from step 6, that is adding the map to the checkout page. I'm going to use the leaflet npm package for showing the map on the screen. So let's add it to the project first. So from the terminal, select new terminal, go to the frontend directory, then write npm install leaflet. We just installed the leaflet package successfully. Leaflet is a JavaScript library. Since we want to use it inside the TypeScript, we need to add its types. Let's install leaflet types. So write npm install --save-dev @types/leaflet. We normally install the types through the VS Code, but this time I just wanted to add it at the beginning. The next important step is adding leaflet CSS styles to the Angular JSON, because at the end, the Angular will merge all the JavaScript and all the CSS files together. So it should know which file it needs to merge. So we need to add the file to it. Okay, go to the Explorer and open up the Angular JSON. Scroll down to the place that you see styles. Here, as you can see, we already added the toaster. Now we want to add the leaflet CSS. So go to the node modules, write leaflet, then it will find the leaflet for you. Open it up, go to the dist folder, right click on the leaflet CSS and select copy relative path. Then come over here, put a comma, double quotes, and paste it here. Since Angular JSON is already inside the frontend folder, remove it from here. So it starts from node module, leaflet, dist, and leaflet.css. So we did this part. Close the Angular JSON and check out the next step, that is adding address lat.lng to the order model. So when the user selects a location on the map, it will be saved inside this field. Let's go to the order model. Click here to collapse everything, then go to the front end, src, app, and shirt, models, and select order model. Here after the address, let's add address lat.lng with the type of lat.lng. This lat.lng is coming from the leaflet, and it holds the latitude and longitude of the location, and that's all we want from an address. Okay, this step is done. Let's close the order and let's go for creating the map component. So from the view menu, select terminal, clear everything here, then write ng gc for generating the component inside components folder, partials folder with the name of map, then press enter. The terminal says that it is created. Let's close the terminal. And first of all, since we want to use the map component inside the checkout page, let's add it to the checkout page. So from the components, pages, checkout page, and checkout page component HTML file, here inside the div with the class of map, after the app title, let's add app-map. I think it's better to be only map instead of app-map. So hold the control down or hold the command down in macOS and click on it. So you will go inside the component, and inside the selector, remove the app dash from the beginning. Now come back to the checkout page component and remove it from here too. Here we go. Very beautiful. Now let's check it out inside the browser. Let's go to the cart page and click on proceed to checkout. Here you can see that we have map works. So we have it here and we can start working on it. Get back to the code. Here, first of all, instead of TS file, I want to start from the HTML file because TS file needs an empty tag inside the HTML file. Okay, let's close the checkout page component for now and click on map component TS file. Click on here and select HTML file. Clear everything here. Then write div class container and a div with the reference of map, the class of map, that is the placeholder for the map here. This hashtag map is an Angular syntax that you can be able to have access to this div here inside this file and from the map component TS file. But for now, let's leave it here and go to the map component TS file. The first thing that we want to add here is a decorator with the name of view child that is part of Angular core. Its responsibility is selecting a tag from the view file, that is HTML file, and putting it inside the field. Its first property is selector, and since we are using Angular reference, we can directly write the name of the reference here. So we just need to write map, and I want to say static true, and a static true makes it available inside ng on init. Since we don't have any dynamic if else statement or for each statement, we can easily use it as static. Let's add the field name that I want to say it is map ref. It's required and it is of type element reference. So by writing this code, when this component is showing, we have access to this div here. The second field that I want to add here is map, the actual map that is of type map. And this map is part of leaflet and it is required too. Here I want to add a method for initializing the map. I want to name it initialize map. Inside it, I want to say if the map is already initialized, just return. So if this.map has value, it means the map is already initialized. Okay? Otherwise, we need to set this.map is equal to map. That is a leaflet function. You should know that the map with capital M is the map type, and map with the lowercase m is for creating the map. So we need to use the small map function for creating our leaflet map. Press enter. As the first parameter, it needs the element. And since we have the map reference here, we can easily write this.mapref dot native element. This element ref is part of Angular, but it has the native JavaScript element as a property inside it, so you can use it anytime you want. Second parameter is the option. First of all, here I want to disable the attribution control, so it will not show the leaflet on the bottom right of the map. Then we need to set the default view, where it should show as the default location. So write .set view For the default view, I want to create a read-only field. Here, write private read-only default lat.lng. That is of type lat.lng tuple. And lat.lng tuple is like this. It's in fact an array. Its latitude should be 13.75 and its longitude is 21.62. You can set another place as your default location. Doesn't make a difference. So let's use this default lat.lng here, this dot default lat.lng. And for the zoom level, I want to set it to 1. And zoom level of 1 is like showing the whole world. Now that we created our map, let's say how we want to show it. As you know, a big map consists of a lot of small images that will be joined together as tiles and make the whole map. There's a function with the name of tile layer that is part of leaflet. As the default tiles, we use this address that you can find in the comment link in the description below. That is tile layer system of OpenStreetMap. So it's free of charge and you can use it freely. Now that we have our tile layer, let's use add to function for adding it to this dot map. So now we know where is the default location, what is the zoom level of our map, and which tile engine it needs to use. For now, this is everything that we need to show the map on the screen. So let's use this initialize map method inside ng-on-init for now. Don't forget to put this dot at the beginning. But before seeing it inside the browser, we need to define the dimension of this div that we have inside the map component HTML file. So let's click here and go to the CSS file and write .container. Set its position to relative, width to 35 rem, and its height to 22 rem. This is the size of the container. Set its text align to center. For the map class, set its width to 100% and its height to 100% too. So it will fill the whole container. Now let's check it out inside the browser. As you can see, we are not seeing it well. That's because when you add something to the angular.json, it will not work until you restart your Angular server. Let's do that right now. Get back to the code, go to the view and terminal. Select the instance for the front end, click here, press Ctrl C for stopping it, then write npm start and press enter for running it again. Close the terminal. Let's get back. Now that we have our map beautifully placed here, it's time for adding a button here that when you click on it, it will show your current location. So first of all, let's add the button. Here before the map, let's add a button with a class of find-location. But it has a click event that goes to the find my location that we didn't implement yet, but we are going to implement it. The text of the button could be find my location. First of all, for not having the error, let's copy the name of the method, go to the map component TS file, and here inside the class, let's define the method. Now we could be able to see the button without error inside the browser. But I don't want to show it here, I want to show it here. So let's do that with CSS. So let's go to the map component CSS file. Let's add a class for find-location. Its position should be absolute. Its margin should be auto. Its width should be 15 rem. Min height should be 3 rem. Font size should be 1.2 rem. Set its top to 0, left to 0, and right to 0. Set its z-index to 1000. So we are going to bring the button to the front. Set its background color to hashtag FFF that represents the white color, but with alpha channel of 7C. So it will be a little bit transparent. Set its cursor to pointer. And for its hover effect, find-location, hover. Just set its background color to white. So there will be no transparency when you move your mouse over the button. And that's exactly what I want. Let's check it out inside the browser. Okay, very nice. When you hover your mouse, it will be no transparent anymore. Okay, now that we have our button, let's add the functionality to it. But for finding the default location of the user, we can use Navigator that is part of JavaScript. But I don't want to use it as JavaScript. I want to define it as observable inside the location service. So first of all, let's generate the location service. So from the view menu, select terminal and write nggs for generating the service inside services folder with the name of location. Then press enter. So here we can see that the location service is generated inside the services folder with the name of location service. Very good. Here after the constructor, I want to define a method with the name of getCurrentLocation. Its return type is observable with the type of lat_lng literal. And lat_lng literal just has a lat and lng field. Here we can return a new observable. And inside the constructor of the observable, you can define an observer method. So anytime anything changed here inside this method, this observer could inform this observable object. Let me tell you how is it possible. First of all, we need to check if the browser supports the geolocation of navigator. So we need to say if navigator, that is part of JavaScript, .geolocation is not available, then just return. Don't do anything. And otherwise, it means when navigator.geolocation is available, return navigator.geolocation.getCurrentPosition. It gets two inputs. The first one is success callback and the other one is error callback. We are going to implement both. For the success callback, that is the first one, we'll get the position and we can say observer.next latitude of position dot coordinates dot latitude and longitude of position dot coordinates dot longitude. And as I told you before, this part and this part coming from JavaScript. We are just wrapping it around an observable so we can use it similar to the way that Angular works, because Angular mostly works with observables, and that's great. For the error situation, we need another callback and we say, hey, observer, tell the observable that there is an error. Pass the error. Here we go. We could also do it with behavior subject, but it was unnecessary because behavior subjects are good in the situations that you want to change the value in different methods. Here we just want to change it inside this observer method that is part of the constructor of the observable. Very nice. And our getCurrentLocation method is ready. Close it. Then go to the map component.ts file. Inside find my location, we want to use that location service. But first of all, we need to add it to the constructor, right? Private location service with the type of location service. Here we go. Go to the find my location and write this dot location service dot getCurrentLocation. Now we have an observable that we can subscribe to it. Here we can pass an object, and inside the next method we'll get the lat_lng, and we are going to show it inside the console.log. So let's check it out inside the browser. Let's right click here and open up inspect. Go to the console, clear everything, click on find my location. Now that we have the current location from the navigator, let's show it on the map. We have several things to do. So let's go to the map component TypeScript file. The icon that we want to show on the map is called marker. And for the marker, I want to define two private fields. The first one is private read-only marker zoom level. That could be equal to 16. So when we show the marker on the screen, we need to set the view of the map on that location so the user can see where the current location's marker is set, so you can adjust it. The next thing is marker icon. Leaflet has a default marker icon, but I saw a lot of instability on Angular, so I decided to create a new one by myself. For creating an icon, you just need to copy this code, and this icon is part of Leaflet, so update import from the leaflet. This image I uploaded by myself to the Cloudinary. So this is the image URL. This is the size of the icon that should be shown on the map. And this is the icon anchor, the part of the image that you want to be the anchor point on the map. Normally the sharp part of the image. Now the next thing that we need to add here is a field with the name of current marker. This is required with the type of marker. And marker is part of leaflet. And remember, it has a big M because it is a type. So We have this current marker because we don't want to add more than one marker to the screen. So we are going to use it as the reference for the current marker. Now that we have every field for the marker, let's add the setMarker method for setting it to the map. Here, after the findMyLocation, add a method with the name of setMarker. First of all, we need to check if this current marker is already available. Don't forget to add lat.lng as the input for the set marker with the type of lat.lng. If the current marker is already available, set this current marker set lat.lng to lat.lng is coming from the input. Then return. Since we have more than one line, we need to put it inside curly braces. Here we go. We can put the return here, but it makes the code a little bit ambiguous. For this reason, I don't want to do that. Okay, now when we are here, it means the current marker is not available. So we need to generate a new one, right? This current marker is equal to marker. That is a leaflet function. Press enter. Its first parameter is lat.lng and its second parameter is the options of the marker. Its draggable should be true because we want to drag it, and its icon should be this marker icon that we created at the top. And we need to add it to this map. Okay, by using these codes, we can show the marker on the map. So let's use it inside findMyLocation. Write this set marker, the value of lat.lng. As you can see here, we have an error. It says that lat.lng literal is not assignable to the parameter of type lat.lng. If we hold the control down and click on lat.lng, we can see that lat.lng and lat.lng literal are different. Lat.lng literal, as I told you before, has only lat and lng, but lat.lng has lat.lng with a lot of functions and altitude as an optional parameter. Okay, so for putting this to work, we can use another mixed type, that is lat.lng expression. You go inside the lat.lng expression, you can see that it could be lat.lng or lat.lng literal or lat.lng tuple. These are all the types that we are using, and all of them are the same. They just have a latitude and longitude, but with different expressions. So it's better to use lat.lng expression there. Here we go. No error here, and we have set marker on the findMyLocation. But this is not enough. When you show the marker, as I told you before, you need to set the view of the map on the current location of the marker. So let's write this map.setView to the lat.lng with the zoom level of this marker zoom level, the read-only field that we defined at the top. Okay, our findMyLocation method is ready. Let's check it out inside the browser. Close the inspect and click on findMyLocation. As you can see, it's showing the current location, and you can drag it around because we set the draggable to true. Now, the only problem that I have is that I can only move this marker by dragging, not by clicking somewhere. For example, if I click here, the marker should not stay here. It should be moved here. Let's add this functionality. Here inside the initialize map, after the tile layer, write this .map.on click. Whenever the click event happens, this callback should be raised. It has an input with the type of leaflet mouse event. Then we can set the current location of the marker by using this set marker with the value of e.lat.lng. Now, if we go to the browser, click here, as you can see, now we can click anywhere that we want. We're setting it as the current location, so you shouldn't only drag it. For example, you want to send the food to another address, you can click somewhere else and you're good to go. Now everything is good, and the only thing that remained is setting current latitude and longitude to the current order. For doing this, I want to pass the order to the map component and set its latitude and longitude. So first of all, let's define the order as input for map. Here, define an input, the name of order required with the type of order. Okay, now let's go to the set marker method and set its address, latitude, and longitude. But before doing it, for making it future-proof, I want to add a setter for setting the latitude and longitude to the order. I'll tell you the reason while I'm implementing the method. So write set address lat.lng. It gets an input that is lat.lng with the type of lat.lng. Set lat.lng dot lat equal to parse float with the type of lat.lng dot lat dot to fixed. Duplicate this for lng here and lng here. Then set it to this dot order that address lat.lng and make it equal to lat.lng. Honestly, this is not necessary for the front-end side. I did it for the MongoDB because on the MongoDB side, it couldn't accept a float with more than 8 floating points. So I made my latitude and longitude to fixed with 8 floating points. After that, I set it to the orders address lat.lng. Now at the beginning of the set marker, we can write this dot address lat.lng is equal to lat.lng as lat.lng. And as you know, this set keyword turns this method as a setter, so it could get the value using equal sign instead of calling a function. Now everything is good. But since we set this draggable to true, we didn't set any event listener for getting the current marker location after the dragging is finished. Let's do that here. Let's write this dot current marker dot on drag end, means when the dragging ended. Call this callback and set this dot address lat.lng equal to this dot current marker dot get lat.lng. Here we go. Now for checking that everything works flawlessly, let's add a console log here inside the setter of address lat.lng, console.log with the value of this dot order dot address lat.lng. Since we set it at the top, it should have the value here. Let's check it out inside the browser. Open up the inspect, console, clear everything. Close this. Okay. Click on find my location. We have an error. Okay. It says that cannot read address lat.lng of undefined. It's obvious because we didn't pass any order from the checkout page to the map component. Let's do that. Let's open up the Explorer and open up the checkout page component HTML file. Here that we are using the map, let's write order is equal to order. So we are passing this order from checkout page to this order inside the map component. Here we go. Now let's check out the browser. Go to the console, clear everything, click on find my location. As you can see, we have this location here. Let's test the click. Here we go. Have the current location. Let's test the dragging. Okay, clear this. And you drag and you release it, it will show the current location. So we have the latitude and longitude in all situations. Okay, our map is beautifully ready. Now the problem that we have is when you log out, you could already be inside the checkout page. For example, we get back to the cart page and if we click on proceed to checkout, it should redirect the user to the login page, and after login, this page should be shown. This is the moment that I need to introduce you with guards in Angular. With guards, you can check some condition for showing some components. That's what I want to generate right now. First of all, close everything related to the checkout page and map component. Then from the view menu, select terminal. Then write ngg guard for generating a guard inside auth folder, guards folder with the name of auth. Then press enter. It asks you which interfaces would you like to implement. I want to use the can activate, the default one, because it's the best place for checking a condition for showing or activating a component or not. So press enter. Here we go. Close the terminal and go to the Explorer. From the app folder, auth folder, find auth.guard. First of all, before doing anything inside this authentication guard, I want to show you how they will be used. Go to the Explorer and find app routing module. Here for the checkout route, we want to add the authentication guard. So we put a comma and we write can activate. It needs an array. So here we can pass our auth guard that we generated seconds ago. Now we will be able to see this checkout page component if can activate function inside this authentication guard return true. But it is already returned true, so there is no condition yet. Let's add the condition. First of all, before the can activate, put a constructor and inside it inject two things. The first thing is user service with the type of user service, and the second one is router with the type of router. We want user service for getting authentication status of the user, and we want router for redirecting the user when the user is not authenticated. Okay? Now here inside the can activate method, remove this return true and write if this.userService.currentUser.token, when the token is available, it means the user is authenticated. Then return true. Otherwise, use this.router.navigate function, pass the URL inside an array. This is the route of the login page, and pass an object with the field of query params with the object of return URL that we set inside the login page with the value of state.url. Then return false. This line will redirect the user to the login page with the query params of return URL that get its value from the state.url that has the URL of component that needs to be activated. Anyway, if the user is authenticated, the checkout page will be shown. Otherwise, it will not be shown. Now let's check out its functionality inside the browser. As you can see, we are automatically redirected to the login page with the return URL of checkout. Now if we log into the project, we will be automatically redirected to where we was before. So here inside the checkout page, that is a credential page. If we log out of the website, once again, we will be redirected to the login page. So assume you selected all of your foods and you are inside the cart page and you want to proceed to checkout. As you can see, it will redirect you to the login page. Now, if you log in, you will be redirected back to the checkout page. In this video, we want to create the order on the backend side. So after clicking on this Go to Payment button, it will save this order on the backend side inside the MongoDB. Okay, here we want to continue by saving the order after clicking on Go to Payment button. For doing this, first of all, we need to prepare the backend. And the first step is creating the order model. Right-click on the models and select New File. Here write order.model.ts. Here, first of all, we need to add a couple of interfaces and schemas. But before that, we need to import model, schema, and types from Mongoose. We need to make interface here for lat.lng because we don't have leaflet here. So we don't have that lat.lng type from the leaflet. So export interface lat.lng. It has only two fields, lat, the type of string, lng with the type of string. Now let's create this schema for this interface. Export const lat.lng schema is equal to new schema with the type of lat.lng. For its fields, we have lat with the type of string and required of true because it is required. Duplicate it and make it lng. Here we go. As I told you before, we use interface for code completion and we use a schema for Mongoose for creating the models inside the database. Next thing that we need to have here is order item because we need it inside the order. Right? Export interface order item. The first one is food with the type of food. The second one is price with the type of number. And the third one is quantity with the type of number. Let's create its schema. Export const order item schema equal to new schema with the type of order item interface. Now we've passed the fields for the schema inside the database. The first one is food. Its type should be food schema. And this food schema is coming from where the food is coming, and we made it sessions ago. And its required is equal to true. Second field is price. Its type is number with capital N, and it is required. And the last field is quantity with the type of number that it's required is true. Here we go. So we just created our lat.lng interface, lat.lng schema, order item interface, and order item schema. So we have all these schemas that are necessary for creating the order. Now let's create the order. For creating the order, we can use the order on the front-end side because most of the fields are completely similar to it. So press Ctrl P or Command P in macOS and write order.ts. Look at the directory and press enter. Here, just copy the order from here, close it, and paste it here. Change the name of the cart item to order item here because we renamed it on the server side. Here for the status of the order, I want to create an enumeration because the status of the order is limited. So open up the Explorer and inside the constants, right click and select new file. Set its name to order_status.ts and write export enum for creating an enumeration order status enum. It's similar to creating public constants, but by using enum, you have a structure and you can use it as a type. So that field will be limited to the items that this enum offers. The available items for the order is this in this project: new, paid, shipped, cancelled, and refunded. In fact, they are all strings. So when you use new, it will place the new string. If you use paid, it will place the paid string. Okay, the order status is ready. Just close it. And instead of string or status, let's use order status enum. I want it to be just order status because order status is completely obvious and the enum is not necessary to be here. So let's go here and remove the enum from the end of the order status. And let's go here and make this order status. Come down and use it for the status of the order interface. Oh man, I'm using a class. I just copied it from the client side. So let's make it interface. Remove all the exclamation marks and question marks. Okay, very nice. We have two more things to add here. The first one is user with the type of types.objectID. Types.objectID will be used for foreign key. I don't want to directly save the user information inside this field. I just want to put the ID of that user on its order. So we use types.objectID for having a foreign key from the user inside the order to the user inside the user collection. And the next field that we want to add here is updated at with the type of date. I want to put this created at the bottom, and I want to change its type to date too. So we have 10 items here that is necessary for the order interface. Now it's time for creating its schema. So write const order schema equal to new schema with the type of order. Let's set its fields. The first one is name with the type of string. Don't forget again that the types inside the schema always starts with capital letter and its required is true. Next one is address with the type of string. Its required is true. Address lat.lng with the type of lat.lng schema that we made at the top and its required is true. payment ID with the type of string, capital string, total price with the type of number, and it's required is true, items with the type of order, item schema. We define the array type for the schema like this. We put the schema inside an array, and it's required is true. Status, its type is a string. It has a default value. So when we create the order and we don't set any value to it, it should be order status dot new. And this order status is the enum that we made seconds ago here. And the last field is user with the type of schema dot types dot object ID. Remember, this type is different from this type. This type is a schema type, and this type is TypeScript type. Both of them are implemented inside Mongoose types, and its required is true. For its options, we want to have timestamps. So when we create the order and we update the order, we're going to have this field. So we don't need to put it inside the schema. They will be generated automatically by just putting this little thing here. Set to JSON equal to an object where its virtuals is true. And for to object, do the same. Virtuals, true. And as I told you before, by doing this, we could have a lot of features, but the main reason for me is having ID instead of underline ID. So when you set these things to true, you can have order.id like this instead of underline ID. It will do it automatically. Now that we generated our order schema, let's export it to the outside. So write export const order model and call the model function from the Mongoose. Give it a name. I call it order inside the database, MongoDB, and I pass the order schema. Okay, now that we have our beautiful order model, we can use it inside the order router for saving our order. So close order status and order model, and let's add the order router. Here, scroll up on the routers, right click and click on new file. Write order.router.ts. Here import router from express and write const the router is equal to router. So we have an express router. Let's create an API. So write router.post. Its address should be /create. And here we need an async handler. So let's add it here. Import async handler from express async handler. Call async handler here. Give it an async handler. Async request with the type of any and response with the type of any. And here, first of all, we want to get the order that we want to save from the body. So write const request order is equal to request.body. Now we need to check if there is no items inside the request order items to reject the order. So check if request order dot items dot length is smaller than or equal to 0. Then we need to send response that is status of HTTP bad request. It is part of HTTP status. Then we need to send a message with the text of cart is empty and return. So it shouldn't go down when there is no items inside the request order. Now we need to check if there is already an order for the current user with the status of new. We need to delete it and rewrite this new order. So first of all, let's write await order model that we created and call delete one when the user, that is in fact the reference of the user, and its reference is the ID of the user. So we set it to request.user.id, and when its status is order status.new. Since there should be only one order with the status of new for the user, I want to delete the last order every time that I want to create a new order for the user with the status of new. Doing this is easier than updating the current user, so I chose this way. And if you're asking, where is this user ID come from? The answer is we don't have it yet. We should set a middleware on this router so it checks the token of the user, and if it's verified, it's going to set inside the request user. Let's create it. Open up the Explorer, right click on the src folder and select new folder and write middlewares. Right click on the middlewares and select new file and write auth.mid.ts. So it is authentication middleware. It is responsible for checking the authentication of the user when we do requests on an API that is necessary for the user to be authenticated. A middleware is in fact just a function that gets the request, response, and next. So write export default. First item is request with the type of any. Second one is response with the type of any. And next, that is of type any too. First of all, let's get the token from the headers. So write const token is equal to request.headers.access token as a string. This access token is the name that we choose for my access token, that I'm gonna set it on an interceptor on the client side. We didn't do anything with the access token yet. First of all, we need to check if the token doesn't have a value. Then we need to return. We need to send the status of unauthorized that we didn't add yet to our HTTP status file. So open up the Explorer and go to the HTTP status and duplicate the bad request and write HTTP unauthorized, and instead of 400 write 401. Close it and come over here and write HTTP unauthorized. Then send it to the client side. So if there is no token, it means the user is unauthorized because there is no token for us to verify. But if we come here, it means that we have a token, okay? And this access token is not null or undefined. So we need to try to verify the token. But verify method of JWT, there was an exception when the token is not valid. So we need to put it inside the try catch clause, okay? Inside the try, we need to write const decoded user. Then we need to call verify function of JSON web token. We need to pass the token and the secret key, that is process.env.jwt_secret. And we put an exclamation mark. So we say 100% this is not undefined. And this JWT secret is coming from .env file that we have. And this is exactly the same to the JWT secret that we build the token with. So JWT secret is very important because if you expose the JWT secret, people can decode your token and can generate another token that is valid inside your system. So it's necessary to keep it safe. The verify function checks that the token is valid. If it's valid, it will return the token value. And for the token value, we add some fields from the user. Let's go to the user router and look at this generate token response function. As you can see, when we are creating the token, we don't set the user ID inside the token. We need it now because inside the order for the user, we are using the request.user.id, but we don't have it here because we didn't generate the token with that ID. So if we decode it, we don't have it. So let's add the user ID here. Done. Super simple. So now when we generate the token, we have the user ID. Very nice. Close the user router. Now set request.user equal to decoded user. Okay, the try clause is done. Now if the token is not verified, it will throw an exception. So we need to catch it here and we need to send response.status of HTTP unauthorized. Then we need to send it to the user. And don't forget, at the end, we need to return the next function. This is the next function on the pipeline. This is how a pipeline works. As you can see, it is very similar to an API. It just has a next, and then you need to return the next. So close authentication middleware. Let's add it here. Write router.use auth. We didn't add the authentication middleware here, so write import auth from /middlewares/auth.mid. Okay? Now this router, before calling the post/create, uses this authentication middleware. So if it's authenticated, it will set request.user. So we're going to have the request.user and we're going to have the request user ID. Now, after deleting the new order for the user, we need to create another order for the user. So write const new order, go to new order model, and give it an object. Use ... that is a spread operator with request order, and give it the user from request.user.id. Now let's save this new order. Await new order.save and send it to the client. Response.send new order. Here we go. The create function is ready. But the order router is not connected to the server. Let's connect it. Open up the Explorer, go to the server.ts file on the backend, and here duplicate this user API and write /orders for order router. Didn't import it yet, so let's go here. Import order router from routers/order router. I think we didn't export it yet. Let's go inside order router. Yeah, right. Export default router. Here we go. No errors. And we have the orders router here. Now that we have our API, let's go and connect it to the front end side. So close the server.ts and order router. Here, first of all, we want to add the order URLs to the urls.ts. So press Ctrl P and write urls.ts. Then here, write export const orders _URL equal to base _URL plus /API/orders. This is the address that we set for the orders. Duplicate it, and after the order, put another underscore and write create. All capital. And here, instead of the base URL, write order URL. This should be orders URL. Okay? So this is the orders URL. So this is the orders URL. And instead of /API/orders here, it should be create. So order create URL will be /API/orders/create. Okay, now that we have the URL, we can go and create the order service. Open up the terminal, go to the front end side, and write nggs for generating the service inside services folder with the name of order. Okay, close it. Here you can see order service. Here we can write create order with the type of order. The order is not imported, press Ctrl- and import it. Put this create after the constructor. Inside the constructor, let's add the HTTP client. Write private HTTP client. Okay, it's injected. Now let's use it for having a post call to the server. So let's return this.http.post with the type of order. Its address is order create URL, and its payload is the order, is this input order. Now that if we use this create function, it's not going to work because we need to send the access token as a payload to the server. For doing this, the best place is HTTP interceptors. So let's add an interceptor and do that inside it. We already added an interceptor for the loading, so you know what I'm talking about. Open up the terminal and write ngg interceptor with the name of auth. Then press enter. Close the terminal, open up the Explorer. On the src folder, you will see the auth interceptor. Right click on it, cut it. And here on the src app folder, right click on the auth and select paste. So we just moved everything related to the authentication to the auth folder. Now close the Explorer. Just inject the user service here. Private user service. Type of user service. Then here before next handle, get current user from the user service, write const user equal to this dot user service dot current user. If user dot token is valid, is not undefined, then make the request equal to request.clone. Request.clone makes a new object from this current object. So we are not going to change the request. We are going to create a new object and change some fields. For the set header field, set access underline token equal to user.token. As I told you before, you can choose another name for your access token. I chose access underline token. Here we go. Now we have a request that has the access token inside its headers. So if we send it to the server could authenticate us. Okay, the interceptor is ready, but we didn't add it to the project yet. Just like the loading interceptor, we need to add it to the app module. So press Ctrl P, app.module.ts. Scroll down. Inside the providers, we want to add another HTTP interceptor. So duplicate it, and as the first provider, put auth interceptor. Don't forget to put a comma at the end of it. Very nice. Okay, the interceptor is added. Close the app module and the authentication interceptor. Now, as the last step in this lesson, we need to go to the checkout page component, and inside the create order, we need to be connected to the order service. But before doing that, we need another validation. We need to check if this.order.address.lng. If the address.lng doesn't have any value, we need to show a toaster message. So let's copy this here. Please select your location on the map, and its title could be location. Okay, then return. Because if the location on the map is not selected, we shouldn't let the user go to the next step, that is the payment step. Now here, if everything is valid, instead of this console log, we need to call this .order service that we didn't add yet. So let's go and add it here as injection, private order service, the type of order service. Okay. This.order service.create as this.order as the parameter. Subscribe to it. For its next handler, it is the happy part. We want to redirect the user to the payment page. So we need the router. So inject private router, the type of router, Angular router. Okay. So let's write this.router.navigate by URL /payment. For the unhappy part, let's get the error response and show error toast message. This.toast service.error. For the error, let's use this .error. And its title could be cart, because we return an error when the cart items are empty. So just set the title to cart, okay? Now that everything is ready, let's go and test it and fix the potential problems. It's not going to work. The problem is we are already logged in and the token is generated without that ID that I showed you. So log out and log in again. Select some location on the map, open up the inspect, go to the network and click on go to payment. As you can see, the create function is called and the user order is returned. So it's working. In this lesson, we want to work on the payment page. So after clicking on the go to payment on the checkout page, you will be redirected to the payment page to see all the order information in read-only mode for paying the order. Okay, here is the roadmap for this lesson. The first thing that we want to do is generating the payment page component. So open up the terminal and write ngGC for generating the component inside Components folder, Pages folder, with the name of payment-page. Okay, it is generated. Close the terminal. Then open up the Explorer. As you can see, we have the payment page component inside the Pages folder. Now, first of all, let's add it to the app routing module for having a separate page. Open up app routing module, duplicate the checkout one at the bottom of it, and set its path to payment and its component to payment page component. For the payment, we need to have the off guard too, because here the user should be authenticated too, okay? Now let's open up the payment page inside the browser. Here write payment. As you can see, we have payment page works. In this page, we want to get the new saved order from the server. So we need to add an API for it. Close the app routing module, open up the Explorer. On the backend side, open up the order router. After the create API, write router.get. For its address, write new order for current user. And for the handler, write async handler. Inside it, write async, request and response. And inside the handler, let's write const order equal to await order model dot find one. So we want to find one item from order model with this condition. Its user should be request.user.id and its status should be order status.new. As you can see, it says that user is not available inside the request. For fixing this problem, set the type of the request to any. Okay, we are getting the new order for the user from the order model. Now we need to check if order is available. Send it to the user, response.send order. Otherwise, send a bad request to the user, response.status, set the status to HTTP bad request, and send it to the user. Now on the next step, we need to create a service to be connected to this API. But first of all, we need to add this URL to the URL. So press Ctrl P, open up urls.ts, duplicate the create order URL. Here write order new for current user URL. And here instead of the create, paste new order for current user URL. Here we go. Close the URLs, close the router, and let's go to the order service and add the method. Order service. After the create method, let's add get new order for current user. Its type is observable of order. And here we need to return this .http.get with the type of order to this URL. Order underline new for current user that you added seconds ago. Here we go. The order service method is ready too. Now we can go to the payment page and use it. So close the order service, open up the Explorer, and open the payment page component. Here we need an order field with the type of order that is equal to new order by default. Here inside the constructor, we need the order service. So let's inject it here. Write order service with the type of order service. Then write order service dot get new order for current user and subscribe to it. For its next, we'll get an order and we'll set the order of this component to the order that's coming from the server. And for the error part, that we'll get a bad request. Here it's obvious that we don't have a new order for the current user, so we need to redirect it to the checkout page because we create the order after clicking on the go to payment inside the checkout page. For doing this, we need Angular router, so let's add it here. Router with the type of router. And write router.navigate by URL/checkout. Here we go. The payment page component TypeScript file is ready, but we are not showing anything. So let's go to the HTML file of payment page and show something. Clear everything here. This page is completely similar to the checkout page. So let's go to the checkout page component HTML file, press Ctrl A or Command A in macOS and copy everything, then paste it here. Here we need to change a couple of things. The first one is the app title. Instead of order form, we want it to be order summary. We don't need this form here. And instead of it, we need to have a div with the class of summary. Inside it, we need just two divs for showing the name and the address of the user. So the first div, inside it, we have an h3 for the name and a span for showing the value of the name, order.name. Duplicate this div, change the name to address, and use order.address for the second one. The next thing that we need to change is this title for the map. It should be shipping address. And this button for creating the order should be removed too. On the next lesson, we are going to add the PayPal button here, okay? Now let's look at the browser to see the result. Here we go. We have order summary, name of the user, address of the user, and as you can see, we cannot see the saved location of the user because we didn't work on the map yet. But before doing that, let's work on the CSS of this page and make it beautiful. So let's open up the payment page CSS file. And since the CSS of payment page is also similar to the CSS of checkout page, let's copy the parts that are similar. So click on this checkout page component, click here and select the CSS file. Close the checkout page component HTML file. Go to the top, copy container and the content. It seems that the payment page component CSS file is closed. So let's open it up again. Paste it here. For the content, we need two other things. Click here and copy these two. It is common between content and form. Since we don't have a form in this page, you just need to put it for the content. And two other things from this page is the buttons container and buttons. So let's copy it and put it here. So we just copied everything that was common between the checkout page and payment page. So close the checkout page CSS file. Now the only CSS selector that we need to add is for the summary class. Here after the content, write .summary and select its direct div children. Set their display to flex and margin top to 0.7 rem. For the spans inside the summary, set their font size to 1.2 rem. And for the h3 inside the summary, set their margin to 0 from the top, 1 rem from the right, 0 from the bottom, and 0 from the left. And set their flex basis to 5 rem. Now let's check out the result. Here we go. Now it is completely similar to the checkout page, but the summary details are read-only. But now the problem is here. First of all, we cannot see the selected location of the user on the map. And the second problem is we still can select another location on the map. So we need to define a read-only input for the map component and make it possible to be read-only. Let's do it. Here, close the CSS file, scroll down, hold the control down and click on the map. Let's copy this order input and paste it. Set its name to read-only and make it false by default. So if we don't set the read-only, it will be false by default. And that's what we want. Now, if the read-only is true, we need to show the location of address lat.lng inside the order. I don't want to use the order.address lat.lng every time that I want to have access to it. So I'm going to create a getter for it. So write get address lat.lng, then return this.order.address lat.lng. Put an exclamation mark here to fix the error. Okay, now every time that we want to have access to the order address lat.lng, we can use just this.address lat.lng. Very nice. Let's get back to the ng on init. Here we cannot use this ng on init for showing the location because it will be triggered before the new order that's coming from the server. So instead of this, we need to have a hook that listens to the changes. And we have something for that. And it is ng on changes instead of ng-on init. So when we get the order from the server and we set it to the order inside the component page, this ng-on changes will be called and we can use the order and its lat.lng. But here we are going to have an error because it says that it implements ng-on init. So instead of on init, write on changes. So you can remove on init from here. Now at the first line of the ng-on changes, we need to say if the order is null or undefined, just return. And if it's not undefined, initialize the map, then check if this.read-only is true, so the map is in read-only mode, and this.address.lng has value, then call a function that we didn't create yet with the name of show location on read-only mode. Press Ctrl dot on it and select declare method show location on read-only mode. Here we go, we have this method. Remove the throw error. We don't want to throw an exception here. Here we have two things to do inside this method. First of all, showing the marker on the order's location. And second is disabling everything related to the map. So first of all, let's put the map inside a variable with the name of m for ease of use. Then let's use this.setMarker with the value of this.address.lng. So this will set the marker for the orders lat.lng and write m.setView. So we need to move the view of the map to the location of the order. This.address.lng with the zoom level of this.marker zoom level. Now before disabling everything, let's check it out inside the browser. As you can see, it's not showing anything because we didn't set the read-only to true inside the payment page. So go to the payment page and here after the order, set read-only to true. Let's check it out inside the browser. It's not showing again. Let's open up the inspect. Open up the console. Oh, as you can see, we have an error. It says that lat.lng.lat.toFix is not a function. The problem is coming from here. Inside the map component and this setter. The problem is the value from the order that's coming from the server is of type string, but this toFix is only available on the type of number. So we need to use if guard here. We need to write if lat.lng.lat.toFixed is not available. It means if this function is not available inside this, then just return, because it is already got fixed when we wanted to save it inside the database. Here we go. Now let's get back to the browser. As you can see, we have the location on the map. But as I told you before, we can select another locations. We can zoom in, zoom out, and we can do dragging. These are not very important, but changing the location and dragging the location is important because in the payment page, you just need to see a summary and do the payment done. So let's go and disable most of the things. On the show location on read-only mode method, write m.dragging.disable. So it will disable the dragging, m.touch zoom, disable, m.double-click zoom, disable, m.scroll wheel zoom, disable, m.box zoom, disable, m.keyboard, disable. For turning off, change the marker based on the click, write m.off click. Set m.tap, disable for the touch screens. And for disabling the draggings of the marker, write this.current marker .dragging.disable. Here we go. Now look at the result. Okay. No clicks, no draggings. The only thing that is available is these two buttons. That are no problem. And for read-only mode, we shouldn't show this find my location button. Let's put an ngIf for it. Click here and select map component HTML file. Here for this button, put an ngIf when it's not read-only. Now let's look at the result. Here we go. In this tutorial, we want to add the PayPal to the project and make it like this. So after finishing this video, we have the payment functionality inside our project. So let's see how we can do it. Okay, here is the roadmap for this lesson. First of all, we want to generate the PayPal button component. So let's open up the terminal and go to the front-end folder. Then write nggc for generating the component inside components folder, partials folder with the name of PayPal-button. Then press enter. Okay, everything is good. Close the terminal. Now that we generated our PayPal button component, it's time to adding it to the payment page. So press Ctrl P and write payment page and find the HTML file of the component. And here at the bottom of the file, inside the buttons class, we want to add the PayPal button component, but its name starts with app dash. I don't want it, so first of all, I go to the Explorer. Inside the partials folder of the components, as you can see, we have PayPal button. Click on PayPal button TS file. Here at the selector, remove this app dash. Then get back to the payment page, HTML file. Here at the tag, the name of PayPal button. For paying the order using PayPal button, I want to pass the order to the PayPal button. So let's add an input inside the TS file, assign input with the name of order, with the type of order too. Make it required, okay? Very nice. Now here inside the payment page, after the PayPal button, we can pass the order to this PayPal button. So when we finish the payment, we can send the order to the server to be paid. Okay, we have nothing to do with the payment page anymore for now. Now we need to add the PayPal SDK into our project because we want to use its buttons. For doing it, we need to go to the index.html file. Here at the end of the body, write script src https:// www.paypal.com/sdk/js with a question mark. For showing the PayPal button, we need a client ID. So we need to pass the client ID, client-ID here. We need to pass the client ID to this address. For getting a client ID, you need to go to the PayPal developer website. After logging into your account, search for developer.paypal.com inside the Google or enter this address. Then you can see your name at the top right of the screen. Hover over it and select dashboard. After that, you will see this page. Here, as you can see, we have two options to select, sandbox and the live. Sandbox is used for testing and live should be used for your actual web application. As you can see at the bottom of this, we have REST API apps. Here we can see the name of our apps. For getting the client ID, you need to create an app, or you can use the default application's client ID. For this lesson, I want to create an app. I want to set its name to foodmine-course. The app type is merchant. I want to sell something. Exactly. And here, as you can see, there's a sandbox business account. If you don't have anything here, you need to click on accounts and create a business account. Now click on create app. Here we go. Now we have a sandbox account with a client ID. This is the client ID that you need to copy. You should copy yours because if you copy this, it will be connected to my account. Now get back to the code and paste that client ID here. Here we go. Now we just added our PayPal SDK. Close the script tag and there we go. Now after adding the PayPal SDK to our project, we need to go to the PayPal button TypeScript file. Close the index.html and come over here. By adding the PayPal SDK to our project, it will set window.paypal variable. So now if you use this window.paypal variable inside the JavaScript, you can have access to the PayPal SDK functionalities. But to have it inside the TypeScript, here inside this component, we need to declare a variable. This is the first time that you see this keyword. Declare keyword var PayPal with the type of any. This line is exactly this line inside a component. I will not remove this so you can see that these two are the same. Now that we have the PayPal variable here, we can use it for creating the PayPal button. Here, scroll down inside the ng on init. I want to copy this PayPal buttons part because it has some unnecessary complexity. Here we go. We have some errors, but don't worry, we are going to fix them. As you can see, we have PayPal.button buttons, it is a function that you're going to pass different events. Create order is the beginning of the order. When you click on PayPal button, it will call this create order. Inside the create order, we have two parameters. The main parameter that we want to use is the actions. And from the actions, we use this create function. Here I use self instead of this because inside the create function, we have no access to this class, to this PayPal button component class. So here, after the ng on init, we need to write const self is equal to this. So we are putting the this inside the self. Then we can use it inside this create function to have access to the order total price for setting the amount. Here you define purchase units. And I have only one purchase unit and I set the amount of it. I set the currency code to USD. Based on your currency, you can set this currency code. For example, I can change it to CAD, example, Canadian dollar. And the value is the price of the order. Here we go. By calling this function, we're going to show that page that shows the amount of the price that the user should pay to get the order. And here is another event on approve. When the user clicked on the pay and everything is done, this function will be called. What you need to call the capture function from the actions order to get the details of the payment for sending it to the server and save it on the server. So after getting the payment from the capture, we set its ID to the order payment ID. Then we call the order service pay function. We don't have the pay function inside the order yet, but we are going to implement it. And we didn't inject the order service here. First of all, let's inject the order service, private order service with the type of order service. Okay, the order service problem is fixed. But before implementing the pay function inside the order service, I want to implement its API inside the order router. So press Ctrl P or Command P inside the macOS and write order router. Let's scroll down a little bit. Here write router.post with the address of /pay, the async handler. Inside it write async request with the type of any and response. Create the body of the function. First of all, we want to get the payment ID from the body of the request. So const payment ID equal to request.body. Don't forget to put the payment ID inside curly braces. So it will automatically put the payment ID from this body into this variable. At this moment, we want to get the new order for the current user. So we can make this line as a function for the other API and use it for the payment too. So just select this await find one to the end, press Ctrl dot and select extract to function in module scope. Set its name to get new order for current user. Here we go. As easy as this. So this is converted into a function. Now we can use it inside another API too. So here write const order equal to await get new order for current user. Pass the request to it. Here we go. Now that we have the new order, we need to check if the order is null or undefined. Send a bad request response.status of HTTP bad request. And send order not found and return. So when we reach this part of the code, it means the order wasn't null or undefined, because if it was null or undefined, we're going to return out of this function. Set the order.payment ID equal to payment ID that's coming from the request body. Set the order.status equal to order status.paid. And save the order. Await order.save. Then send response.send order.underline ID to the client side. We want the ID of the order to be sent to the client because we need it to redirect the user to the track page that we are going to implement on the next lesson. Here we go. The Pay API is ready. Let's add its address to the URLs. Here, just duplicate the last order item. And here, just replace this with pay. Order pay URL is order's URL plus /pay. Very nice. Now we have the address here. Close the URLs and close the routers. Now let's go to the order service and implement this pay function. Order service, press enter. the bottom, duplicate the last method, change its name to pay, and its result to string. Because we want order ID, and the type of order ID is a string. We need to post, and the type of the result is a string. And here, we need order underline pay URL as the URL. And for the pay, we need to pass the order. So we need order with the type of order here. And we need to give this order to the post function. Here we go. Now we have this post. Return type is a string. To the order pay URL. And we send the order to this. We're done here. Close the order service. As you can see, there is no error for the order service. As you can see, the cart service inside the pay subscribe is not injected. Let's inject it. Private cart service, the type of cart service. Scroll down. We need router and toast star service too. So put a comma here. Private router with the type of router. It's not injected correctly. Press Ctrl dot and import it. And private toast R service with the type of toast R service. Okay. As I told you, by calling the capture function here, we're going to get the details of the payment. We set it to the payment. We pass the payment ID to the order payment ID, and we send the order to the server to be saved. After saving, we get the order ID. On the happy part, we clear the cart because after paying the order, the cart should be empty. We need to be redirected to the track page that we didn't implement. On the next lesson, we'll do that. We pass the order ID to it and we show a success message that says payment saved successfully, the success title. And if there was any problem, we say payment save failed with the error title. And on the error, we just show a toast message, payment failed with an error title. And we just log the error to see what's wrong with the payment. Here, as you can see, we have a render function. This render function says, where should I add these PayPal buttons? Because when you use PayPal buttons, you need to assign it to an HTML tag. For having this PayPal element, first of all, we need to go to the PayPal button HTML file. Let's clear this. Here we need to add a div with the reference of PayPal. Just close it. We just need a div for showing the PayPal button. This is a tag and we want to set it to our PayPal button. For having access to this, just like the map that I showed you before, we need to have the view child attribute. So let's add a view child. The reference name is PayPal. We added seconds ago there. It is a static as we don't have any if or for statement inside our HTML file. And its name, I want it to be PayPal element. It is required with the type of element reference. That is part of Angular core. Okay. Now, if you scroll down, there is no error. So, as I told you, the PayPal buttons is part of JavaScript. It is not for TypeScript. So we need to get the native element that is actual JavaScript representation of the HTML element, and we need to pass it to the render function. Here we go. Now look at the result. As you can see, we have this beautiful PayPal button here. Let's click on the PayPal. Oh, we have an error. Let's check out the error. Console, zoom in a little bit. As you can see, we have an error of unexpected currency. It says if you are passing the CAD as the currency, you need to pass the currency type when you're getting the JS SDK. So I just copied this part that is currency equal to CAD. And I go to my code. I need to open up index.html file. Here before the client ID, I put an ampersand and I paste what is necessary. So we said the currency is CAD and client ID is this one. The default currency is USD. So if you are using the US dollar, you don't need to do that. For other currencies, you need to pass the currency type for getting the corresponding JS file from the PayPal. Now look at the result. Close the inspect, refresh the page. Now click on the PayPal button. As you can see, it just redirected us to the payment. And if you look at the address, it is sandbox.paypal.com. So you need a Sandbox account to test the payment of this PayPal transaction. For getting a Sandbox account, you need to go to the PayPal developer dashboard. And here under the Sandbox, you see accounts. Click on it, scroll down. Here, as you can see, there are two default accounts for the PayPal Sandbox. One with the type of personal and the other one with the type of business. I want to just test the payment, so I want a personal username and password. Hover over the three dots of the personal and select View Edit Account. Wait a couple of seconds and you will see this page. Copy the email ID, go to the previous payment page, paste it here. Click on Next. Get back, copy the generated password, paste it, and click on Login. As you can see, it is just logged in. You look at here, the order price is $5, and you can see this $5 here. Very nice. Click on Pay Now, and it says Success, payment saved successfully. Now let's log into the MongoDB Atlas with our account and check if the payment ID is correctly saved inside our database. So here, click on Browse Collection, click on Orders, clear everything here. As you can see, the last order has the payment ID. It means the data is saved correctly. In this lesson, we want to implement the track page. So after finishing a successful payment, you will be redirected to this page. So you can see your order ID, the details of the order, and the status of the order in this format that customers can use it for tracking their orders. So let's see how we can do it. Here is the roadmap for this lesson. The first thing that we want to do is generating the order track page component. So open up the terminal, make sure you are inside the front-end folder, then write ngGC for generating the component, inside components folder, pages folder, with the name of order-track-page. Then press enter. Now, since it should be a separate page, I want to add it to the app routing module. So close the terminal, press Ctrl P and write routing and select app routing module. Duplicate the last item, set its address to track, and it needs a parameter with the name of order ID. It should go to our new component, is order track page component, and it has the auth guard, so the user should be logged in to see this. Very nice. Just close the app routing module. At this moment, I want to prepare the data of the component that it wants to show. So press Ctrl P and go to the order router. Here after the pay, let's add the track API. So write router.get, its address should be /track/ with the parameter of ID, async handler. Oh, it is async handler. Press F2 on it and make it async handler. Very nice. Give it an async function, request, response, and the body. Here we just need to get the order by this ID and send it to the client side. So write const order is equal to await order model dot find by ID and pass request.params.id as the parameter to it. Then write response.send order. Super simple. So the track API is ready. Now let's copy this address, Ctrl P, urls.ts, duplicate the last item, change its name to order_track URL, and paste the address. Don't forget to keep this trailing slash here because we want to pass an ID to this API, and having it here makes it simpler. Okay, close the URLs and order router and open up the order service. So Ctrl P order service. Here add another function with the name of track order by ID. Give ID as input parameter, the type of number. Its result should be an observable of type order. Then return this.http.get. The result should be an order. Send the request to the order_track URL plus the ID of the order. Putting that trailing slash inside the order makes it possible to just pass the ID here instead of putting in slash as a string here. That makes it a little bit ugly. Now that the order router and order service is ready, let's go work on order track page. So close the order service and open order track page.ts file. Here we need to add the order field for holding the order that's coming from the server with the type of order. Let's import it here. Now here inside the constructor, we need to get the order ID from activated route. For doing this, first of all, we need to inject the activated route. So let's write activated route, the type of activated route, press enter. We also need order service for getting the order from the server, the type of order service. Very nice. Here, first of all, we need to get the params from activated route dot snapshot dot params. Then we need to check if params dot order ID doesn't have any value. Put an exclamation mark at the beginning, then return. Okay, we shouldn't do anything if we don't have the order ID parameter. Otherwise, at the bottom, we need to use order service dot track order by ID, and we need to pass the params dot order ID to this for getting the order from the server. Then we need to subscribe to it. Here we just want to subscribe to the happy part, so we just write order, and we set this dot order equal to order that's coming from the server. So now that we have the order, we need to show it. So let's go to the order track page HTML file. Clear everything here. Here, just like anywhere, we need a div with a class of container. Inside it, we need a div with the class of content. Here for this, we need to check if the order is available. Show what's inside here. Otherwise, don't show it. At the top of it, we need an h1 that shows the order ID. So order as a text, hashtag, and the actual order ID here. Very nice. Inside it, we need another div with a class of details. Inside this, we have several details that are similar. A div that has a strong for the title of the details. The first one is date, and the actual value of that is order.created at with the pipe of date. So this date that's coming from the server by using this pipe will be easily human readable. Let's check out the result. Here, after the payment, doing the payment using PayPal, and clicking on Pay Now, it will redirect us to this page. There is nothing. It seems that I made a mistake. Open up the inspect, look out to the console. Oh, here we go. As you can see, we are passing undefined to the server instead of order ID. So maybe a typo. So let's get back to the code. Let's check out the order page component, TypeScript file. Here we go. I added an extra R here. Let's fix and save it. As you can see, we have order with this ID. I really don't like to see only the date. I want to see the time too. So we can go to the code, and here for the date pipe, we can pass a parameter with a value of medium. So it will show the date in the medium form. That will be like this. Very nice. We have date and we have time. So let's go to the next item. For the next item, just duplicate this item, change its name to name, name of the user, and order.name. Remove this pipe, and here we go. Let's do the same for the address, order.address. For the next one, we want to show status of the order. That's inside order.status. And for the last item, just copy the status. This one is for the payment ID, and payment ID could be null. So first of all, we check using ngIf that order.payment ID is not null. Then we say payment ID is equal to order.payment ID. Let's look at the result. As you can see, we have these details here. Now I want to show the order details. We already made a component for it, so let's use it. After the details, press enter and write order dash items list. Pass the order here and close it. Let's look at the result. Here we go. We have the order items of this order. And for the last part of the HTML file, we want to show the shipping address on the map. Let's do it. Here, after the content div, press enter, add another div. Inside it, we need an app-title with the title of shipping address. And for the map, we'll use map component, pass the order to it, and we use it as read-only mode. We pass the read-only as true. Here we go. Let's check out the result. Okay, we have everything that is necessary. Now let's go to the CSS file of the track page and make it beautiful. Here, select order track page component CSS file. The first class is container, just like before. Its margin top should be 1 rem, display of flex, justified content, center, flex wrap, should be wrap. For the content class, its display should be flex. Its flex direction should be column, top to bottom, width 100%, and its max width should be 35 rem. So it will not be bigger than 35 rem. Its margin right should be 1 rem. For the next class, that is details, its margin bottom should be 1 rem. For the details div, direct div children of the details, their margin top should be 1 rem. Their font size should be 1.1 rem. Details strong, all the strong tags inside the details, their display should be inline block, and their width should be 20%. Here we go, let's check out the result. As you can see, we have the order details beautifully here, and we have these two things that are similar to the payment page and the checkout page. So it was about this lesson. You've been watching Code with Nasir, and I hope to see you next time. Hello guys, in this lesson, we want to deploy our website to the Heroku cloud server. By doing this, our website will be accessible from the internet. That's what we want to do on this lesson. So let's jump into the video. For deploying our project to the Heroku, first of all, we need to create a Heroku account. So go to the Heroku.com website and sign up for creating a new account. Fill the form with your information. Then click on Create Free Account. An email will be sent to your email address. Click on that and you will go to Set Your Password page. Here you need to define your password. Then click on Set Password and log in. Then click here to proceed. Here we go. Your Heroku account is created. Now you need to connect the Heroku to your GitHub account. So click on Connect to GitHub. Then click on Authorize Heroku on the GitHub page. Then it will redirect you back to the Heroku page. Now you need to search for the project repository on GitHub inside the Heroku page. Then click on Connect for connecting the Heroku to your project on GitHub. Now for enabling automatic deployment after each push to your master branch, you need to click on Enable Automatic Deploys. After enabling the automatic deploys, whenever we push a commit to the server on the master branch, it will automatically start the deployment. But for making this to happen, we need to do a couple of configs inside our code. And here is what we need to do. We need to change AngularJSON, package.json, urls.ts, server.ts, and gitignore. Let's start from AngularJSON. Inside the AngularJSON, we need to set the output directory to the backend folder, inside the build folder that will be generated here automatically, and inside the public folder of that. So let's go to the front end, AngularJSON. If you're at the top, you need to scroll a little bit down. Then you need to find inside the build options output path. Instead of dist/frontend, you need to set it to ... That means parent directory. It will move you from the front end to the root directory. Then we need to go to the backend folder inside the builds folder. Why builds folder? Because inside the tsconfig, we set that the output directory of our backend equal to build. So when we generate the backend, it will be put inside the build folder. We want to put frontend inside the public folder of the build folder that represents the backend. Okay? So the output directory will be like this. We did the first step. Let's go for the next step. That is creating the package.jsons. The first package.json that we need to modify is inside the frontend folder. So from the frontend folder, click on package.json. Here, as you can see, we have a script section that we can use for defining different npm commands. Here, we don't need watch and test, so we remove them. We just need the build script. Remove the ng build. Here inside the build script, first of all, we want to install all the packages. Then we need to build this Angular project. So the first step is npm install and add -- force at the end of it. We need this force because ng star rating is generated by an older version Angular. So for making it to be available for the current version of Angular, we need to install it with force. So after installing the packages, we need to build our Angular project. For running multiple commands sequentially inside one command, you need to put and operators. By putting this, we say, first of all, run this part, then go to the next part. It will start from left and goes to the right. So first of all, we want to install all the packages. Then we are going to use ng command to build our Angular application, but its configuration should be production because we are building it for the server, and for the server we want to use our production configuration. But when you install this command on the Heroku server, it will install only the dependencies, not the dev dependencies, that we have a lot of our types. So for making this to work, we need to copy a couple of things from dev dependencies to the dependencies. The things that we need to copy is this build Angular, the Angular CLI, compiler CLI, leaflet, and node. I also copy this Jasmine for ignoring the potential errors. So I select from here to here, then I put them here. And I also need the TypeScript, so I put it here at the end of the dependencies. Don't forget to remove this trailing comma and make it like this. We actually don't need these things on the server because we're not using test inside our project. So the front-end package.json seems to be ready. Let's close it and go for the backend package.json. Open up the Explorer and open up the package.json of the backend. Scroll up on the script section, remove this test, we don't need it. Here add a build script. This one is much simpler. Just call npm install for installing all the packages, then call tsc TypeScript compiler for compiling our backend into the build folder. But let's check out if we have something related to the TypeScript. Yes, we have. We have a couple of types that we need to cut and put it inside the dependencies. So for the dev dependencies, we have only nodemon and tsnode that are both for the development process. And as I told you, we do it because we are running the tsc for compiling our code on the server side. And for compiling a TypeScript file, you need to have the types, okay? So the backend package.json seems to be ready too. So close it. And here we need to create a package.json inside the root folder because Heroku looks at the root folder, not the folders inside the root folder. So here inside the root folder, we need to have a package.json. For creating it, click on this new file and write package.json. Open up curly braces, set its name to your project name. Here I set it to Foodmine course. Give it a version. I say 100. And the important part, that is scripts. For the first script, I want to add a script with the name of pre-build. This is an npm script that the Heroku calls before building our application. Since we need to build both front-end and back-end, inside the pre-build, I build the back-end, and inside the build, I build the front-end. Okay? It's quite simple. For the pre-build, we say cd to the backend folder. So go to the backend folder, and inside the backend folder, run npm run build. It first of all goes to the backend folder, and it tries to run the build script that we created on the backend folder. So that's exactly what we want. We need to do exactly the same thing for the front end inside the build script. So we just say cd frontend and npm run build. So it goes to the front end side and calls this build that we created on the front end side. And the last thing that I'd like to put it at the beginning is a start. This start is for starting the whole project on the Heroku server. So write cd backend/build. because when we build our backend folder, it goes inside the build folder. And run node server.js. You can ask, why JS? Why not TS? Because when you build the TypeScript file, it will be transpiled into JavaScript. And at the end, we need to use JavaScript file to serve our website. Okay, the root package JSON is ready. Let's close it and go and fix the base URL inside the urls.ts. So press Ctrl P and write urls.ts. Here, as you can see, the base URL is set to the address of localhost 5000, but obviously we don't want it to be localhost on the server. So at the beginning of the setting base URL, we need to check that the environment is set on production. So we use the environment that is part of the Angular, and .production gives us a true value if the environment is set on production, ? So if the environment is set on production, we need to set the value on nothing or an empty string, because the address of the frontend is not different from the backend. Here inside the development process, since we are using ngserve, that is a different server for serving our Angular, and we are using port 5000 for serving our backend, we have two different addresses for frontend and backend. So we need to set the base URL. But for the backend, we don't need it because both of them are on the backend side. Okay, let's close the urls.ts and go for the next one. We need to go to the server.ts right now, and we need to set the public folder that represents the front end as a static. I'll tell you how. So press Ctrl P or Command P in macOS and write server.ts. Before the port, here we need to write app.use express.static the public folder. By doing this, we serve this public folder as a static. By default, if you have a folder on the backend side, it will not be accessible for the users. But since this public folder represents the front end or the Angular part of our application, we need to make it available statically. So we use this line to do that. But we need to do another thing here. Here, since we merged the front end and the backend on the backend folder, the backend is responsible for handling the routes. But here we have only our API routes. For example, we don't have anything for a slash that represents the home page of our application. So we need to say if the routes are not these items, you need to give the routing management to the front end side. For doing this, we do it simply by using a wildcard. We write app-get star means all the routes that wasn't these routes should be handled here. Request response. We need to write response.send file. And here we need to send the index.html generated for the Angular project inside the public folder. So here we need to write --dir name. It means the directory of the server plus /public/index.html, because the Angular file will be put on the public folder of the build folder. This _ dir name is part of Nodejs. It will give you the absolute path to the current file. Currently it is TypeScript file, but when we built it, it will go to the build folder and it will be server.js, and inside that build folder we give the server.js directory, and inside the public folder of it we have the index.html that represents our front end. So we need to make it responsible for all the routes because we have a routing mechanism inside the Angular. But here, as you can see, we are joining the address of the direct name and the /public/index.html by using these slashes. It's not a good idea because in some operating systems like Windows, path address will be separated using backslashes. For making it general, we can import path that is part of Node.js. So here write import path from path and come down, and here write path.join and put different parts of the path here. So dir name, public, comma, index.html. Remove this part. By using this path join, this path address will be joined correctly in all operating systems. So we are not going to have silly errors on finding the HTML file of the Angular project. The next thing that we need to do here is setting the port address. Heroku doesn't use port 5000. When it's running our application, it will give us a port inside the environment variable. For having access to the environment variable, we just need to write process.env.port. And this port is what Heroku will fill it automatically. And we put or, it means if this port was available, return it, and if it was null or undefined, set it to 5000. On the front-end side, we don't set this, so by default, it will be 5000, but on the server side, Heroku will fill this environment variable, so the port will be the port of the Heroku, and that's exactly what we want. The server.ts is ready. So we did a couple of things. It's time for running them and testing them inside our local machine so we can make sure that it could work on the Heroku server. So open up the terminal, open the root package JSON to see what we want to do. First of all, I want to run the pre-built script. So for doing this, we will run npm run pre-build and press enter. Okay, it's finished. Let's check out the Explorer. On the backend side, we need to have a build folder that we have with the server.js, as you can see here. Very nice. Let's close the other ones, make it more clear. Now I want to run the build that will build the front-end project. So run npm run build. Okay, as you can see, we have our front-end Angular project inside the public folder. And as you can see, we have this index.html here. That's exactly what we set here inside the server side. This index.html inside the public folder, inside the dir name, that is the directory of the build, public, and index.html. Now I want to run the last command, that is a start. But before that, we need to set the environment variable inside this folder. For doing this, we need to go to the src folder. We can copy this .env file into the public folder. Here we go. We have it here. Now write npm start. For the start, you don't need to write run because it will automatically run the start. We have error here. Let's check it out. Oh, sorry, I put it inside the public folder. It should be inside the build folder. Move .env file inside the build folder, not inside the public folder, okay? It should be near to the server.js. Let's stop it and run npm start again. As you can see, it says that website served on this address and connect successfully. And we are just running the backend, just the 5000, not 4200, okay? Hold the control down, click on it. As you can see, we have our website. It means that our website is ready to be published on the Heroku server. But before committing and pushing our code, we need to add the same environment variables available inside our .env file on the Heroku server. So go to the Heroku server that you're logged in with your account, go to the settings, click on reveal config vars. Then copy your environment variables one by one into there. Let's start from JWT secret. Put it as the key and copy its value as the value here and click on add. Do the same for the Mongo URI. Add it as the key, then add its URL as the value here and click on add. Now our config variables are ready. But remember, don't share these things with anybody. Don't put it inside your Git repository because these are secret items and shouldn't be exposed to the public. Now it's time for publishing. For doing the publish, we just need to do the commit. But before publishing, as you can see, we have a lot of files that's coming from our build folder. We don't need to have them here. We don't want to push them on the Git repository, so we need to ignore them. So open up the Explorer, collapse everything, go to the backend folder on the Git ignore, click on it, and just press enter and write build. So the build folder will be ignored. As you can see, we have only 10 items. That's everything that we modified in this lesson. Give your commit a name. I want to name it deploy on Heroku. Click on commit, select yes, and click on sync changes. Remember, your code should be connected to your GitHub. I told you how to do that on the starting lessons. Now let's go to the Heroku. go to the activity part. As you can see, we have build in progress. Click on view build progress. As you can see, it's trying to run everything. Okay, it says that our app is deployed to Heroku on this address. So copy this address and open it up inside the browser. As you can see, we have our app deployed on the Heroku. This was about this lesson. You've been watching Code with Nasir, and I hope to see you next time.